Welcome to True Crime Deep Dive, the YouTube channel dedicated to exploring the lesser-known stories of injustice. No team, no flashy production, just a passion for uncovering the truth. I've always been fascinated by true crime, but not the cases that everyone else is talking about. I'm not interested in covering cases that are already trending or have been heavily covered by the media. Instead, I want to shed light on the forgotten cases, the ones that never made headlines or have been swept under the rug. You see, I believe that every victim deserves justice, regardless of whether their story has captured public attention or not. And that's why I'm here, to give a voice to those who have been silenced and to bring attention to cases that have been overlooked. But it's not just about the crime itself. I'm also passionate about standing against injustice. I firmly believe that the criminal justice system is flawed and biased, and it's our duty as citizens to question it and demand change. Through my deep dives into these cases, I hope to bring awareness to issues of injustice and spark important conversations. Another important aspect of my channel is breaking harmful stereotypes and stigma, particularly those surrounding drug addiction. Too often, those struggling with addiction are portrayed as villains or criminals, when in reality, they are victims of a broken system and often have their own stories of trauma and struggles. I want to humanize and bring empathy to those affected by addiction and show that they are more than just their struggles. So if you're ready to go beyond the surface and dive deep into the world of true crime, then you've come to the right place. Join me as we uncover the truth, seek justice, and challenge harmful narratives. This is True Crime Deep Dive. Let's get started. There's a saying, justice delayed is justice denied. In a world where the scales of justice are often tipped in favor of the powerful, the pristine gavel of a judge can symbolize both hope and despair. In the heart of the justice system, the judge's gavel begins its life untouched, unblemished. It stands as an emblem of fairness, a beacon of truth, and a guardian of the innocent. But as it navigates the complex labyrinth of human stories, the gavel starts to bear the brunt of the system's imperfections. Like a silent witness, it observes the wrongful convictions that shatter lives. It echoes the cries of the innocent, who find themselves ensnared in the web of prejudice and bias. It grieves for the broken promises that tarnish the sanctity of the courtroom, and for the voices that are silenced by the thundering verdicts. Yet, amid the cracks and flaws, the gavel persists. It carries the weight of its duty with unwavering resolve, never ceasing in its pursuit of justice. It's a constant reminder that, despite the challenges, the fight for justice can never be abandoned. In the face of adversity, the gavel strikes back, demanding a system that works for everyone. It rallies against the injustices, it champions the cause of the marginalized, and it amplifies the whispers of change into a resounding call for action. The gavel, in all its cracked and chipped glory, stands as a symbol of resilience. It reminds us that even in the face of harsh realities, the pursuit of justice must go on. It's a testament to the fact that despite the obstacles, the quest for a fair and just world is a fight worth fighting. As we delve deeper into the realm of true crime, let the gavel's journey serve as a reminder that the pursuit of justice is a collective endeavor, one that demands our unwavering commitment and relentless dedication. As we wrap up, ponder on these questions. How do we ensure that the gavel remains a symbol of justice and not of its failings? How can we contribute to a system that works for everyone? And finally, how can we make sure that the voice of the gavel is not drowned out by the noise of injustice? Remember, every crack in the gavel is a story that demands to be heard, a story that calls for change. This
long, 13 inches wide.
All I can just see him just reaching for somebody to just help him, and not one person stood up for him or tried to stop it. So it's like, like the end is coming, and this is it. Like, the shit is here. We're this far, and I literally have no one.
The times mentioned in this video are approximate, pieced together via eyewitness accounts and posts on social media. Law enforcement has not given us any information on an official timeline. The only official record we have is according to the medical examiner's report. Noah was found at 6:18 a.m. and was reported to the medical examiner at 7:31 a.m. by a trooper with the Highway Patrol. In the pre-dawn light of Labor Day weekend 2023, a truck driver's headlights cut through the darkness across the desolate stretch of the two-lane Highway 81 in Oklahoma near Terrell in Jefferson County. He had stumbled upon a scene that would forever scar the memory of the small town. A young man's battered body lay by the roadside in a fetal position. The victim was identified as Noah Alexander Presgrove, a popular 19-year-old who had been attending a friend's 22nd birthday party. The weekend had been filled with laughter and celebration. Some small drunken arguments, beer pong, dancing, TikTok slap games, a late-night ride on an ATV, and a curious shower story. By the time dawn broke, tragedy had struck, leaving behind a chilling silence that echoed across the otherwise happy memories. The community, shocked and devastated, soon found itself shrouded in a wave of suspicion, speculation, and rumor. Police investigations encompassing multiple agencies were launched into the mysterious death. However, the trail to justice seemed to vanish into thin air. With numerous witnesses at a party, a wall of silence descended upon the group. Social media profiles, once brimming with photos and videos of the celebration, were mysteriously scrubbed clean, leaving behind a digital void that mirrored the perception of silence from the partygoers. The questions mounted. What secrets were being hidden? What events transpired that fateful night? Was there a fight, a jealous lover, a terrible accident, or something far more sinister? What were they hiding and why? Or were they hiding anything at all? Friends and family of Noah are left in limbo, desperate for answers. Are multiple arrests imminent? Or is the truth really stranger than fiction? This is Noah's story, as I understand it. Noah Alexander Presgrove was born on May 14, 2004 in Duncan, Oklahoma, to Victor and Casey. He lived a life full of laughter, loyalty, and spirit. He may have moved around a bit, but found his home with his grandmother Deborah in Comanche, where he had deep connections with his family. He cherished the time spent together on vacations and at family gatherings. A country boy at heart, he had a mischievous grin, a contagious laugh, and a heart of gold. He was known for his spontaneity, his goofy charm, his loyalty, being a ladies' man, and his willingness to help anyone in need. Noah was an accomplished athlete, excelling in football, wrestling, cross country, and track. His dedication and determination earned him the respect of his peers and coaches. Noah loved adventures, and as a true patriot, he dreamt of serving his country, aspiring to join the Navy. He was eager to embark on this new chapter, patiently waiting for his cousin to graduate high school so they could enlist together. He was, as his family described him, fearless.
He was ferocious in life. He embraced it. He didn't hold grudges. He had fun. He didn't let anything get to him. He just was so forgiving. He was just such a sweet kid. He was so fearless. He would just be standing there and do a flip in front of you straight off the ground.
He would give the shirt off his back. He was willing to help. He's helped people in the family do things. He he was amazing, and he was as big of a heart that he was even bigger on forgiveness. So he was just great.
Right after Tesla's death, the FBI broke into his vault and they seized his documents. Why?
He is typically going to be trying to be the center of attention, but not necessarily at somebody else's expense. You know, I referenced this earlier, was that he would make a joke and make people laugh, but it was never at the downfall of somebody else. It was typically him just being the person that he was. He's going to make people laugh and love him, whether or not they want to or not, you know, and he's someone that is very inspiring. He is Noah, and he's a very unique individual. I haven't met anybody else quite like him.
On Friday evening, September 1st, Noah gathered with his Aunt Robin and other family at a high school football game to watch his beloved team, the Comanche Indians, take on their rivals. Noah, a former star player, was now there to cheer on his younger cousin, who was making his own mark on the gridiron. It was at that game that Noah had to decide on how he was going to spend the long Labor Day weekend. On one hand, Rocklahoma promised an unforgettable weekend of high-octane rock music, the opportunity to see his favorite bands live and share that experience with his family. His Aunt Robin invited him along with his cousin and an uncle. She even had an extra ticket offering him the chance to bring a friend. The only catch was, the friend Noah wanted to bring along was 16. While Robin knew him, she wasn't entirely comfortable bringing a minor to the festival. It wasn't so much about the friend, but about the unpredictable nature of a music festival, the potential for chaos, and the discomfort of not knowing his friend's family. There were just too many opportunities for things to go wrong.
So me and my husband and our kids, we were up at Rocklahoma in Pryor, Oklahoma, and Noah was actually supposed to go with us. And it's like an all weekend event. It starts on Friday, and then Monday morning everybody gets up and leaves, and we dragged the camper up there. We didn't make it up there Friday because my youngest son, he's on the football team. We had a game that night, and so Noah was at the game with us, and that's when he decided he didn't want to go. He was wanting to bring one of his friends who was 16 to come with us, and we had an extra ticket, but I didn't know that kid's parents. I didn't feel comfortable taking that kid to a rock festival, not knowing his parents, and so I told him no, and he just ultimately decided he wanted to stay and hang with his friends.
On the other hand, there was the allure of a house party, celebrating a friend's 22nd birthday. This was the world of his peers, of late nights, laughter, the absence of watchful parental eyes, possibly some underage drinking, girls, the typical teenage party. I'm sure the FOMO, the fear of missing out, may have played a role in Noah's decision. He was 19, and soon he was hoping to be living out his dreams of joining the military. This just might be the last carefree end of the summer with his friends. Understanding Robin's concerns, he ultimately decided to stay behind and spend the long weekend amongst his friends. The 4-day celebration promised a great end of the summer party via the multiple Snapchat invitations and promotions that dominated his social media. Curiously, though, those would all disappear when Noah was found. Earlier that day, Noah had received his paycheck in cash from his employer, allowing him to upgrade his old cell phone. I can imagine how proud Noah felt. The thrill of his own phone plan, the sleek new iPhone, would bring a sense of independence, moving on into the next phase of his life. It would have fueled the excitement for the weekend ahead. Labor Day weekend 2023 started as a blur of music, laughter, and youthful antics for Noah and his friends. But it would end in tragedy, leaving loved ones and law enforcement to sift through hazy details, underage drinking, changing stories, rumors, speculation, and a deafening silence. On September 2nd, Noah jumped into his truck and drove the 30 or so miles to the party that was being held at birthday girl Avery Joe's home. It's a secluded place nestled on a dirt road off Highway 81. It provides the perfect escape and privacy for a group of 25 to 40 teenagers and young adults seeking a night or a long weekend of uninhibited fun. They could be as loud as they wanted without fear of disturbing a neighbor. Videos on social media that had been deleted but screen recorded and re-uploaded captured Noah wearing tan shorts and a baseball cap, enjoying the carefree atmosphere. His infectious laughter and willingness to participate in playful antics are evident in the video. Playing the slap game, Noah dancing and singing, allowing others to write on his skin on various parts of his body with marker. The guys at some point decided to play testosterone-fueled games, where several of the partygoers were breaking boards by punching them or running through them. It's a guy thing, I guess. Probably fueled by alcohol and the down-to-earth small-town country attitude. Well, we ain't got nothing else to do. But there had been some tension that evening. A heated argument erupted between Noah and his best friend, Jack, fueled by a perceived closeness between Noah and Jack's girlfriend, Carter. While the details of the argument remain fairly consistent, the day on which it happened does not. It appears the disagreement stemmed from miscommunication and insecurity, ending with both friends shedding tears and reaffirming their bond. I can see it all now. The I love you, man. I'm just drunk.
I love you, dude. I love you, bro Montana. I love you, Holmes. I love you, Broseph Guebels. I love you, Machacha. I love you, Tico Broje.
Okay. But by all other accounts, Noah seemed to enjoy himself and have a great time that Saturday night at the party. On Sunday, September 3rd, Noah wasn't sure how he was going to spend the evening. His truck had been leaking oil and it was getting expensive to continue to refill it, and he knew he would eventually have to buy the part and fix it himself. He wasn't even sure if he wanted to go back out to the party that evening. Noah was just hanging around the house talking with his Nana and great-grandmother. He texted his Aunt Robin asking about how Rocklahoma was. She responded with a photo and told him they were having a great time. Noah told her that he wished he would have gone with them for the long weekend. Robin would have no way of knowing that this would be her last conversation with her nephew.
Why you should never buy colored plastic. Did you know that colored plastic is
Even though Noah was initially hesitant to go back to the party, a few of his friends were pretty persistent, so he agreed to go, but told them he would need a ride to the party and home. After showering and dressing in black shorts, Adidas tennis shoes, and his favorite American flag tank, Noah was picked up around 5 p.m. This is where things become unclear and the conflicting accounts start to surface. Some suggest that a few male friends picked him up and dropped him off at the residence where the party was being held at the end of the driveway. Alternatively, others say he was dropped off at a nearby Sonic by that same male friend, and Noah walked to the truck stop and then was picked up by the party host Avery Joe and taken to the party. Either way, we do know that Noah did make it to the party on Sunday.
Sunday, he was picked up and from the house and taken out there by some friends that also attended the party.
There's been some confusion as to who actually took him, though. So the ones that supposedly picked him up from the house, or that did pick him up from the house, there was a story that he had dropped him and another friend off at the Sonic in Waurika. And Noah had walked down to the truck stop, and then he had gotten picked up by the girl who was throwing the party and one of her friends. And then the kid that had taken him supposedly to the Sonic in Waurika came out and said, no, I drove him to the driveway. I drove him all the way to the party. So we're not sure why it's being said that he had been picked up from the truck stop in Waurika.
Sunday brought much of the same fun from the prior evening. The music, alcohol, and party games continued. Everyone at the party seemed to be enjoying themselves. However, there were a couple of incidents that are noteworthy involving Noah. The first occurred when a partygoer accused Noah of stealing or taking or hiding his phone. The accusation escalated into a physical altercation when the 16-year-old fish-hooked Noah. In retaliation, Noah bit his finger. The tension, though, was quickly diffused when the phone was discovered under a sleeping teenager, and the celebration resumed as if nothing had happened. There was another incident that involved an exchange of words between Noah and the party host, Avery Joe. Her flirtatious behavior towards Noah was unwanted, and he responded by calling her a fat bitch. Probably not Noah's proudest moment. I think it's that youthful impulsiveness and alcohol consumption, I'm sure most of us have had experiences with and cringe now when we think back on it. I'm also wondering if there is a possibility that this event may have happened when Noah left the house much later. But put a pin in this for now. The argument, according to partygoers, was quickly forgotten and the celebration continued. At some point after the last video Noah appeared in that was recorded by his friend Caden at 1:42 a.m., Noah allegedly went into the room where Jack was sleeping and took the keys to the ATV and went on a drunken joyride and had an accident. The ATV had been turned on its side, but there was no visible damage to the vehicle. Once the ATV was turned back up on its wheels, Noah and the others on the ride returned to the party house. Discrepancies emerged regarding Noah's condition after the accident. Certified nursing assistant Jasmine was present at the party. She claimed she examined Noah and found no injuries, just a few scratches. Conflicting reports suggest that he may have been highly intoxicated and disoriented. Some witnesses claim he was out of it and drifting in and out of consciousness, while others describe him as simply intoxicated but behaving as his usual goofy self. The narrative surrounding Noah's shower after the incident also presents conflicting accounts. Some allege that Jasmine, another female, showered him, while others insist it was Jack or other males. Either way, it is agreed upon that after Noah was showered, he was dressed in Jack's white wrestling shorts. Jack, however, adamantly denies showering Noah. He points to a pre-planned early morning fishing trip with his father and grandfather as the reason why he was already asleep and was not involved at the time. There are rumors of a video depicting Noah being showered and another video showing him wearing Jack's white shorts and eating ramen at a table after the shower. But at this point, these videos have not been verified or located. The only evidence of clothing shown on Noah on video in these 2 days is tan shorts on Saturday and black shorts on Sunday. The lack of definitive information and the conflicting accounts create a really confusing picture. The accuracy of these reports, the nature of the accident, and the details surrounding Noah's condition after the ATV accident remain very much unclear. It was reported that Noah wanted to sleep in Avery's bed after eating and was told no, and that he would have to sleep on the floor. This frustrated Noah, and I wonder if the earlier disagreement where Noah called Avery Joe some names may have happened at this time. Noah then went to put on shoes. He was only able to find one of his shoes, so he put on a shoe that belonged to his friend Caden, who was sleeping.
Runes loads a complete serving of fruits, veggies, adaptogens, vitamins, minerals, super mushroom.
Allegedly, Noah walked off alone, intoxicated, potentially disoriented, wearing Jack's white wrestling shorts and 2 different shoes into the darkness, leaving his phone behind. At 3:41 a.m., Jasmine published a photo with a caption that said Noah was missing. Her hair appeared to be slightly damp, or it could be from sweating if she was out in the heat. After all, it was Oklahoma, and it was 80 or 90 degrees that day. Jasmine said she didn't think Noah was in danger when she posted it, that it wasn't malicious, and she took it down when Noah was found on the side of the highway. Jasmine reportedly told Noah's Aunt Robin that she had attempted to wake Jack to let him know that Noah was missing. But Jack responded with, he's probably laying in a field somewhere. This statement has been interpreted in various ways. Is it shedding light on Jack's potential indifference, or simply his belief that Noah would eventually return, because Noah was known to walk off when he wanted to calm down? Discrepancies have also arisen regarding the search efforts for Noah. Some indicate that they went searching on the ATV but were unable to locate him. His family has expressed skepticism about this claim, arguing that it would have been almost impossible to miss Noah's body given its proximity to the house and based on where they were told the friends searched. Noah's body was found within 1.5 miles from the party house.
A couple of them told her that they had gone out in the side-by-side and looked for him for a little bit, but Madison, didn't they say that they went onto the road and everything? And I remember having the conversation with you about if they had been in that culvert, I mean, they would have been eye level with him. Like, it just didn't make sense.
Because the bottom it's just like road, small bottom, and then high ground by the railroad tracks. If they were cruising down the side, they totally would have saw him.
But they're saying they went out there and searched for him, but they didn't see him. I mean, he would have been seen, especially driving where they were driving, or where they stated they were driving.
The 911 calls have not been released, but Jessica Danielle, I linked her video in the description, was able to locate this recording from the neighboring county of Wairika. They were dispatched to Highway 81 at 6:34 a.m. I'm not sure if it is connected, but the time and location seem reasonable that they were potentially called in.
24 Jefferson County.
Go ahead, 24.
Jefferson County.
Go ahead, 24. This is county.
En route. We're en route.
En route to north of Terrell.
Yes, ma'am.
County clear at 6:34. Are you Ryan or Terrell?
Fire department.
Okay, county clear, 6:35. Thank you.
The timeline surrounding Noah the morning of Monday, September 4, 2023, begins with a text message sent by Jack to his father Caleb at 5:33 a.m. "Meet me at the lake, bring a hat," the message reads. Caleb responds, "Okay." Jack was originally supposed to meet his dad at their home for the fishing trip, but he had overslept. At approximately 5:53 a.m., a 911 call was placed by Tyler, a truck driver, indicating a possible hit and run and that he had found a body. Tyler is the first on scene, who to my knowledge was not at the party and did not know Noah. There was also a semi-truck driver who sees Noah's body, but had to find a safe place to turn around and come back to check to see if he saw what he thought he saw. Sometime between 6 a.m. and 6:10 a.m., first responders arrive. It has been reported this includes Terrell Volunteer Fire Department. It has also been asserted by some in Noah's family that he is a family member of the landowners of the party house. We'll put a pin in that, more on that later in the video. Jack, having woken up later than expected, says he was driving for only minutes towards the lake when he encountered two white trucks, one being a semi, the other a utility pickup, around 6 a.m. It was there that he spotted Noah's body, lying on his side, naked, wearing mismatched shoes and white shorts on the ground. He says Noah had visible injuries, a cut above the eye and a patch of hair missing on his head and blood coming from his ear. But he didn't look like he had been beaten. It looked like an accident to him.
I asked him if Noah was okay, and the semi-truck driver had his hands on Noah like this. And so I just and I could just tell, that he was not okay. He was laying on his side, and he just had his eyes closed, And he had a cut on his forehead. Like, it wasn't just terrible, it was just a cut on his forehead. The top of his hair was scraped off his head, and there was blood on his ears. 100% my heart think that he was hit. I think he got hit on the top of his head by a semi. And that shoe that was on good just stayed on. I don't know. I can't explain any of it,
Is there any part of you that believes that he might have been beaten to death?
No, he was not beaten to death.
Why not?
Because just the injuries, you just could tell he's not.
Jack says he returned to the house to let everyone know that Noah was dead. Around 6:05, Jack called his father Caleb. Caleb was home preparing the boat to take to the lake. He picked up his father in his wife's car and sped to the scene, arriving about 20 to 30 minutes later. Within minutes of arriving on the scene, Caleb called Noah's father, Victor. Caleb reports that when he arrived, law enforcement and fire and rescue were on the scene, and at first, it was being treated as a hit and run per the Jefferson County Sheriff. Approximately 7:15 a.m., Noah's father, Victor, and Noah's brother, Dalen, arrived on the scene.
Said that Noah was in an accident, and so I thought he was in the hospital, and so I come by and I pick up my dad, and we start driving down there, and it's only a 30-minute drive from Comanche, but that drive felt like 2 hours just sitting in silence. We show up, and Jack and Caleb and the Jefferson County Sheriff was there, covered up on the side of the road with the tarp, and it was just kind of a good 10 minutes just staring at fields, just and a loss of words. We show up there, everything's going through our minds of what in the world, because it doesn't look like a hit and run sort of situation. And some weeks go by, and we, they finally rule out the hit and run, and that 4-day party turned into something awful that happened within just a short hour time span for him. I believe this is his tooth right here. His pants were folded up on that square mark.
His pants were there. His tooth was right there in that circle?
I believe so, yeah. And his body was here. And he was in the fetal position, facing that way. And his body was covered up with a tarp or a blanket type of thing. And as you're looking at it, you can see blood seeping through the covering and onto the ground. As I'm looking at it, it just seems weird. The placement of the body, the tooth, the shorts, where they're at, doesn't look like a hit and run. Not that I've been aware of.
Caden, another partygoer, paints a vivid but slightly different picture than Jack. Caden reports being jolted awake at 5:15 a.m. by Jack's frantic yelling, announcing Noah's death. He distinctly remembers looking at his phone, noting the time. He was looking for his shoes, but could only find one, but decided to go ahead and rush to the scene in his Jeep with a few friends. He saw Noah lying on the highway. Caden says he was 15 feet from Noah and saw he was wearing the same black shorts he was wearing Sunday and mismatched shoes. One of those shoes belonging to him. Caden reports when he turned to get something to cover Noah from his Jeep, he was told he had to leave. He had been there for maybe 2 to 5 minutes, and he returned to the party house. Caden insists when he spoke to law enforcement later and the white shorts were brought up, he knew the scene had to have been altered. However, his claims that the scene was altered is disputed by Tyler, who insists Noah was nude and the scene untouched. Jack's account appears to align with Tyler's. Though he acknowledges returning to the house, he says it was an hour later than Caden remembers. Carter, Jack's girlfriend, backs up Jack's timeline and says Jack came rushing into her room and buried his head into her blankets on her bed, visibly distraught, and told her that Noah was gone and he had to go back because he couldn't leave Noah alone on the highway. Carter says it was around 6:15 when Jack came running in. The discrepancies in their recollections are significant. Time. Caden remembers the time as 5:15 a.m., while Jack and Carter place the event at 6:15 a.m. Noah's clothing. Caden claims Noah was wearing the same black shorts from Sunday, while Jack and Tyler assert he was nude. The crime scene. Caden believes the scene was altered, while Tyler insists it remain untouched. Are these discrepancies simply the result of honest mistakes, or is there something more nefarious at play? Or was it the poorly lit highway was still dark at the time in the morning, and did Caden perhaps not see clearly? Sunrise on September 4, 2023 was 7:07 a.m., but the discrepancy of the time being between 5:15 or 6:15 is an issue. The concept of reconstructive memory offers a possible explanation. Traumatic events can skew memories, causing them to be distorted and fragmented. Over time, the process of reconstructing these memories can further amplify inaccuracies and discrepancies. The psychological phenomenon that interplays between the amygdala and hippocampus when faced with a traumatic situation might explain why each witness recalls the events differently.
Some memories probably seem really vivid to you, and it's hard to think that they might not be true. And sometimes people think that if a memory is particularly emotional, then it's less susceptible to forgetting and more likely to be accurate. Emotional memories can be positively or negatively valenced. The birth of your child might be very positive, as a positive emotion, so it's a positive valence, but a memory about the planes hitting the Twin Towers on September 11th, 2001 might be very negatively valenced. Whether positive or negative, highly emotional memories that feel extremely vivid are called flashbulb memories. And even though these memories can seem as real as life, they're just as susceptible to reconstruction as less emotional memories. Often these minor reconstructions aren't very drastic. But what you should understand is that memory is not a video recorder. It's the very organic result of neural connections in your brain, which can be altered and reformed.
However, considering the potential implications of altering the crime scene, the possibility of deliberate manipulation cannot be dismissed. Why would someone do that? For what purpose? And what are they trying to hide? At first, the Jefferson County Sheriff unofficially was considering Noah's death a hit and run. When Oklahoma Highway Patrol came on scene, they said Noah's death looked suspicious. It was not so sure they had a hit and run. Noah's family was left heartbroken and confused. They were being told it was a hit and run. It wasn't a hit and run. It hadn't looked like a hit and run to the family on scene. There was no debris, no pieces of a vehicle, no skid marks. And just the way Noah was lying on the highway, it just didn't look right. So what was it? And why were they being told conflicting things? Amidst the turmoil, Noah's family found some solace in planning a beautiful funeral, one that would show everyone who Noah was. On September 11, 2023, over 1,000 mourners gathered at the Comanche High School gymnasium to pay their respects and say their last goodbye to Noah. Noah's friends lined their vehicles up on the road and performed a commemorative burnout, paying tribute to their friend. In the wake of Noah's death, the community rallied together, setting up fundraisers in his name. The family, after covering funeral expenses, decided to establish an annual scholarship fund at Comanche High School in Noah's honor. The scholarship would award students for good character and aspirations. Applicants would be asked to write an essay describing themselves, what their future plans were, and what was their version of good character. The scholarship would also help to finance sporting equipment for students whose families may not be able to afford it. It's a scholarship, his family says, that honors his memory, as well as the future Noah would never have. In the past, the family's frustration grew with the lack of communication from law enforcement. Despite their repeated inquiries, they had yet to be informed of Noah's cause of death. Desperate for answers, Noah's cousin Ashley created a Facebook group, Justice for Noah Presgrove, to gather information and to try to piece together the puzzle. News Nation produced a story and interviews with the family in May of 2024, 8 months after Noah's death, bringing the suspicious death to a national level. People Magazine, Fox News, Daily Mail, Law and Crime, and local news organizations all did stories on Noah's suspicious death. The family also interviewed on true crime podcasts such as The Full Load and Partners in Crime. They're all linked in the description, and I suggest everyone go listen to them and listen to the family in their own words. Noah's entire family continues to grieve and struggle with his suspicious death. Some members of the family have become outspoken and demand answers. Noah's brother Dalen, his sister Madison, his cousin Ashley, and his Aunt Robin are amongst the more vocal members. A group of strong women who, in my opinion, are fearless, and probably where Noah got that from. Oh, and you too, Dalen. I don't want to leave you out. Noah's autopsy report was finally released to the family and then released to the public a week later. This was 8 months after Noah's suspicious death. The Oklahoma medical examiner ruled Noah died of multiple blunt force injuries. but how he got them was undetermined. I'm going to give a general overview of Noah's injuries. I know it is important to his family to get that information out. If you want a comprehensive accounting, I will link the podcast Body Bags with Joseph Scott Morgan. Be warned, it is very graphic. His autopsy report detailed extensive injuries to Noah's upper body, including 10 broken ribs, serious skull, neck, and spine fractures, internal bleeding, brain and organ damage, and cuts and grazes all over his body. There was one extensive skull fracture running across his head, splitting the middle base of skull into two. Law enforcement has described his head as being caved in. There was also air in both his cranial cavity and spinal cord, extremely rare conditions only caused by massive head trauma. Both lungs were punctured, and he had internal injuries to his heart, spleen, and stomach, as well as internal bleeding. Noah's upper and lower teeth were broken, with few fragments found inside his mouth, and one tooth, I believe a molar, was found on Highway 81, feet from Noah's body. He was bleeding out his ears and had a cut on his lower lip and one on his tongue. Noah's C1, C2, C6, and C7 vertebrae were fractured to varying degrees, and C1 was displaced. He had road rash on his upper back and abrasions on his left shoulder, left arm, and left side of his torso. Other grazes were on his left eyebrow, corner of the left eye, left cheek, left ear, right neck, and behind his right ear. Noah had healed abrasions and scabs on his nose, both hands and knuckles, all of which predated the injuries from that night. The autopsy reports also states there was no vehicle parts or debris found at the scene. He was naked and was only wearing unmatched shoes. Both shoes had some debris in them. One shoe was Noah's Adidas tennis shoe with laces that tied, and a Hey Dude brand shoe that could be slipped on and had fixed laces. There was a pair of shorts and 3 pieces of a broken necklace found several feet from Noah's body. The coroner also noted a drawing in black ink of a stick figure on the inside of the right thigh. It appears all the doodles and funny pictures and names that were apparent in photos of Noah on Sunday were all washed away. One thing that I didn't find in the autopsy report that I find curious is Noah's family says on the day of Noah's funeral, his fingertips appeared shredded. What could that have been from, and why wasn't that mentioned in the autopsy?
Have you ever heard them say foul play is suspected?
I've heard suspected of foul play, suspicious death, and again, they don't tell me everything because they don't want to ruin the investigation, but they said that they've got a couple of people in mind on the situation, and that they're really looking in on them. So,
are you able to tell me who those people are?
They haven't told me.
But they have said that they have a few people in mind.
Yeah.
Somebody's got to know something.
Somebody's got to know something. If there's 40 people standing around and someone, walks off, somebody knows about it. So if 40 people are standing around and somebody gets into a fight, somebody knows about it, and with how close everyone is, with how many pictures are taken on Snapchat, you think that something has to turn up. Somebody has to know something.
We're pretty strong. I know that we are a resilient group for sure. So I think we're handling it as best as that we can and just trying to stay hopeful and optimistic. I'm just hoping that we get it all tied up and we get everything solved and all the questions that we're needing. I'm hoping that it's way less intense that we can't imagine it to be.
Yeah.
I hope that we find out that Noah went fast and that he wasn't in a situation where it would have been a lot worse. Does it make sense? I just want to know, how he died. I want to know what scenario was played out that caused his death and what happened. I just want to know what happened.
And we're nearly 8 months out. The Oklahoma Highway Patrol finally providing this update that they are not investigating Noah's death as a murder. What are your thoughts on the handling of your brother's death?
I think that having some communication means there's progress. So with them saying that they're not investigating it as a murder, there's so many other things that they are able to classify it as. So maybe they have just made some progress and were able to give us that kind of update.
Tell me more about that. What do you suspect may have happened at that party? And we know that one of your family members told News Nation he believes foul play was involved. Do you agree with that?
I'm not going to disagree. I have no reason to disagree, but I know there's people out there. They claim to be Noah's best friends. They claim to love Noah, and I hope with my whole heart that that is actually what happened, is that they were not involved at all. But at this point, I can't rule it out. I just hope that they can find it in their hearts to just do the right thing. And if you're doing the right thing, then that's all that we can ask of you.
There have been many unresolved and unanswered questions that have fostered a climate of distrust and speculation. The lack of transparency and the inconsistent accounts are fueling rumors and hindering the search for truth. Let's look at the changing stories, rumors, theories, lies, and of course, a little bit of small-town politics.
Add more time. I know that he's okay and that we will be okay. But I think it would make it easier if we knew why.
I feel like I raised a good boy, a good man. It brings a smile to my face, joy to my heart that, you know, he had a good head on his shoulders, and I'm proud of that.
Hello, everybody. Again, shout out to Unsupervised Maniacs for her well put together video and commentary. She did a really good job. So please go over, like, and subscribe to her channel. Thank you so much. And we're just gonna dive back in where we left off the other day. No, just kidding. Well, I'm not kidding, but take a minute and say hello to everybody. Kathy Wright, Puff Muffin, Ruben, Edwina, Teresa Quick, American Honey, Catfish, Miss W, Betty, Avery, Cousin, Melanie, Bruce, Bia, and I think that is everybody. And if I missed you, I'm so sorry. But I can't read, so there's that. I'm just kidding. I think I got everybody. Why are you trying to get my attention, fool? Oh, are you trying to distract me? Are you? Oh, you. Haha. Good one. Haha. 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 Good one. What do you mean? Puff? You mean Bub? How do I feel about him owning the whole town of Terrell? Well, I mean, I don't live in Terrell, so sucks for them, 'cause I've been kind of like going back over like old screenshots and stuff and reanalyzing them and seeing like, this name means something this time, and oh wait, this makes more sense now, and etc. etc. But also, I stumbled upon this case out of Indiana, and I should know by now. And what got my attention? Oh my God, the corruption is just. But he was actually arrested and going to jail. But he was the freaking chief of police, and he was freaking the fire chief. I'm like, what the fuck is up with this trend? And he was like funneling the money from the police funds and the fire department funds and buying like personal shit with it. And anyway, he got in trouble. He was in trouble with the feds. Wife got arrested and his daughter got arrested. And him. But it was like, you corrupt son of a bitches. Apparently.
It's a
more
thing.
common. Yeah, like what the fuck?
Yeah, it's a thing. Sorry I'm late. I had to pick up the white lady from the airport.
She's so needy.
I know. It's crazy. And now, oh, dude. Let's see. I wonder if I can. It's 8 minutes.
8 minutes.
Yeah. Oh shit. Did we not get it? Oh yeah, we got it. So on the way back from picking up the white lady from the airport, let me see if I can edit this real quick. There was a fire, and I was like, no, because we were like, so where I stay is it's the high desert, and I got to come down this big ass freaking mountain called the Cajon Pass. And then to get to Ontario, I got to go through like Devore. And Devore is a split between 215 and the 15, and the 15 takes me to Ontario Airport. Now, there is always fucking fires in this area of Devore. And if it gets big enough, there's only 2 ways to get up to, 3 ways to get to where I am, and they're not very how do you say, short. I'll send this to your phone. Bam. Yeah. Luckily, the fire department was already there, and they got it out kind of. And it's not like a real windy day. If it was a real windy day, yeah, they would have been fucked. Yeah. Anyways, it's like a 4-minute thing. I told the white lady, because I was driving. I said, "Here." I said, "Film it." She said, "What do you want me to film?" I said, "White lady, don't ask me questions like that."
Yeah, do what I say.
I said, "Of the fire, of course."
Yeah, like take a selfie. Take a selfie.
Right. I was like, don't show yourself. Just in
8
case
minutes. This says 24 seconds.
I know. I clicked. Because I can't send it the whole 8 minutes.
Oh, well, I guess. I mean, fuck it. Fuck. Tried at 7. 24 seconds. This is all you get.
We gotta get past this motherfucking fire. If we don't, we're gonna be stuck in this motherfucking traffic forever. But watch, when we go past this motherfucking fire, we're gonna feel the heat like a son bitch, because I've done it before. Come on, you motherfuckers. Go.
Sound like me. Get the
Oh, I
fuck
hate
out of
traffic.
the way.
Yeah, I hate traffic.
Dude, I do that from the passenger seat.
Nah.
Kick it in gear, dildo.
You know what I mean? Like, so, like, it's, it was on the far right-hand side in this, like, gully type thing, and it was going up that mountain. Even though it's, like, all the way on the far right, if you're all the way into the left lane, you can still feel the heat from the flames. But by the time we got there, there was you hear me and the white lady cheering the firefighters on, like, woo.
No, I didn't hear that. Wee woo, wee woo.
Yeah, it was a trip. But there was one time, like, so I've seen a many of fires be set on this freaking mountain, right? With one time there was this work truck, it had this chain and it was loose, it kept bouncing on the ground and causing sparks, and it caused different spots, like 4 different spots, to cause fires. And there were cars chasing after the fucking truck to try to get the guy's attention, to tell him, you're fucking starting fires, every so often. And when people would see that, like I've seen a couple of people try to get out of their cars. I don't know, I guess they must have some water or some shit, and they would try to stomp it out, but it's not really that easy. But that dude, he started a big ass fire. And then, so that's coming back up the hill northbound. If you're coming southbound, which is down below, like it goes down lower. Now on that side, if it starts on that side, it'll jump all the way over to the other side. It's pretty crazy. But anyways, back to Noah, please. Except the part where the white lady smacks me in the mouth with a potty mouth. That's right. Yeah, that area has, like, you said, something like that area right there.
I'm up here fucking talking to myself.
The area right there is Devore. It has ranches and shit. You know what I mean? So there's like horses and other farm type animals as well. So
Fucking barnyard animals.
Okay, so like when you see that fire area, remember how I'm telling you about like the snake we went up when I was doing the Caltrans bullshit for work release, and there was a snake. That right there is pretty much around the area that we were, like, I was acting like a bitch because there were snakes.
Fuck that shit.
Yeah. So there's that.
My dad's got a funny snake story too. I don't tell it as funny as he does because he's like, ha ha ha. Fucking idiot. It was his first time in prison, and they gave him like work release or whatever, and he was not work release, but like where you can go work, like you're still in prison, but you just like go mow on the side of the fucking highway and shit like that.
Yeah, that's work
and oh well, I mean, they have different work release where like they get to actually come home, which is some shit I ain't never heard of.
That's work
like,
release.
Yeah, I'm like, well, listen, my dad was a runner. They weren't giving him that, like. So
he had to turn himself back into the jail in the nighttime.
Yeah, that he didn't get that lucky. He was like chain ganging with a weed eater type deal.
Oh yeah. That's
He said they had to mow with this and this was like back in the late 90s. I mean, he said they had them fucking push mowers. That's like just the self-propelling, like it spins in a circle. It's
yeah.
He said he been pushing and he hit it like it was just like a little garden snake, but he hit it and it fucking flung it up his pants leg. And he said he panicked and he didn't know if it was poisonous, so he thought the nurse would want to know what kind of snake it was, so he cuffed his fucking pant leg around his boot and went running inside the fucking. Santa Claus, the snake comes out. They wrote him up because they thought he was like trying to be funny, and he's like, no, he's fucking biting them all up and down his leg. They're like, we don't need to see the fucking snake. He's like, I didn't think y'all. I wanted y'all to believe me.
Oh my god. What the
dude, it's a good thing it wasn't poisonous because your ass would have been dead. Like, who the fuck has a snake in their pant leg and traps it in there? Just hold on, let me get inside.
Right? Damn.
Oh god, he's an idiot. He said, "Well, he said I didn't like that job, and he said they put him on cafeteria duty after that."
Like, this boy ain't got too many cells left.
he might be a threat or danger to himself and others.
It's a push mower too. That shit's fucking funny. But it's true. So like a lot of people don't read the contract that you have to sign for this work release, right? And we're not allowed to operate any kind of machinery, like forklift, chainsaws, saws, anything like that. And but there was the Cajon Caltrans where I was at, they were cool, but other Caltrans, like San Bernardino Caltrans, they were assholes. Thank God I didn't go to work for them. That's funny. Oh, I couldn't do that. Oh, your dad's got balls.
No, he don't. He's an idiot. He said, I don't know what the fuck I was thinking. He went in there screaming like a chicken with his head cut off.
Oh, I would have been screaming like a fucking girl, like, ah! I probably would have passed out.
Yeah, he's like, but look, did you see it? They're like, get the fuck out of here, or we're gonna write you up. There goes your game time.
Right?
He's like, I thought they'd want to know. I'm like, they don't give a shit. You think if it was poisonous, they were gonna suck that venom out? Like, you fucked regardless. You in the wrong place for an emergency, motherfucker.
Right? Like,
unless it's dental, you're fucked. Nah, they'll get you right with some fucking dental work, I'll tell you that.
Right?
That's about it, though.
I wonder if he meant to do that. He meant to chop it up. He saw that shit and he's like, man, I'm going to cut this bitch up. That mower thing ain't cut it up.
He said it didn't, though. It just fucking slung it and pissed it off. He said that bitch was not deterred at all. Like, I guess if it had been an electric one, it'd been like, yeet. It just took it on a merry-go-round.
That snake was like, oh, you fucked up. You
he said, oh, yeah, let me get a piece of that fucking white meat right there. He fucking cuffs his pant legs and just... Sarge! He said, that ain't fucking funny. You better not have no fucking pant. You better not have no snake in there. And he said, what you mean? It's biting the fuck out of me. He said, don't turn it loose in here. I'm serious. I'll write your ass up, Dormady. He said, what you want me to do with it? He said, I suggest you fucking put it back where it came from.
Right? He said, take it back where you found that motherfucker. He's like, well, that's way back where.
He said, what if it's poisonous? He said, then I suggest you hurry up. Okay, you ain't coming in here till it's out your pants leg.
That shit's fucking funny.
Oh, he wasn't okay to hear him tell it. He almost, that's like his freaking Vietnam story.
His Vietnam story.
I'm like, I can only imagine the snake was probably like a freaking a foot and a half, but to hear him tell it was like a fucking anaconda.
Oh, that's what I say. I don't care if it's 2 feet, 3 feet. Every snake to me looks like a fucking anaconda. I told you what that snake said to me, right? When I came across it, he looked at me and said, you go your way, I'll go mine. I said, all right with me.
What's the lost firefighters? What does that mean?
The lost firefighters.
Oh, I'm sure they were, but they weren't laughing whenever they thought he was about to turn that bitch loose where they were at.
Right? Inside there.
Oh, I'm sure they laughed at him. I mean, I'm quite certain there's no way they couldn't, because I can only imagine, like, the way that he was just keeping it trapped in one leg. But he said he still levitated across that fucking brickyard, like...
He's levitating.
Screaming, and all you see is, like, fucking, like, what is moving in his pants? Help! Be like, what the... First of all,
shit.
Freeze! Put your fucking hands up. He's like, I can't.
I can't, officer. I can't.
What the fuck do you got in your pants? A snake. Oh, haha, good one.
Right? Yeah. No,
why did you drop it? He said, I don't know. I thought it would help.
Yeah, to show you I wasn't lying.
He said, I wanted y'all to see what kind of snake it was.
Oh, man. That would have been fucking hilarious. I did the same thing. I'm like, nah, you gotta fucking get out of here with that fucking thing.
Yeah, it was a garden snake, Bia. He didn't know that, though.
So, where did we leave off, or is there any new developments on Noah's situation?
Not on an official manner, but like I said, there's still stuff like buzzing around in the groups. But it's went radio silent for the most part by the people that, like I said, that we usually like talk about.
Mm-hmm.
It's still like radio silent. So I've just been going back and like taking like just going back over like old, stuff that I necessarily, not that I missed, but like I said, just kind of knowing different names and places and stuff that didn't know at the time, and it's like a whole different experience.
Right. Now the radio silence, that's telling a lot,
It really is, because she being Stevie, like, she's not been quiet for like 8 months, and she's just went hush. Like, she ain't commenting on nothing, and probably the better part of 3 weeks now, creeping up on 3 weeks.
So, like, if I had any doubts about the video having any authentication, just knowing that, hearing that, would kind of make me like, yeah, there's something to it. If that broad all of a sudden,
Yeah, she's not disputing it, that's for sure.
Ghost, yeah.
And she's damn sure had an argument about everything else.
Right.
Everything else. So it's weird that she's not, defending it or arguing it. She's not commenting on it at all. Maybe she finally got a lawyer that was, half worth a fuck.
That told her to shut the fuck up.
Jeez, because, man, there ain't no way. someone with a retainer that was being paid was like, yeah, sure, just do what you want. Hey, have at it. It's gonna, not gonna make my life any harder.
Yeah,
Stupid
especially when
dog.
this goes to trial. How am I supposed to explain all these fucking stupid ass messages and shit?
Right, exactly. Especially considering wasn't necessary. You inserted yourself.
Yes, absolutely.
Like you didn't have to. I mean, she don't even really spend much time defending her kid, which is what it started out about. It she spends more time just arguing with people and just being a bitch.
Right, and then the
defending Jack.
Fucking
weird.
The plaintiff and stuff. They're gonna be like, well, what does this mean that you can make bodies disappear and explain
Yeah,
that?
she's gonna be like, ha ha, yeah, who's gonna play me in the Netflix series? Like, what the hell?
Right. So what do you mean that Noah wanted to bang you out? Like, did that happen? Or, like, should we call you the new Stifler's mom or what?
Yeah, that's fucking bizarre.
Yeah.
I don't care who you are. And she's all like, oh, it was a joke. Ha ha, like, bitch. How about no?
And it's a joke at like perfect timing, right? Yeah, that's cool.
Yeah, like hell of a time to be cracking jokes. Yeah, very much so. Like, well, thanks for the laugh. Such an appropriate timing.
Yeah.
Appropriate subject.
They were like, oh, ha 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 ha, fucking knee slapper.
Hilarious. Yeah, I'm sure they were impressed.
Right. Weird, fucking weird.
Very weird. So, I do have some newer. Well, no, they're not new. I say new because they're new. Like, I know I haven't showed them yet, but they're older ones that either I've had sent to me recently by said I don't gotta beat around the bush, from Caden's mom, and or I've just kind of like went back through the group, like in the groups since I've had time, and just kind of like did like a refined search and go through the 600 comments again, and there's always at least 5 or 6 that I missed because I mean, come on, 600 comments, they all start to just kind of blur together.
Right.
So I was a little bit more tedious on that, and I did get a couple of things that I know for sure were like, oh, that, I remember reading the things before that and after that, but I didn't get that. So I was like, let me get that now. But, just so that I have it in case anybody needs it or, but for, documentation purposes. But I'm surprised, for the most part, Stevie's the only one that keeps her comments up. Everyone else like types them and then deletes them, which is like pretty telling in itself because she's like, I do what I want. Ain't nobody going to do shit about it type deal.
Right. Exactly. Almost as if she was like, well, I mean, she was like being braggadocious about it.
Yeah, like I'm untouchable and Puff OKC is Fire Station 24. What the fuck is y'all talking about?
Yeah.
Children?
What y'all was talking
about? I don't know. What's 828? What the hell are y'all talking about? Stop talking in code.
Right. So have you like gone back and like taking what like these people say in comparison to each one of these kids' stories? And
oh yeah. That's a fucking clusterfuck, but yeah, I have.
Right. I would imagine so. But I mean, by doing that, it might give some more of maybe like a.
It's there's not an angle that it comes from that it doesn't contradict the previous or prior statement or comment, or no matter who it is. Like, the only one that does not contradict themselves every time they talk is Caden.
Huh. Oh, and has anybody at all mentioned this other truck driver's name?
No, but I did find that was part of the things that I found that were like, oh, I overlooked this before, where Stevie's like, oh, we know who they are. We ain't gonna tell you because there's enough people that are drugging this mess that don't need to be in it unnecessarily, but we know who they are. Like, okay, bitch. I got you. Okay, bitch. That is very, very, very fucking suspicious.
Huh. But
let me know when you find out, Puff. I've been on that mission since that dispatch came out, and it makes my brain hurt. I don't know why it's so difficult. I thought all that shit was public, but apparently in Oklahoma, it's not. So because it's fucking shady. I don't care. I said what I said. Anything that is volunteer based, which means it is ran and funded by the community, donations and funding, that should all be public record. It should not be that hard to find a fucking roster or a volunteer list or something that where's the money going, who's getting it. I don't like that at all. It makes me real uncomfortable. And I'm not even in Oklahoma. If I was, I'd be like, oh, hell to the no.
Right.
Because that I just watched, like, that's what I spent most of the day watching, was this scroungy fucking Indiana, and that was specifically what he was doing, was getting over on the volunteer funding for the sheriff's department and the volunteer fire department in Indiana. So apparently it's not such a rare thing, because they be doing that shit everywhere. And this was like his whole family got arrested. But it went on from like 2015 until like the end of 2022, until his chief deputy like anonymously reported him, and then that started an investigation by the whatever it's called in Indiana, the FBI version there. I think it's ISBI or something like that. One of them BIs. And they like got like 50 something search warrants within like 3 months and fucking bammed his ass.
Well, that, you know what that means? That tells me that that family just wasn't as deep as they thought they were, whereas this family is fucking
right.
deep.
Well, I think that's why it went on as long as it did, because of how deep it was. And it wasn't necessarily that it was like blatantly in your face corruption and everybody turning their head. It was like he was playing the part, like like he was faking the funk, as far as he would take cars that were like the sheriff's department's vehicles, and he'd go trade them in for like equity or whatever, and for his own like personal vehicles, and then wouldn't reimburse the sheriff's department. And it would start out with little shit like that, but he would have the deputies go pick it up from the auction and bring it back to the sheriff's department, so they think that this is what it's supposed to do. And then when they leave, because he's the sheriff and the last can be the last one there, he manipulates this, manipulates that, and he's got freaking 3 mansions with all kinds of storage containers full of antique cars. I mean, they seized like $3 million worth of shit that he bought off of the volunteer fire department's credit card, and left the fucking fire department in credit card debt. Because nobody questioned him because of his rank. And there was no oversight, because it was the good old boy system. If it ain't broke, don't fix it until it ain't, until it is. I mean, now they got to have signatures and oversight to get fucking gas,
Yeah. No shit. That's the way to fucking bring that shit down to a halt.
I mean, the motherfucker was gambling on the damn fire department's money. Like, he was brazen, but nobody questioned, that, like, just there, it's kind of like, small town. Well, we didn't know where he was getting his money from. Okay, well, if you work with him and you are aware of the kind of salary you're earning, you can't imagine his is much more. If the math ain't math, and that ain't my business. I mean, what'd you think? He was fucking El Chapo on the side?
Exactly.
That's the whole thing. Oh, well, it ain't my business. I stay in my lane. Well, that's where the lack of accountability shit goes in, because everybody's like, oh, I'll just turn a blind eye to it because, ultimately it doesn't affect me right now.
Right. Yeah, you're right. Right now.
Right, but in all reality, like that shit all comes back full circle because it'll be incorporated into your high ass taxes. I mean, you might not realize it. It might not say, "Hey, you're paying this off," but it will be incorporated into the next time you pay anything that is tax related, which you better do all day, every day, or you'll be next.
Right.
And that was what got them, was because they were spending the funds on the fire department, and they waited until the day they filed their IRS taxes, and when they didn't claim it as income on their IRS taxes, the feds came and kicked in their door literally like the day they posted their taxes.
Oh, they were waiting for that shit there. They were waiting for this
Yeah.
stuff. Like, yeah, if you don't come through with that 1024, whatever the fuck it is.
Right. Yeah, because you can spend it, but you just have to claim it as income, and and pay taxes on it, and reimburse it. And him and his wife filed it jointly, and his daughter was on there, and they all three had matching search warrants, or not search warrants, arrest warrants.
So you got the daughter fucked up.
Yeah,
That's funny.
because they were all on camera using that credit card. But the wife, she was just fucked up because she filed jointly with his taxes.
That brings a new meaning to what is it called? Petty funds.
Yeah. That's fucked up to be doing shit like that, and like to drag your wife and daughter in it too. Like, you would think he would be man enough to be like, oh, you don't shit where you eat, but he's just like, here's the card, here's the pin, just wow out, boo boo.
Thanks, Paul.
And they were like having to like threaten his life and pretty much give him a bond that was so unreasonable because the motherfucker wouldn't come off the credit card after he was arrested. Come on, no, I ain't giving it up. Like, bitch, let it go.
Right? Like, not even realizing that shit's not even active.
Yeah, but they couldn't deactivate it because that was the thing. He had been, that it took their bunch of, it took them forever to be able to get him where he wasn't, the authorizer or the administrator of funds, because he was getting, certain, like, it was like a funding thing that was still in act until like 2025, and even though he's under indictment, that they're still under contract and he's still the recipient, so it was like, they had to do all this, crazy shit just to get them to cancel the card and ultimately cancel the account because the feds, if anybody would have touched that account, anybody on his behalf, man, they'd have been on their asses like white on rice. But he was just still being a dick after you're caught. You'd think you'd be like ashamed, and he's like, nah, fuck it, I ain't giving you shit. Hiding guns, just making them literally have to get yes, and just playing dumb, like using every bit of that strategy of being a sheriff, like to which is it was just really disgusting, and it pissed the judge off too. Like, he was about had a fucking stroke. Like, I ain't never seen somebody hit the gavel that hard. He was spitting and everything. I was like, God damn. I was like, God damn. He was like, you're a disgrace and you're not above the law. Bail set for $1.5 million cash. I said, God damn. That means no bondsman, no nothing. They called the bondsman. They said, have you ever heard of a bond this high? He said, I tell you what, you couldn't get every bondsman in this damn state, combine us together and say that we ain't touching that. That is, there's no way. We are not touching a bond that high. He ain't going nowhere. 10% of that, we're real good. And we don't want your dirty ass, however the fuck you think you're going to pay for that neither. Don't even look at us. Absolutely ain't getting the feds on us.
Right.
Because that's the thing that they don't think about when people with high ass bonds. Is like, okay, well, when you don't have any kind of job or anything, like, how are you making that money? Because don't think that you don't have to answer for it, or your ass will sit in there.
For real.
It's called I forget. It's called a something hold. I don't know. They do it here in Polk. I know Grady don't fucking play. He was on the news today being a dick again.
At least that sheriff goes out and fucking does stuff, you know what I'm saying? And lets the public know, look, we just did this. I don't even care if he's doing it for the publicity. At least, fuck, man. At least this dude's out there doing something, and letting, or even letting people know that, I don't know, this county or the city over next to him is doing something.
Oh no, he was blasting all of them, talking about this is why this is like this in California, and this is why this shit don't.
Hell to the no.
He's like, this is why this shit don't fly here.
He must be like, well, I don't know. He's probably not a fan of Gavin Newsom, so then I'm more of a fan of him then.
He's not a fucking fan of California at all. He thinks they're all scroungy fucks.
Hey.
He says, he said, the reason why your cities are not safe are because of the fucking open border. Why are the borders open? Because Biden's an idiot. I was like, well, I mean, he ain't lying.
Oh my goodness. I don't even want to talk about that bullshit.
Nobody does, but man, it is a hot fucking mess.
Right? He said, I'll challenge you to a golf thing as long as you can carry your bag. I started laughing when he said that shit.
He said, I don't even know that last sentence you said, but he said, don't be a Joe. Don't act like Joe. I was like, what the fuck? He said, Joe Mumble.
That shit is funny.
He's like, the border's a beautiful place, a safe place. He said, yeah, why don't you go down there and hang out for 5 minutes?
He asked, do I live in the area where the chief of police had a 2-year affair with one of his officers' wives? Well,
what?
I don't know. I mean,
fucking California. Fuck it.
That doesn't really narrow that down. So, it's California.
Operation Ruski.
Right? I would imagine I live in an area where that's possible.
Yeah, I mean,
like, okay, when I first moved up here, there's like the city, it's like Victorville, and then Adelanto. Adelanto is kind of like a ghetto area. They had their police force. Their police force was all the rejects from the what were they called? The ones that beat Rodney King. Oh man, what were they? They had a certain name for them, but
the cops.
Yeah, it was. There was like a certain name, or division, or whatever the hell it was, and after the Rodney King thing, they were sent up here, and well, they were fucking shit up, so they came in and got rid of all of them. The whole Adelanto Police Department. Damn.
Just says Los Angeles Police Department. Who?
Like, it was during the Rodney King days. This thing was.
You mean like the Black Panthers? What do you mean?
No, it was part of the police force. It was a division.
Like like a name they called themselves?
Yeah.
Hmm.
Let me see if I can look that up.
White
It's on the tip of my
white
tongue.
loss? Oh, wait, what the hell does that sound? He was a sergeant? Damn. What the fuck? And a hmm.
Damn. Something like that, yeah, like a vice division or something. You know, like you have like a smash unit, a drug enhancement, you know, something like that. I can't remember what the fuck they called themselves.
Mm-hmm.
It's really not that important, but I mean, it's like on the tip of my tongue. I can't think of it right now.
Governor Ron DeSantis in the Florida legislature.
Yeah.
My dear friend Mark Brittenell, he is the special agent in charge out of the Tampa office. This investigation absolutely unequivocally would not be possible without the cooperation and the teamwork and the partnership of our folks. It also wouldn't be possible without Governor Ron DeSantis in the Florida legislature. This is a safe case. As you know, it's money that was created by the legislature, signed by the governor, so that we could go after these folks dealing fentanyl and killing people across the state of Florida. This was one of the very first cases that you see here today. So I'm going to give you the highlights of this case, and then we'll accept questions after the fact. And I want to introduce you to Operation Ruski. It is a family affair. And it all started with Pilar Rivera, and she's married to Hector Baez Torres. And they apparently, or wanted everyone to believe, only ran legitimate businesses. On Highway 98 North in Lakeland, they had the bait shop, Ruski's Bait Shop, and Ruski's Motorcycle Parts and Repair Shop. And their people would have legitimate business. We find it ironic that why these businesses appeared legitimate, this is how they washed their money from their dope deals. So these businesses are operating. In fact, Hector got on to people for smoking marijuana. He said, we can't have the odor of marijuana in our business. It's bad for business. So why he's telling his legitimate employees, which have nothing to do with the dope world, hey, no marijuana smoking here. It's bad for business. Here's what's really going on. When you look, there's Hector and his wife. That's the CEO and the CFO. His wife took care of all the money. She took care of the money not only for the legitimate business, but for the drug trade. And then you come down and you look, and this Jimmy Lee Baez Riviera, who's 23, she is the daughter of Pilar and Hector. And Miguel is her boyfriend. She is an assistant to Miguel. Miguel is the one that actually received the dope from the big-time dope dealers, and then he would distribute it down to the lieutenants, who would then sell it on the street. So Hector would order the drugs. He, for the most part, kept his hands off of the drugs. However, Miguel would be the one who made sure the drugs got to this level. Everyone boxed in red here is charged with racketeering. So when the investigation began we thought, well, heck, we've got street level drug dealing. We were buying fentanyl. Do you see this? I mean, what else do you put in a Ziploc bag? Yeah, that's right, a commercial Ziploc bag this size. So this is about 0.2 of a gram of flour that's to imitate 0.2 of a gram of fentanyl. And these are the people they're selling to. This was totally a street operation. So we started this investigation arresting people that were buying drugs from their dealers and distributors. We saw these folks. They were also entrepreneurs. Many of them would buy 5 bags for $25, maybe 10 bags, and then they would use part of it and sell part of it. So even though they were paying $5 a bag, they would sell it for a profit, at least enough to pay for their drug deal. So when we started this in January 12th, 2021, we were working the street, and all of a sudden our detective said, oh my gosh, these folks are cranking out 500 to 1,000 bags of this a day in Lakeland from this one operation. So they needed to go further. So we set up wiretaps or communication interceptions through warrants. We saw that this immediately went across county lines. We were already working this investigation with FDLE and the safe money, and we always need our statewide prosecutor. Ashley Moody is the best, and she's on this, and she gave us the team of statewide prosecutors. So what did this tell us? It told us, okay, now we figured out that Pilar and Hector are the top of the organization. We defined the hierarchy. We figured out the next level was part of the family affair. We figured out who they were. Then we figured out the operators, and 2 of the operators are boyfriend and girlfriend, Wilma Fuentes and Luis. We also figured out that as these people at this level were arrested, they would quit letting them deal dope. They would distance themselves. We also figured out that because of the intricacies of this operation, our interception of communication solidified our racketeering charges. Now it's interesting. On June the 20th, our folks served a total of 6 search warrants. One was served by FDLE and Osceola. We served the other 5 here. And we seized a lot of things. We seized motorcycles. We wiped out and seized everything from the bait shop because we were able to funnel the money and see it follow back up to be laundered at the legitimate places. We seized guns. Ladies and gentlemen, I say this every time, and I'm going to say it once again, and you'll hear it the next time. People who want you to believe that drugs are low level and nonviolent are either mentally insane or they're flat out lying to you. We see 2 names in red here. This drug killed at least 2 people from fentanyl overdose. Now, we didn't track all of these folks. We arrested a total of 64 people. So we don't know how many others we Narcaned or were Narcaned to save their lives, or how many of these others of just this snapshot, because we quit arresting these street level people because it was putting heat on our ability to move up the chain of command. And then you have the guns. You know, Louis Vuitton. How many of you have a Louis Vuitton semi-automatic rifle? Hey, you ought to be trendy while you do this. Or when we went to serve the search warrant on Miguel, here's the interesting thing about Miguel. You know what happened? He had his gun. That's right. He had his gun he hid in the attic. We were sure that our detectives were going to end up in a shootout with Miguel. But after an hour and a half, our hostage and our hostage negotiators, and in this case, our barricade negotiators, talked him out of the attic, and we were able to arrest him and take this gun without a shootout. That's the talent of these detectives that worked this case. We seized legions of property, as I talked about. I've got to tell you about Miguel. Miguel earned $1 a bag for every bag he sold. Well, you think about it. $500 to $1,000 in cash a day is not bad. And Miguel told us upon his arrest, 30 years for $1. That's what he told us over and over and over after he was arrested. He should have thought about that ahead of time. Then he would have put his head in his hands and tell the detectives, I can't believe it. 30 years I'm going to get. 30 years for $1. Finally, he figured it out. But that wasn't all. He managed to have his wife tied up in it, or his girlfriend tied up in it, and her mama and her daddy. We figured the gross income was about $2.7 million during this operation. It's interesting that as we served these search warrants, that you had Wilma. Wilma wanted to kind of be on the sideline, but she delivered dope when Lewis was not available. Let me tell you what we discovered during the investigation. Lewis didn't miss his meals. Everything stopped while he had a lunch break. Everything. Well, Wilma would deliver the dope when he was on a lunch break. So his lunch got her wrapped up in a racketeering charge. We thought that was humorous. It's interesting that they said that when they were doing the undercover operation, they would see these folks buy 1 bag, 5 bags, 10 bags, resell. Then when their IRS money came, they would be buying 100 bags or 150 bags at a time. So IRS money contributed to the drug running and the drug using and the drug selling on the street level. Now, we could literally talk for a long time about all of the nuances of this case, but I think you've pretty well figured it out. Guns me every day. But I want to turn this over once again to my colleague.
Helicoptering.
And every day on long-term, big-scale investigations.
Thank you, Sheriff. Thank you, Sheriff. Good morning. On behalf of Commissioner Mark Glass, I'm Mark Brutnell, the Special Agent in charge for FGLE Tampa. I'm honored to be here today to stand.
Nobody cares about your dweebs.
We only wanted to hear fucking great
Yeah, I like to hear him talk shit.
Yeah. He said Miguel.
Yeah, I think he meant Miguel.
Yeah.
He said Magwell. Magwell.
He ain't even trying to fucking. You don't give a fuck if he chops that fucking name. Oh shit.
Out of control.
He's fucking gangster with it. So are these Stevie's things? Snappy chats? Facebookies? Carne torta. Hello? Bia said, wind it up.
So I about got mad. It's a good thing. Like I realized it was back up because I was like, oh, beep, 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 beep. You piece of shit, chingalera.
Ah. Fucking chingaderas over here.
Fucking damn thing is a piece of shit. Whoa.
The Mexicans, they make the best sandwiches. We starting here? Oh, it was Rampart Division. That's what it was. Rampart Division. I was trying to think of.
I'd have never fucking thought of that.
Yeah.
Never even heard of that.
I don't think they're a thing anymore. I'm not sure.
I sure fucking hope not.
Yeah. So this is Stevie, right? Or is this other person in blue?
This is Stevie talking to the person in blue.
Okay. That's the thing. I have not attacked. He gave his account and I gave ours. One lady commented intimidating the witness. Laugh out loud. How so? Yet for 9 months we have seen ridicule, rumor, and threat. I discredit his statements most part because he did already give his to law enforcement 7 months ago when he wasn't mad at other kids and it was different. And regardless, law enforcement have even deemed his account so uncredited that they have disregarded it in testimony on his account of that day anyway. So this really matters none, as the ones who know already know. I don't mean that rude, but yes, law enforcement have already told us that upon our last visit. Who's she talking about?
Caden.
I knew you were gonna say that. So now she's saying that he gave a statement to law enforcement,
and they deemed it to be uncredited. credited because apparently he's trying to get a fucking house loan or something. I'm uncredited because the police can uncredited you, and made
Right.
it his.
Hello? What happened? Yes, thank you,
His testimony.
Sam Sandwiches. Her
Can you hear
fucking
me?
yeah.
Okay. I was about to fucking cuss this thing out. This is making me angry.
Yeah, so he's uncredited, so he doesn't have credit because he's only a kid, but
Yeah.
but what is she saying that 9 months ago he gave a statement, all of a sudden he got mad at the kids and then came up with another statement, but had to chase down the law enforcement to give a statement.
It's not like he's trying to get a used car.
Right. He's trying to find out who Jack sold the truck to. This fucking broad, man. And she's not trying to be rude or anything. One lady, I like this. One lady commented, intimidating a witness. Laugh out loud. How so? Like, what? I discredit his statements, most part because he did already give his to law enforcement. I discredit? What the fuck? She keeps dropping down. She keeps rage quitting. Has anybody in here heard anything new of the... Oh, here we go. Never mind. Everybody, back to what we were doing.
God, this thing is irking my soul.
Law enforcement have already told us upon last visit. Oh, that's cool. Like, so law enforcement is giving like them a bunch of information, but like the family none. That's cool. All around. Good job, Steve.
Yeah, so either we got a real big conflict of interest here, or she's full of shit.
Right.
Both are very probable.
Right. As far as having people buy alcohol, yes, that is how it works. Okay, so right there, she's admitting to a crime taking place then, right?
Yeah, because I mean the alcohol was bought and distributed to minors by her daughter.
Right. So, okay, you will also see I state this 9 months ago. So this is no new proposition for consideration on my part. And the young man whom did buy alcohol as well, or the young man who stole it from the store, is all accounted for yet again with those that matter. Oh my God. So she's saying she knows the young man who bought the alcohol or the young man who stole the alcohol. Those people that know, that's all that matters, right? Because she doesn't know if they bought it or if they stole it. And it's a young man, not her daughter.
Right, because I don't know of any young man that would have been of age that
Right.
would have
These fucking broad.
she ain't got no problem name dropping about anybody else. I think she's full of shit.
Right. And then why is she gonna say bought or stole? Which is it?
Because one of them makes the store complicit because they sold it to someone underage, and the other one is like, "Oh, he came in and stole it when I wasn't looking."
Right. You should have just said just one or the other and just fucking left it alone.
Well, she's not sure which one you're gonna buy, so she's got to put them both out there that way. Whichever one you don't like, it sounds like real big horse shit. She's gonna favor the other one.
Right. Just like he's really, really far or he's really, really close.
Yeah, but he's like so close but so far. But it's like the farther you get, the closer you are, and the closer you are, the farther you get.
Exactly.
Fuck.
The fuck.
Optical illusion ass shit.
So, and all have cooperated.
Says who?
Is that cooperated?
Cooperated with who? Yeah, cooperated with who? The investigator that had to be hunted down?
Right. All have.
I bet they did. Get out the chicken coop, bitch.
Right. There are many factors that add to the event no one saw coming. Not just this young man's, but ultimately any rumor or wrong account does affect those that are left behind, though. What?
Left behind? You act like it was a privilege that he fucking died, you weirdo.
Let me read this again. And does this make any sense? There are many factors that add to the event no one saw coming, period. Not just this young man's, period, but, ultimately, any rumor or wrong account does affect those that are left behind, though? Huh?
Well, what event? Because I thought, in order for you to say that, that means that there has to be an event that no one saw coming. What are you talking about? What event? Thought you didn't know. Thought nobody knew. There's factors with an S, plural, but the event is just event without the S.
Right.
And it's not saw coming, bitch. It's seen coming. You.
Oh shit.
And she started a sentence with "but" and then put a comma. I can't.
That's what. And then capitalize the ultimate. I mean, this is where I'm like, fuck me. I gotta be fucking getting dumber. At some point,
I don't even know how the fuck you make text to talk go that rule. I almost said a naughty word.
I don't think she's using text to talk. I think she's actually.
Yeah, because I can't get my text to talk to let me do you. It'll fucking autocorrect it to us.
Yeah. This
or something literate.
Talk shit. Text to talk ain't that dumb.
She might not be fucking with Siri. Probably fucking with that Alexa bitch. Oh god, it gets worse. What's the next image? Yeah.
I know it's hard to imagine, period.
It says image. It says image. Rum rum.
Oh yeah, I'm getting dumb.
Yeah, image. I know it's hard to image.
It's hard to.
Because I mean, she's not even close to imagine. She's like, she just got the E. She said, "Fuck the IGN." Wow.
Right. So
can't blame that on autocorrect, bitch.
Right. But there were several vehicles on that highway that night, and since Noah left and was.
Well, that just contradicted the last thing that we talked about before this with Jack, because he said, according to whatever inside information he had, that there was no vehicles, zero traffic from the time Noah died until the 911 call was called. That's how he knew it had to be either the Texas boys or the semi-truck driver. Now, she says there was several vehicles on the highway that night. Oh, boy, how y'all going to explain that one? Y'all must have not have talked that one out before opening your big fat mouths.
Puff is saying like we need to listen to that 911 call again and heavily analyze it.
It's not a 911 call.
Jack never said he passed the polygraph test. He dodged the question and changed the subject. Oh, really?
That would be called a deflection.
Deflection?
He learned that from his fucking mother-in-law.
This is true. He doesn't say that. He said that
Something about hooked up to his butt and
yeah,
all that details, but he doesn't say he passed.
and then the whatever people are saying on the internet or whatever the fuck, and that's why he put his phone number out and Facebook him.
He did.
Is it still the same number?
Yep.
Why haven't we tried calling him?
I did. He didn't want to talk to me. Just like
Really?
Dalton, they never. Yeah, really. I texted him too. Motherfucker. Tried to call all the bitches.
He was like, I ain't talking to this fucking broad. She knows shit. She knows some shit.
He said, skirt, nope, she's Team Caden. Can't fuck with that bitch.
Right?
Stevie already told him, better watch out for her.
They were like, just find out who's that fucking guy reading, calling all of us stupid and fucking bitch and shit.
No, Alicia was last night. She was like, "Are you watching this idiot?" I'm like, "She gotta be talking about we're like right." I'm like, I said no, but should I? She said, "Oh, it's bad." So I go over there and fucking Kyla's done over there. Goddamn, God bless America. Anyways, analyzing the video, he's done got everybody thinking that it's from 4 days after the party, not 4 days ago, and that there's somebody standing on the side of the fucking trailer in a hazmat suit. I said, this fucking idiot. I said I can't deal. Like, I can't. I just can't.
What the fuck?
That's what I said. I was like, wow. I mean, you don't just fuck shit up. You just fuck it all the way up. I mean, fucking 4 days after the party, everybody's like, man, I wouldn't have even watched it if I'd have known it was from 4 days ago. Who the fuck cares?
What the fucking hell?
They was like, what if it was somebody in a hazmat suit? Like, it's been so long. What is it? What if I keep these? Oh, and then he zooms in on a rock. He's like, a potential murder weapon found exclusively here. Bitch, there's bricks every motherfucking where. If that's the case, I got a potential murder weapon on my fucking steps. What the fuck? Oh, spotted. Like, I don't think it was lost.
It wasn't that fucking whip that he uses.
I don't know if he's done that yet, because I know Alicia would be like, what the fuck? Oh, she would probably be concerned about his fucking stuffed animals.
It's just funny as fuck. She called you and was like, this dumb son bitch right here.
She said, you watching this dumbass shit? I said, we're like, right, question mark? She said, yup. I said, no, but I guess I should. She said, oh, it's interesting, but not in the way you think. I said, oh, I didn't just meet him yesterday. I know the kind of interesting he is. She's like, it's funny, everything that breaks on his channel is like, the day after, you talk about it on yours. I said, no way! Breaking news! Fucking A. And then he's over there all discreet. Thank you to my anonymous source. And I'm like, dude, she's over here coming, showing her face, talking anonymous. Like, what are you doing? Talking in code, like, oh man, we got the hazmat suits. And she's like, I was drunk as hell. I can't believe I didn't see that. I said, bitch, it's not a person. She said, oh, well, he had me going. I said, yeah, I see. Oh god, and Caden's like, it's something to do with farming. I said, I think it looks like a fucking blow-up doll, and that would be so much funnier. That's what I'm going with. It wasn't a person though. Like, I seen that shit when I watched it. It wasn't like I missed it. It's just not a fucking person. I'm not dumb. 4 days after the party. No, motherfucker. 4 days ago. And he does them live premiere, so he couldn't even correct it. He's got to put it in the comments, like in all capital letters. Sorry, was not 4 days after the party. 4 days, and they're like, "Oh, this is fucking clickbait."
Like 4 days too late.
How the fuck did you mix that up?
That biting ass motherfucker.
Look at the rocks. Look at the door. And now look at the hazmat man. Oh, we've got a dodgy cleanup over here. Now let's zoom in and see if we can see that same rock. Now. Oh, it's dodgy. It's not there. They must be cleaning up real well.
That bloke got it all cleaned up, eh?
Must have been that TikTok cleanup crew. Yeah, that breaking news he found that he fucking... Yeah, you found it all right. You found it on my channel, bitch. Motherfucker, I know it is because it's my screenshot. I can still see the way that I fucking circled it. You didn't even make your own goddamn screenshot. You just...
Oh, shit. He's playing a screen recording where I'm reading shit, and he's like, oh, yeah, you got a translator translate it.
He just puts it on mute, like, oh, don't mind that. Then he just puts his head over it, like, just kidding. Oops. I had a growth spurt. Fucking A.
This guy.
I don't give a shit.
All right. Where am I at now? On the
we ain't got no happy pills. Tennessee man. This is a natural.
Yeah, we just we like laughing at stupid people.
Yeah, even if it's us, but today it's not.
So, on that highway that night, and since Noah left and was almost 2 miles down the road and was not able to be seen, and alcohol was involved, no, I do not find it hard to believe, period. I do, however, find it hard to believe that any of these kids would have had a part in harming him or have been able to keep quiet or covered up or not leave one shred of evidence in the state they were in, period. And, oh my God. Start off a sentence with "and," because I love this. And yes, Noah absolutely deserved justice, period. Unfortunately, because of the actions of others, many here now do as well, period. If I have come across as being aggressive to Caden, that is not my intention, period. In his post, he stated that from the beginning we said hit and run and implied that had changed, period. So I commented, no, we still believe that, period. I have not threatened or accused. I know she's not going to say she haven't threatened nobody or accused anybody. Where am I at?
At the top, she's
and
what?
yeah, and some of the other kids had a falling out. That doesn't even bother me really, period. He too is a young kid and doesn't realize the detrimental effects that an implication can bestow in something like this, period. And I really do know that his account is wrong, and so does law enforcement. So what is said really doesn't matter here. I'm not mad at the kid. I'm not even upset. I've not come at him whatsoever. If you name me and tag me, yes, I will answer. If you don't want it to be an honest answer, then I suggest you not ask me. I am not blaming G. Who's G?
Gage, maybe?
Gage. Right, because I think that's like the only G that we've come across, right?
Yeah, Gage and yeah, that I can think of.
Yeah, yeah.
Or
But
maybe Gavin, but I don't know that he was at the party. I think there was a remember, because that's supposedly the carpool that picked him up.
Right, and because he had went the opposite way to come back the way, drop him off. What he said, he
Correct.
dropped him off at the drive.
The Waurika, the Sonic and Waurika, yeah.
Right, and then went home, right?
Right, because he drove his truck or Blazer home, and then he was supposed to stay home and was going to stay home and took a shower and went to sleep, and then Jack was like blowing his phone up wanting him to come back, and he said, fine, I'll come back, but you'll have to come get me and bring me back. And that's when the contradicting stories where either Jack came and picked him up, or the other truck full of boys did, or Avery, because now I've heard 3.
Right. Avery, but I thought it was Avery with a couple other boys.
Yeah, I've heard it was Avery, Logan, Gage, and Mikey.
Right. But Gage had his own vehicle because Gage wanted to go home, and he went home that night. So he wasn't there for none of this stuff.
Right.
Right.
And so, I don't know that he was at the party at all, because I didn't see him in any of the videos, but that doesn't mean that he wasn't there.
Right. That's true. So, okay, I'm not blaming G, which
Assuming is Gage.
Assuming
Right.
it's Gage or anyone else. I do expect other parents, kids, and individuals involved to acknowledge their own participation since me and mine are being so diligently engaged, though. Okay. I can't read the very top, but have grown men beat on her door or a 22-year-old girl to get threats daily on her messenger saying she is the reason her friend lost his life. There is no party as far as a side. I am the only one who ever comments there is no side. And you see more fight because I fight harder. I comment little compared to every tag or accusation. I just stand out because I write books and make smart ass comments. And honestly, I am about the only one with an offer of opposition. So naturally, it would be noticed more. For instance, out of 200 comments, you choose mine to address. You choose mine to seek out as being aggressive to a child when I am sorry. You disregard the same treatment mine receive. What the? This broad needs some fucking schooling for reals. This looked like water got spilled all over it. Let me see. Jack is the one who informed us of you getting the clothes from the authorities and dispersing them. And Dalen confirmed that he was given Noah's shorts. The guns were brought to my house later, and I got them to their owners. That's Caleb saying that, right?
Correct.
So, okay, so one was Noah's, I believe it went to his uncle.
She didn't say a fucking thing about guns. She asked him about the clothes. Nice deflection, though, my guy.
Like, I mean, that right there is another person who just incriminated himself in some fucking shit that why did you even, nobody asked that, dude. Why the fuck are you even saying this shit? They went into the, oh, here we go with this bullshit. They went into they went into the
Ring
house.
around the rosy.
Right. Went around the property. The owner of the property told them to go and get whatever was needed. Nothing was cleaned with bleach like people are saying. They took the law enforcement down to where the ATV flipped and showed that place too.
Okay, well, that's very telling because why are you? That implies that it was away from the house because they had to go down to where the ATV flipped. So I thought it just tipped over.
Now here's the
And if the ATV had nothing to do with how Noah ended up on the side of the highway and he was fine, and why the hell would they have to go inspect the place where it flipped and the side by side if it had no involvement and it was a hit and run, unless they thought that it was hit and ran by that thing? That doesn't make sense. Why you would even need to do that? So either you're lying, lady, which is probable, or we got some weird ass policies and procedures taking place in this fucking investigation. Either way, the math ain't mathin'.
So let's think about like this statement right here, right? So this person, whoever the fuck they are, is saying that
Stevie's cousin.
law enforcement went into the house, right?
Yeah, this is Stevie's cousin.
Okay, the Stevie's cousin.
Yes.
Law enforcement went around the property. The owner of the property told, go get whatever you need. Nothing was cleaned with bleach. People are saying,
No, that's what she's saying. She's not saying that it wasn't cleaned with bleach. She's saying it wasn't cleaned like people are saying. She didn't say there was no cleaning with bleach. So, she just says
with bleach,
Yeah.
like people are saying.
Right. So that just implies she's probably saying, "Oh, it wasn't. The smell was. It wasn't. It's being exaggerated." But obviously, there was a smell of bleach because I know the one who said that they smelled it was the ones his family members that went and got his fucking phone and was looking for his hat and other shit. They said it smacked him on the face from the front porch.
Right. So then they took law enforcement down to where the ATV flipped and showed that place too. That place too. So showed that place too. Like, are you talking?
Implies like it's a separate place. Yeah, like it's away from the house. It sounds like.
Is there another place that something happened?
That's what Yep.
Because we're already talking about the house. So I mean, is she saying that's one place? But she's not stating that. She's stating showed that place too, as well.
Yep.
Also.
Yep. But nobody knows what happened with the accident, but apparently they knew enough to go show the officers. Here, it happened right here.
So, right. So, like, okay. So let's just play this out. So the police, law enforcement come, they see Noah's body. Somehow, some way, somebody mentions, or it's a bird that whispers, ATV, by the house. And then the cops go over to the house and it's like, oh, well, we need to inspect the ATV because we suspect it might be a hit and run. And
yeah, and this is the Oklahoma Highway Patrol and Caleb together.
Right. And Caleb and Jack are trying to put it in their truck and they're like, hey, no, we'll take it. And then they take it back to headquarters, whatever, and check it out. And it's like, hey, Caleb, are you home? Oh, cool. Because we're going to bring it back to you because we didn't find nothing that was useful.
Yeah. Did you have an easy time distributing the guns? Did you get them all?
Right. Right. Like, we're not thinking about like the guns, the alcohol, but let's just think about the ATV. Oh, before we put it in our truck, can you guys at least show us where this accident took place?
They probably drove the fucking ATV over there.
I wouldn't doubt it that they did. So here we go. We're going to take them over, the police, the law enforcement, to this place where this thing flipped. And, oh, yeah, you know what? There's nothing here. So, case closed. Take us back, please.
Yep. Load her on up. Got to play the part. There's people looking.
Right. No matter.
I don't think they'd have loaded it up at all if Noah's dad hadn't been standing there watching. Because it looked like they were doing their inspection right there. And then when they seen him standing there with his arms crossed, they're like, oh, well, yeah, I probably don't want to do that now, Yeah,
Victor. Well, the son was there with them, right?
Correct.
Yeah.
But he was on the scene, but Victor apparently...
Oh, so Victor came down to the house.
Yeah, he's like, because you can see him across the field or whatever, he probably like, what are these scrounge? Are they out there fucking joyriding? I mean, what the hell's going on?
No shit, huh? Why are they doing fucking donuts and shit?
Yeah, probably. Like, I know y'all ain't taking that ATV. I can only imagine.
And this is her. Okay, so now this is Stevie's cousin who was not there for.
Oh, but apparently she was.
For at least the fucking, whatever happened to this young man.
Right. But her nieces told her everything, and they're truth tellers, and so she knows.
Catfish brings up a good point, but is that really where it happened? The place that they showed him? You're absolutely right. And Puff Buffin says,
I'd love to know where that fucking place is because I don't know. I would love to know, but I feel like there's something that is being really, really downplayed about that incident,
Oh,
and
fuck,
I
man.
think it was whatever from then on is where the investigation needs to start. And if you don't know where to start, how the fuck do you know where to end? You know?
Right. There's 100%. There's definitely something, because the only consistent thing is this ATV thing.
But it's consistently talked about, but none of their stories line up. Everybody says something different about the ATV. But there was an accident midnight, 3 o'clock in the morning. Oh, 5 people, 7 people, just him and a girl, just him, a busted lip, a video of him being flipped over. I mean, it is not consistent, but it is consistently a clusterfuck.
Right. But that's why I said the only thing that's consistent
Just
is the ATV.
right, just like the shorts shit, you know. Did he have shorts on? Did he not? Was there, you know, at the time of waking up? That's the only. Everyone admits to being awake and shit at this time, but it's all contradicted.
But like, so I mean, we can think about this and logically think about this, right? So like, let's just say, okay, the ATV, he flipped the ATV. Let's just say he flipped it. Boom, 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 right? Maybe, you know, I don't know, what is it? 1, 2, 3 onto the other side of its wheels. And
Got a roll cage, so
right. So he flips it, and then some of them state that, oh no, he was fine, but then some of them state, well, he was too intoxicated to keep, him, for him to stand up by himself. But then if that's true and they showered him and he was too intoxicated, then how the fuck did he walk out of that house?
or drive at all. And better yet, what dumbasses sat there and let somebody that drunk drive anything and sit in it? You couldn't have paid me $1 million to ride it with some, like I don't want to die. I'm good. You bye. And
Right.
honestly, if you're a good friend, you'd have fucking took the keys and not let, and parked it. I mean, you can't tell me if there was somebody that was sober enough to be driving people home and bathing people that they couldn't be the one driving the side by side, or just being the designated not dumbass and say, hey, maybe we should just park it for the night and we'll just, maybe in the morning when we're like not drunk as fuck,
Right. So instead of like him being so intoxicated after he supposedly flipped, like he wasn't intoxicated before he flipped.
Right. Right. That's what I mean. He got more drunk after he stopped drinking.
Yeah. So.
And he didn't even have that much alcohol in the system. I mean, in comparison to some other autopsies, and you have to think about the fact that it could have been higher because of the delay in doing the autopsy. Like he wasn't like 3 sheets to the wind.
Right.
I mean,
but again, so if he's so intoxicated that he flips this ATV, and then they have to hold him up, which I think is bullshit. Like, if that's the case, motherfuckers, you didn't have to hold him up. You had to carry this motherfucker into.
If they even took him in the house and they didn't just hose him off in the carport.
If supposedly they took him into the restroom.
Right. Because that just seems like a lot of
dragging him to the fucking porch, right?
Right.
Let's drag this motherfucker onto the porch, wash him off. You know what I mean? Rather than bringing him inside, because if you bring him inside, then that's just going to cause more of a mess that we have to fucking clean up.
But even if they wrecked, like the most that he would have been dusty. Like, so the only that implies to me that he was bloody, because there wasn't no mud out there. People say it was dry as a bone out there. They were in a drought at that time. There was no puddles or nothing muddy. It was dry, unless they were down there at the fucking river.
Right. So this river thing that
is now been coming up, left and right all of a sudden.
Yes. Now. So it still don't make no sense. Like, okay, let's just say, okay, they do drag him on the porch or whatever and wash him off, right? How in the fuck does he still walk away from this house? Like they say, oh, he just got upset and he walked away, because he always does this. I mean, he'll come back when what the guy say, when the fucking stars and the moon align or some shit. I don't know. When daylight comes or some shit like that. let's not go look for the fucking guy. Let's just say, yeah, that story's also the one consistent thing that they've also, I don't know if they've all, but they've said is that he left on his own accord, walked outside because he would do that when he was upset or whatever. But they just had to wash him because he was so intoxicated.
And they were so worried about him that they didn't let him take a bath by himself, but the bitch wouldn't let him sleep in her bed.
Right.
Make that make sense. Like, wouldn't you want him just, go ahead and go to sleep in the bed, and, and you could sleep in one of the other rooms, or, you're not going to sleep anyway, so let him sleep it off if he's that drunk that you were worried about him, that he couldn't bathe himself.
Correct.
Why wouldn't you just let him pass out anywhere?
Exactly. I don't. So like, yeah, right. So the chick, if you cared, if this was like one of your good friends and shit's like, I don't give a fuck. Yeah, go ahead. But no, there's none of that. It's like, no, you can't sleep with me. Blah, 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 whatever.
Yeah, go sleep on the floor with the bitch you was laid up with last night. I guarantee you that's how that went.
Right. And he was like, bitch, I already didn't hit that shit.
Yeah, he's like, where's she at? She already left. Like, she's here. Jack, where's she at?
Is that when he calls her a fat bitch? I mean, you stupid fat bitch.
Probably, I would imagine.
Anyways,
I don't want to sleep in your bed anyway, you nasty fat bitch.
Right?
Bye.
Use a hoe.
Yeah. Where's that little sister at, though? Come on, girl, you want to go for a ride? I'm just saying. Allegedly.
Right. Yes, ma'am, they did. Laugh out loud. Were you there? No, you weren't. They dang sure did go into the house. They did not go into the party house. Those facts have already been released. You know what happened, though? Yes, ma'am. They did go into the party house. Not sure where you're. Something, but anyways, that I don't know. I'm just stating the property owner willingly let them go wherever they wanted to. Now, what law enforcement did research wise, that's on them. Now, okay. Here's another thing about this bullshit. Who in their fucking right mind is just going to say, yeah, search whatever you want to search, and not going to want to see what they're searching, right? Like, especially if you don't have a warrant and I'm allowing you to search, then police have no right to tell me, yeah, you need to go into the kitchen. Now, if they have a warrant, if they have probable cause or some shit like this, right? Like, they can tell you, you can't come in. We're searching this, whatever.
According to these same agencies, though, they told the family and the public that they were told that to come back with a warrant.
This now, oh, this is what frustrates me, because then you got these people are lying, and for them to the police, law enforcement to put out that bullshit, that is bullshit. If you come up onto that fucking scene and you see this dead young man on the fucking side of the road, the last known fucking place he was alive was at that fucking house 1.5 miles away. That is probable cause to go search that fucking house. I mean,
apparently they had probable curiosity to go check out the ATV and where it flipped, right, but not to go in the house where his phone was at and his other shoe was at.
Give me a fucking break.
Yeah.
They needed a warrant. A warrant to what? Suck a dick?
Apparently, but yet, according to them, they didn't. Why would they have needed a warrant? We welcomed them in and said, "Do what you need. Look, go where you want to go."
Correct. Then there's that, right? So who's fucking lying to us? Law enforcement or these people? It seems like both of them, actually. I mean,
Neither one of them will address it with the other present and actually say, where they're like, okay, well, this person's saying this, well, let's confront it in front of it. No. They just give statements like 3 months apart and won't acknowledge the other person's statement. Fucking weird ass shit.
I wonder if we called up whatever department that supposedly was in charge and asked them, what is your procedure when you rolled up and found that dead young man on the side of the road? Did you just say, oh, he must have dropped out the fucking sky, case closed?
Aliens.
Not, where did this kid come from? Let's look around. Oh,
where's his clothes?
Right.
Who the fuck are all these scroungy fucks standing here like it's a fucking a spectacle sport?
There's no fucking cornfield, so obviously it wasn't fucking Malachi and his fucking boys, right? So it's like, well, let's go see that fucking house over yonder and see.
Well, no, but we got to stand here and stare at him for hours and just until something just hits us like the fucking semi supposedly did that hit him.
Fuck me. I mean, yeah, I'm just gonna do that. I'm just gonna be like, nah. Oh, so this was
ain't gonna work. That ain't gonna work. They're not gonna buy that. You got anything else over there? Tic tac toe.
Right. Oh, he was alive when he was at. Oh, okay, cool.
Oh, there's no blood. Oh, you need a tooth? Here you go. I got one in my pocket.
Not a problem. Knowing that.
One in my pocket. You need anything else?
He's got 2 different fucking shoes on, and he's butt ass fucking naked. Like, oh, that's just the normal thing that happens here in Oklahoma on the side of the fucking roads.
Right.
A fucking break with that bullshit.
With no debris, no signs of it being an accident other than the fact that he's there brutalized, but there's no other, there's no tire track, there's no broken glass, there's no broken car pieces, and there's ultimately no broken bones to him that would corroborate that, because he would have way more lower body damage if he was hit by any type of vehicle that ran over him with any kind of speed behind it, if he was in a standing up motion. Or if he was at that angle. Now, him already being on the ground and being rolled out, that's a whole different scenario, but that's not what they're saying.
Right. And I will state this. I am not law enforcement, but I take 1 semester of administrative justice 101. So there.
I watch Cops.
Hey, Hotspot, how you doing? Wow, 22 cat. Cricket day. Hello. I'm sorry if I didn't say hello to you before Puff Muffin and everybody else. And Teresa Quick, is that a new person? It looks new. So, I didn't say. Nicole. Oh, hello, Nicole. Mitchell. You look familiar, though.
No.
Anyway, I didn't say whether it was I didn't say whether it was searched or not. Go back and reread what I wrote. I said they did go in and on the property and the house. How they searched is on them, but stating they didn't go in the house is false. Oh my Jesus. So I might have been there. No, it was not cleaned. Laugh out loud. Stop it. I never implied it was searched. So try again. Tell me who your witnesses are. You can't.
That's Noah's sister.
I can't see the name.
It's Madison.
Oh, okay. Madison. Is it Rawlings?
Yeah.
Okay. You can't partially be somewhere. Either you were or you were not. That is a fucking fact.
And then the one underneath it, that's his Aunt Robin.
Robin Smith. Please just stop. I'm done with the lies. That house has to this day never been searched. You want to continue to spout Stevie's bullshit, then you can kick rocks. Hey, she stole my word. That's the phrase that I always use, kick rocks. She must be a relative of mine. What is this? Darcy. Is that right? Yeah, Darcy, the house itself was never searched. Torero Volunteer Fire Department was the first agency on the scene, with Jeffco Sheriff being the second. The scene itself was not secured, with pedestrians from the party and their parents being allowed to move and touch things until OHP came on scene a couple hours later. This made it harder to get the appropriate paperwork to enter the house. Contrary to what the people living in the house say, OHP was never invited in to look around. Copied and pasted. I couldn't get the screenshot to work. Either way, the question has been answered by a family member. That's Noah's family member status, stating that the house was never searched. Robin Smith, same person, right? They were already contaminated.
Yeah, that's his aunt. She's married to his uncle. She's the one that does all the podcasts and stuff.
Oh, okay. They were already contaminated as much as possible. A kid from the party had picked them up and threw them in the back of his truck. When Jeffco officials noticed they were gone from the road, they asked him to just throw them back down. She's talking about the shorts?
The white shorts. Yeah.
So somebody picked them up?
Not somebody, it's Jack.
She didn't say it.
Yeah, she didn't say it here, but she I've asked Alicia.
Okay, so Jack threw him in.
Because remember, there's also allegedly audio of Jack doing that same act. Remember, of him throwing the shorts in the back of the truck and saying something about here, throw these. Here, as he's. I haven't heard it, but that this is the same incident.
Okay, all right.
Where they said, if that didn't happen, then why is there an audio out there of Jack saying he threw the shorts in the back of his truck, floating around.
Right. The 6/18 timeline for OHP report consistent or no?
I'm sure that's probably when Zachary Wright got on the scene, but that does, that it's it was. I mean, if we go with as far as when Jack woke the rest of them up, and according to him, Noah dying at 4. I mean, that's 2 hours that we is unaccounted for as far as what Jack was doing, and ultimately what happened to Noah, which is just so happens to be the same time frame that everybody stops on social media at 3:14 a.m. and according to Jack, Noah dies at 4. He comes busting in at 5:15 talking about Noah's dead, but then OHP doesn't get there until 6:18, and then the official report isn't made until like 7 something, and I don't think the medical examiner got on scene until close to 9.
Right.
But the first one on scene was Bub and Jeremy Wilson, the Jefferson County Sheriff. So they're the ones that let all the contamination and that didn't secure the scene, and it shouldn't have been OHP's responsibility. Anybody that has any kind of training in first responder has
Yeah.
common sense to know that you secure the scene, and you as the sheriff of the county have no fucking excuse.
Right. So you're absolutely right about that. The first person on the scene, whether you're in that jurisdiction or not, you are responsible for
Securing it,
securing that scene. Then when somebody
blocking traffic, and making sure that people that don't have to see it don't need to, and the people don't touch anything.
right, so you're delegating things out, and this is true because not to bring up sore subject or change the subject, but when that mass shooting in that school took place, and they were wondering, oh, whose jurisdiction, blah 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 blah, da 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 da. It's the
Yeah,
first.
that chief is in jail.
Oh, is he?
Yeah, I just seen that like yesterday. They, I think JLR was talking about it. Like they finally put charges on his ass for his lack of action.
So there actually is justice in America.
Yeah, they just had to get down to ultimately who had jurisdiction. But that's exactly what they were doing. Oh, hot potato, hot potato. Well, quit being a fucking pussy and go in there and get them goddamn kids.
You do, motherfucker, until somebody comes along who's higher than you, and then you tell them, okay, this
Right.
is done, and they say,
And
okay.
then you get out of the way and y'all go in there together. You're not standing there talking about not it, not it, not it.
Yeah,
That was a fucking disgrace.
scroungy ass motherfucker, son of a bitch.
Pussies.
Anyways, my bad. I didn't mean to go off top. Anyways,
Yeah.
let's
Pussies.
Good. Glad to see new admin. Meat? Like meat?
Yeah, yeah, like as in like fresh meat.
Okay.
Yeah,
Maybe they can keep slander at bay. Doesn't look like it, because even implying and using alleged or it's been rumored as rumors. Now I'm sorry. Let me do this. Doesn't look like it, comma, because even implying and using alleged or it's been rumored, period, as rumors deemed to be false can still harm reputation, period. I'd suggest reading up on this matter. Big old fucking leap, capital in crayon, period. They looked and didn't find him, assumed he called someone for a ride and went to sleep, comma. He did this often, so they assumed it was like any other, period. Jack woke up late to go fishing with his dad. Then this bullshit. We had all planned on going on a guided one this particular day, and that it was she was talking about, but never scheduled it because couldn't get everyone together. He left, comma, drove up on it, comma, two were already there and had called it in, comma, saw it was Noah, comma, flipped shit, comma, called his dad, comma, left and went back to house and told the kids and said he couldn't leave him alone as and with strangers or without him, because those number two were Siamese twins. What is that? Exclamation mark. My dad was not even close to being number one first on scene. Exclamation, law enforcement. I think she does this shit on purpose. She's gotta be doing this shit on purpose. Even, okay, so law enforcement even beat him there. He didn't get there till after 7, exclamation mark. And oh my God, why does he do this to me? And what is this? Where everyone in this town talking about that explanation mark. We may be small, but we aren't stupid, period. Really? We don't take lightly to people lying,
Flag on the play. I beg to differ.
right? I mean,
I might not be smart, but I know what love is. I run real fast.
we don't take lightly to people lying, trying to make people look a certain way, period. And oh, this is gonna fucking drive me nuts. And I mean everyone, exclamation mark, even those mini mark cams verify and verify and
Wait. The mini mart owned by the Jefferson County Sheriff? Do tell. He showed you the cameras?
even those mini mark cams verify and law enforcement, period. No set of number two different people, period. Those gentlemen stayed till later that afternoon, period. All those guys put in a full day in the heat to try to help and had crap talk about saying there were paid off. I'm sorry, people. That's what it says. There were paid off to lie or cover up, period. And again, it's ridiculous, period. A thank you may be nice, period. That was trauma for all involved, period. Caden, he thought he saw shorts, period.
So you gonna tell him what the fuck he thinks he saw, bitch?
Hold on. So, okay, it says that was trauma for all involved, period, right? And so she ends. What the fucking
That's even with the word, yeah, the fucking symbol. And then it starts with some gaslighting ass shit, like you're gonna tell him what he saw. Or what he thinks he saw.
But what?
Poor,
so
poor Lance Armstrong, man.
So it says, okay, the symbol end. Caden didn't see shorts. He thought he saw shorts. Period. What the fuck?
She wears seashells on the seashore. I don't fucking know. That's a tongue twister. It's not English. It ain't even Ebonics. I mean, shit. They got proper more gooder English in the damn in the Ebonics book. What the fuck is this? Hooked on phonics is my friend.
What does this mean?
That she is.
Caden didn't see shorts. He thought he saw shorts. Period.
Who wears shorts? I wear shorts. He thought he saw shorts, but listen, she's gonna tell you what he saw because she was there and she knows, and she's trying to change his apparently what he saw,
Right. So here we go. Y'all are detectives, period. Look and see what his description of lighting was at that time and do a quick Google search, period. Again, small. I don't think he's intentionally lying, period. Just mistaken is all, period. I think she knows that I'm reading this and that it's gonna drive me fucking nuts. Let's see. C didn't. Is that correct? C didn't know that Noah was missing when he called you, but the girl posted the pic that was timestamped at 3:41 a.m. saying, "Well, Noah is missing." That particular girl told us that she woke Jack up to tell him, and Jack said that he's probably laying in a field and would come back when it gets hot. That's what I was trying to say earlier. Yeah, so that's what he's gonna do. They should have been concerned and looking for him. No shit. Becky. Who's Becky? Do we care about Becky?
Another maternal relative of Stevie's.
Ugh. I understand.
Yeah.
I understand going private.
The yellow is most important. You know, that she's just.
I'll have to read this because it's curiosity's killing me.
Oh, you made that decision though. I don't even want to hear it because it gets worse. Like the literacy is honestly like Stevie is probably more. She at least uses punctuation, even though it's incorrect. She uses it. She tries.
I understand going private, but I don't understand trashing people. And these are people who were never at the house. Most of that happens because members come up with crazy stuff and they've never spoken to ACCC, JN, or JM. AC is Avery Carter, right?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Carter,
Jack
Newton,
and
Jasmine and
Mm-hmm.
Million. I don't know why I keep getting Avery and Jasmine. I keep getting them mixed up. I don't know why. Strange. So Steve,
I mean, they're both fat, ugly bitches.
Wasn't he macking on fucking homegirl? Didn't we show some?
They were sucking face, but I don't know when that was. He looked pretty young there.
Right, girl. Stevie,
because her mama posted it in January.
Whose mom? Jasmine's.
Mm-hmm. Talking about, look what I found.
Why are they posting shit like, let's incriminate my daughter?
Yeah, which implies to me like they were probably messing around when she was of age and he wasn't, and that's probably why they're trying to be low key about it.
You know what I'm saying? Well, we had already thought, like, even before that shit came out, like, there's something more with these two.
Right, because she's the only one that's like genuinely fucked up about what happened, posting about it regularly, like and then the member that she posted that weird ass post like a month afterwards, talking about don't ever, nothing worse than getting a call saying that your friend died from drunk driving.
Right. But yeah, so we've already thought like, yeah, bitch,
and she got the tattoo.
Yeah, and she got the tattoo. Correct.
Mm-hmm.
And she's the only one that, at the time, at least that we had known, that posted anything about Noah at all.
Yeah, not like just a birthday post or whatever. Like, she's literally every other post is like when you're grieving and when you're depressed. Like, she's really like, at least on the appearance side of the shit that she's sharing on Facebook, appears to be, ate up with it, whether that be guilt or grief. I mean, she's, suffering and, more than just my friend that was, it seems like he was a little bit more
like
near and dear to her heart. Right. Like she lost a soulmate almost.
Right. And who somebody had stated like that was like Noah's best friend.
Right. Yeah, that's code for like they're fucking, but it's probably not appropriate that they're fucking. Hello.
Right. Like Jack is Noah's guy best friend, but Jasmine is the girl.
And conveniently, Jasmine is best friends with Carter. So does that mean they're all best friends and they all just get to mixed match all around? I mean, but yeah, Carter told the investigator she didn't even know Noah.
I still think that my thing is I think Noah beat them guts.
I definitely know that if he wanted to, He did not, with little to no, applying himself. Every female there, and probably a couple of the dudes. I'm just saying. Sorry. I had to mute. Sorry. Oh God, can't take me nowhere. Fucking it. Sorry, that one slipped.
Let me get back to this. All right, Stevie, don't do me wrong here. All right.
Girl. God dang it. I don't even know what I identify as now. I'm a fucking llama.
Stevie, myself, Sarah, and Carson were all at the house after Noah was found deceased, period. Most of the group members have made comments about how do they get information that the family doesn't, period. We don't get that info, period. We were there when ZW talked to the kids. ZW.
Super right.
Oh, Zachary, yeah. Zachary, right. Okay, kids, period. We were there when they told the stories out of grief and shock, period. Now, this, I think, is like the only time Zachary Wright is even mentioned.
He damn sure didn't interview Caden. Caden had to hunt him down 3 months later.
Well, I mean, when they say, OHB came, they don't say, it was Zachary, but they know who he fucking is. You know what I mean? Why didn't they say, oh yeah, Zachary came out and he was on the scene and whatever. But now it's Zachary Wright took down their statements. I can promise you that being an admin of a hate/cyberbullying group can come with implications. If you are sued civilly, the court will not afford you an attorney. Green, I read the green. Our pocket, okay. Our pocket are deep, period. Just keep in mind during your failed attempts at censorship, period.
And look who she tagged in the blue.
It's on the bottom. All these people.
Yeah.
Sarah Long. Carson Matlock, Stevie Howard, and Jeremy Jinx. Jinx? Who's Jinx? Why does that sound familiar? Carson Matlock. Like, didn't he have a
That's
show?
her daughter.
Oh.
That's a girl.
No. Are you serious?
I'm serious. Jody's a boy. Stevie's a girl.
Where's Twin Mama at? I gotta ask her about this thing.
You better get your magic 8-ball.
Right. What evidence have the cops presented to you? Please do tell, ? Oh my.
What? Oh, I'll show you mine and you show me yours. What the fuck, bitch? What they showed you?
Right. And you know damn well no one's story changed, period. If you don't, their what the fuck? If you
That's why
don't,
Mama's here.
their comma just cleared that up for you, period. So what I mean, Willow, question mark, laugh out loud. What the shit? I mean, this guy has absolutely no contact with law enforcement at all, and no the details. What? Details slash why? Is that beginning like a new sentence? Details slash why has been released.
That was supposed to be a comma. She fucked up.
Oh my god. All right, my bad. I confused myself. So, why has been released except the prelim autopsy, comma, which stated none. First in this statement, comma, stated none, comma, the partial autopsy, comma, stated none, and the one saying they were not investigating this as a suspected murder, comma, still standing, none. He's gathered his evidence from Facebook or word of mouth, period. Finally, a fucking period. But then here we come with the end. Sorry, Justin, but you've been answered several times with your inquiry about cleaning the house, period. No one cleaned the house, exclamation marks, picked up cans out of the yard and threw them away while a cop was standing there. But you write, period. I mean, maybe you killed him, question mark, question mark. You are so adamant about it, question mark. I heard your boys come to the party and they jumped and beat Noah to death. Actually, that's what I heard, period. What the fuck? Didn't she make a statement before that she didn't accuse or anything like that? Make accusations? I have no clue.
This is Renee, Jasmine's mom.
Okay, that's the RM. I have no clue where people get their info from. No, I didn't clean up anything at the house, period. Which I arrived at almost 7, period. Actually, when can't read it because all that's in blue.
It says when I pulled up.
Actually, when I pulled up, things were being picked up. I told them it's pointless, comma, the cop will know this was a party, period. After talking to a few of them, I told them that they would be the first ones investigated because they were the last ones to see him alive, period. Secondly, talked of me removing guns is being made into something it's not, period. The kids that were leaving said they had few guns in their vehicles, period. Don't know what kind because I'm not a gun person, but all I know is big ones. So I put them in my vehicle to take where they belonged, period. Guns were never thought to be something.
Yeah. So that the main thing is the time, because she said she got there around 7, but then her daughter comes on, Miss Ratchet of the South, comes in talking about, oh, my mama didn't get there till almost 9 and I'm pregnant and I wasn't there, but I'm just gonna, it's about to get fun.
Right. So Renee says this though. This is Renee saying she arrived
Oh,
at.
this is not the only one. This is just the one that she deleted that I didn't get all of. I got this from Reddit. I didn't get it in real time because she was quicker.
But here goes another fucking broad, or I'm sorry, another person implicating themselves in a fucking crime of her taking the gun somewhere. What that? Why? Why are you mentioning? I don't understand these fucking people at all. Twin Mama, help me, please. Who's Jade? Jade Milan. Oh, is that the older sister?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Allie Monroe, my sister herself, gave him the shower when he himself asked her to. So I'm assuming that she's talking about Noah.
Yes.
So she's stating that her sister gave him, Noah, the shower only when he asked her to. That's odd. That's first.
Apparently he wasn't too drunk if he could form a sentence.
Right? So Allie Monroe said, Allie Monroe, she didn't have a boyfriend at the time. If she liked him more than a friend, so what?
Talking about Noah.
Yeah, so what? She wanted to bang him out. Who gives a fuck? This is the mother?
Correct.
Why don't you call his grandma, aunt, and cousin? I'm assuming there should be a thing right there. Comma. She did, in fact, sit there in their living room and shared that with them. Huh?
Saying that she told that when she talked to Noah's aunt, cousin, and grandma in their living room.
Oh, so the daughter, her daughter told him that.
Jasmine, right.
Jasmine told him. And I guess that's true that she did say
right, but that's just right. But she's also the one that said that everything that she said contradicted what Jack said. So there's that.
Right. So, well, honey, you assume you know it all and you don't. She has spoken to her one time, so don't think it's Jazz that has told different stories. Her ass isn't grass. She's done nothing wrong and isn't part of any wrongdoing. But I guess everyone will know that soon enough. Why would her ass be grass? She's not lawn. Number one, he took off all the time at parties, so nothing new. Number two, she's not mad the pic is out there. It's the negative, hateful, and ignorant comments that come along with it. Maybe listen to the podcast, and the guy explains it pretty well. Who takes a selfie not smiling most of the time? Like she told the family, why would she do anything to hurt Noah than post this? It's God damn. Why? Like she told the family, why would she do anything to her? No, it's not that hard to think about. Remember, OHP dumped her phone and she has nothing to hide. Clearly, if this picture was as bad as people are making it out to be, she might just be locked up. Huh? What is he saying?
That weird ass 341 selfie is just innocent, and y'all just need to. If it was anything more than that, she'd be in jail. So just shut the fuck up, pretty much. You sound stupid. Use your
Well,
common sense.
there's something to it. You know, I mean, yeah, there's something to it. You're looking really stupid right now by your accusations, and you will look even more stupid when it comes out that she honestly had nothing to do with any of this and has no involvement whatsoever in his death. Stay in your lane and mind your own business. I'm sure you have a married man or two. What? To go sleep with? Yep, that's right. I've done a little research of my own on you, except my accusations on you seem to be legit. Huh? I don't I don't understand the gibberish. You sound just like Justin. Justin who? You're irrelevant. You just make yourself look more stupid each time the shit flows out of your mouth. You're not truly interested in justice for Noah at all. Your cyberbullying, that's it. You hide behind your keyboard spewing the diarrhea. You literally have no clue what you're even talking about. You think you're playing God on here, and it's disgusting. So what? You know my name. So what? You know my one and only charge. It's public records, and just FYI, most everyone from around here that knows me knows about it. So irrelevant. Most people around here that knows myself and my family knows that we would never do the stuff you're putting out there. You get off on all the responses. It feeds your ego. Again, disgusting. All three of my girls knew and loved Noah, especially Jazz and Boo, who were with him quite a bit. I feel so sorry that the family has to constantly see your crap all on this page. You think you're getting under our skin, or that you have to say, well, make Jazz fess up. She's innocent. So she doesn't have anything to worry about, period. That's what happens when you fully cooperate with law enforcement and have nothing to hide, period. You seriously need a life, period. Quit with all your crap, or no, quit with all your damn theories that are crap, period. We aren't on a crime show. This is real life, and you're not a detective, period. Leave it to the law enforcement to find out something, something, something. Who really knows what happened to Noah that night, period. And FYI, you're right. I am strong, period. I've also raised 3 strong daughters that won't let you or anyone else break them. You can keep on trying, but I promise you that you and all the others accusing my daughters and myself of anything will feel so stupid if they ever do find out what happened. Just a bunch of bullies with your own agenda, no justice. Violet Renee, you're going overboard. Maybe you should go back to anger management. If you don't like it here, then you and your daughters can exit. Skirt, kick rocks. So why wouldn't you or any of you talk to the PI when asked to? Instead, you all told everyone not to talk to the PI.
That is the PI, Kathy Bingham.
Oh, so she's making a statement.
And look who responds.
Yasmin. Sweet. You are not law enforcement. Nobody has to talk to you. We told law enforcement everything we know. Also, oh my God, she can't be a nurse. Also, we didn't tell
She's
everyone.
a nurse's assistant.
Yeah, if even that. I don't know how she got that certificate with this gibberish. Not to talk to you. We told my cousins not.
Multiple choice. It'll probably multiple choice questions.
Right? Cousins not to, because they have nothing to do with it. I have taken the case since the first day, and I had asked to talk to them just to get some where am I at? I never said I was law enforcement. Well, I have text messages where you and others told people not to talk to me. I do have my license as a PI. I do work alongside of law enforcement. Don't expect me to believe any of y'all's stories. They have changed so many times. I'm sorry, but I can't read between the lines. Thank you. Don't play with me, or don't play me for stupid. I'm glad she can read between the lines because it's hard as fuck. Yeah, don't listen to JR. Who's JR?
Justin Roy.
Justin Roy.
Yeah, he's a big time. Well, he was Noah's wrestling coach, and his son was friends with Noah. But he's one that's really been advocating for him, like on social media. Him and Donna Bond, like you'll see their names regularly, and they clearly go head to head with Stevie like every other day.
So like they know Stevie personally then.
Yeah, because the small town, their kid. I'm pretty sure some of their kids were on his wrestling team. I know for sure Jack was.
Right. Okay.
So he was the Comanche wrestling coach.
Okay.
Or probably still is.
All right. So don't listen to JR. He's wrong, as usual. Wow, that's nice. Texas boys were never seen on Mini Mart or Peach Orchard cameras. They took back way to Texas by taking 32 to Indian Bridge. So yes, they headed north. It's not much farther.
Puff, if you're still here, I'm taking notes for this. We're gonna go over this later because I know this gibberish. You can make it make sense. This is like places and things, and like we're gonna make sense out of it. Okay. I want to go the back way.
Yeah, let's go the back way because it's not much farther and is off main highway, which would be less cops. It takes you to St. Joe, where they were from. Write that down. They could even take Oscar/Grady Way coming out on 32, then hit Indian Bridge. Either way, they didn't head south. Second, he's wrong about is the liters of blood. It's liters of blood. I'd suggest referring to autopsy. He lost 1,550 milliliters, which is 1.5 liters. By reference of the term lost, it means absent of where it is supposed to be. I can see on autopsy he lost 200 in his abdominal alone, in his abdomen. Majority was in his lungs. This is a class 3 hemorrhage and accounts to a 30 to 40% blood loss throughout the body. That's what internal bleeding does. It stays inside the body. There were very little something. Is she a nurse or something?
No. She used to work at a cafeteria. And then she's pretty much just worked like, you know, the clerical shit for old daddy Bubby Bubs. You know, she's like, oh, and now she's got a remember she owns a hunting like a hunting tour or whatever with her husband in a
Right. Yes. So
or not her husband, her fiance. Sorry,
and she knows how to get rid of bodies that nobody will ever find, and you won't be able to trace, and so on and so forth. Right.
Almost like her Uncle Ricky. Oh, shit. Family tradition.
That was fucked up. Fuck. Let's see.
You thought she was done?
Right. I was like, oh, okay, cool. Actually, superficial damage as far as losing the amount of blood. Even the injuries he sustained and listed as lacerations would not have bled this much. ME confirms this on page 2 of findings, number 8 and number 9. This blood was lost because his heart continued to pump for an extended period, filling the chest walls. A good reference source is that doc everyone kept saying they wanted to look at the autopsy. Who's famous? The fuck? He was on Fox. It's not shared on here, I don't think, because he says he was hit by a vehicle. I'll attach link. His brother Dalen stated there was blood on the blanket covering him. So this could be an indication that he did bleed some. But after people pass away, which he would have very quickly with these injuries, he would have bled little to none. Police do not leave human waste after a scene on the side of the road. Usually a crime scene company comes in.
Oh, hell no.
Oh, my Jesus.
I wonder if it was the one from TikTok.
Right? Oh, my goodness. Fucking TikTok is dangerous, y'all. Y'all need to not fuck with that shit.
She probably needed him to clean up some of them meth labs, too, because, you know, I heard you could get a bonus deal. 2 in 1. 2 for 1.
For real, though.
Jody be blowing shit up.
But For reals, police do not leave human waste after a scene on the side of the road. Usually a crime scene company comes in and cleans it by investigating team. So whatever blood okay, I'm sorry. So whatever blood was there was cleaned if there were any to begin with anyway. The mark people refer to as being blood can be, don't tell me, like can be seen from like 3 years ago or some bullshit like this. I'm gonna fucking snap. The mark people refer to as being blood can be seen on Google Earth before Noah even passed. Okay, I'm done. This fucking hooker bitch. Before Noah had even passed away. One lady posted it on here or other page one, and 6 to 8 beers would have been his consumption in a 24-hour period. Some are documented before arriving at the home per snap. Have them since it wasn't wiped clean. Head injury was scalped in a 2x4 fish shaped area on the very top of his head, not meaning the shape of a fish was left as an impression, but that the skin peeled away to width wide, then narrowing even more, and then fanning out like a fish. Huh? 4 inches in length, 2 inches wide, and no one deleted any phones. A story was removed only because Noah had just lost his life and it was removed out of respect. I know this for a fact because I handed in phones. This is not hearsay or rumor. This is fact. Police had phones, so social media was inactive for an extension of time, yet still remains, as we can see that by my Jesus. New account, because the amount of threats and accusations, you can still search their old accounts and see that they are very much still there and not deleted. I'm just going to ask, is this true? Because I don't think this is true. No kids have stated there were arguments and fighting. If alcohol is involved, it is safe to say some probably did, but none so much that any kids deemed it worthy to take concern. All of these kids were friends. On 2 separate podcast interviews, one of which Nancy Grace shared, y'all kept tagging her, was called Body Bags. His only hang-up was the shirts folded, which we know were folded.
She meant shorts.
Oh,
She's an idiot.
I'm like, what the fuck? Like, do we have something new now? Okay, so let me make that correction. His only hang up was the shorts folded, which we know were folded by law enforcement after working scene, and teeth scattered, which we also know was one tooth now since RS said she never said that, even though it was on her first podcast. The other Fox News released 2 weeks ago, it explains the striations on Noah's side as consistent with tire injury on first and the injuries and loss of clothes. If this does not suffice, I suggest looking up multiple blunt trauma in pedestrian vehicle accident and look into the... Hold up, what the fuck is she saying? Is she saying that Fox News said this? Fox News released 2 weeks ago. It explains striations of Noah's side as consistent with tire injuries. Have you seen this?
It wasn't on Fox News. She's talking about a guy that comes up on Fox News a lot, did his own podcast, Body Bags, and apparently she's cherry picking the shit that he said that could fit her narrative, but he said I watched it and listened to it, and he broke down all the injuries individually, but at the end of it he said that there's no way all of those injuries could be present and not have there's missing injuries for that narrative to be fit, that those injuries could be present if there was an accident, but there would also be lower leg extremities, and that those wouldn't be the only incidents by themselves, would be the only injuries by themselves. I mean,
what the fuck?
And they were talking about how a lot of the crush injuries to his chest and stuff that could be from a high impact, like you see it a lot in motorcycle crashes. Well, we know he wasn't out there riding a motorcycle, so it's it's just kind of, well, that scratches that.
Right. Can you take over for a minute? I have to use the restroom.
Yes. So next, golly. Okay, so then she says the vehicle accident and look into the classic triad method, where lower extremity injury is apparent with only 30 to 40% in all strikes now because of modern day vehicle design. This method was from over 40 years ago and usually only applies if a bonnet vehicle is involved. Thoracic and head are the most common. Please read up about blunt injury causing separation of cranial, as it is consistent with large plane area impact, meaning ground. News Nation used a retired forensic that gave her opinion, and there have been many since debunked that are credible, not like the one even Robin the Ant said was bullshit from the UK. Beer cans were picked up and some food, I think, thrown away. I believe one of the moms cleaned out the kitchen sink. Do not come at me and be like, oh, they said this or didn't say sink. They said this or didn't say sink. Lies. If a play-by-play is not given and then another factor is added later or even left out, does that mean they are lying? But no counter nor shower was touched. I know this firsthand and not hearsay, as well as I was the one who cleaned it a month later. Law enforcement was there while this occurred anyway. Some say Ellie did not enter the home, and they did. We pointed to his clothes in the shower area and asked what they wanted us to do with them. He said give them to family. I'm sure you can ask for replay of his recording of that day per their microphone system, which when this is over, I guess. We did as we were asked. The brother took the clothes. They were given to family later, I assume, because the aunt and some family had no knowledge of the clothes being returned in one podcast, but then had been I'm not sure how, had every intention of coming back. Oh, I am sure Noah had every intention on coming back, which is why he left without his belongings. The children were asked to leave. Hayden as well, as he was asleep on the couch when my sister awoke him. The guns were not owned by those who owned the home. The owners took their guns and themselves and left. Noah was north of the home, so I'm not sure why Deputy Roy questions this. Clearly, you can see that on the thousand maps posted of where he was found according to where the home was. He was not shot nor stabbed, so this makes no impression on this case. And you can hear my daughter yelling at him to put it up. Kids around here have guns and knives and are not murderers. They play outside from the time they can walk. Hunting is very common. No, they should not have had them out while having alcohol, which is why you can hear her yelling, telling them to put them up. It's probably pretty hard to keep rowdy boys that were drinking in check. I hope I addressed all of the accounts of his own personal opinions. These things I have stated have been proven by law enforcement in most sense. There is still plenty more I have to say, but we'll end with this. A vehicle involvement has never been ruled out, never. But there's no statement by police, even officially, in the families. In the family's defense, they were told an opinion at the scene that it wasn't a hit and run. He did tell us the same and said that we was subject to change upon autopsy. They made this first initial assumption because of the physical appearance of lack of injury. Since returning for questioning, they stated this is very much a possibility or that he fell from a vehicle. Ours were already searched in Can-Am the day of, so we are good. The only thing they did tell us is that they know for a fact he was not beaten nor moved. I do not care if you take my kids out of the equation. Leave them in it for all I care, but please educate yourselves before going on social media and casting blame. It is not helping and only makes unnecessary rumors and therefore accounts for no progress. Plus, it makes you sound stupid to those who know better. So then she says, I've been instructed by I don't know how to say that, Choctaw Native Legal Services not to address JR directly as he is an admin of this group and responsible for what is written. I never stated kids, myself, or anyone for that matter was at or not at any location implying an alibi. I said Texas boys weren't on camera. As for not passing Ryan cameras in a post posted earlier, it goes to show that some people think they know everything while sitting on their ass behind a keyboard all day and not being from around here. Because even every country kid knows there are 5 roads off the highway to take before you hit Ryan that all tie in back way to Oscar Grady leading to that bridge. It's 22 minutes to Jewel Evans from that house and less than 15 to the bridge from there. So 37 from Terrell, 33 minutes from Terrell to St. Joe. Go ahead, plug those numbers in. Everyone around here takes Indian Bridge. I would too after a night of drinking and having to pass a casino through Nocona and St. Joe with a chance of running into more cops. Anyone from a small town knows they stick to back roads when beer is involved and isn't a conspiracy. And I am not accusing, I'm saying that someone's post earlier is wrong when they said out of the way, it's smarter, which is probably why he didn't think about it. And I'd bet there's less chance running into a hippo on those back roads than a middle of town in Nocona. There was a lot of blood missing, and this really concerns me. Please show this to your physician. For the love of God, even I'm getting embarrassed for some people. And Dalen, his brother, did say the blanket in which he was covered had blood on it. Golf clubs, I have no clue, and since his autopsy shows absolutely no signs of being beaten with them, I'd say they don't matter. Who knows? That's the most absurd theory out there. I seriously suggest some look up blunt trauma and weapon reference as to what evident injury is left behind. Get off Facebook and just Google. Read a book or something. I mean, these kids imploded his entire chest internally without ever leaving a mark on the outside. Makes sense to some slow-geared and few fake accounts. No cameras. They didn't work at the time. LE checked that shit out while they were in the house too. They do now though. And always going back to that because that's all some got. I'll let lawyers address you if need be, but I'd think hard about pushing that golf club murder because the kids are clear of that. So what would be like someone drinking at a bar, leaving, them walking a few blocks, and your ex pulling up and shooting you? Only victim here is Noah, and that's who matters. But people get pissed off when others threaten their self-proclaimed importance that they try to present a projected vendetta against ones that consider easy targets to make themselves feel important. FBI profiler nodding his head in agreement reading this. Like I said, guns were sent home with owners, and he didn't die on that property as bad as some want him to have. And people are starting to talk big time about that, but y'all already know that because you delete comments about it, and I owned mixing fishing trips up, reread it, or check screenshots since some stalk me and hang on every word I say. No lies, straight facts. People are getting tired of the bullshit on here because some people are here for justice, for him. Some people are trying to help. Sad little man that cares more about how cool he thinks he looks to people behind a phone he will never meet rather than truly be open to all possibilities of what could have happened to Noah that morning. I am not intimidated nor impressed by what you have to offer, as it is little. Damn it, see how that word always comes up? Now go ahead, Christian, jump on the fake post away in distant relatives we've never met in their crimes, or people who we have nothing to do with, or a brother who passed away, or a child, all of which have nothing to do with Noah. All you have, and it's not enough. It's not a reflection of my character or my kids. It's, however, a huge indication of yours, though. Jesus Christ. Jeez, y'all are the ones who keep bringing them up. And me mentioning him as a sad little man because he stays within the advice given. I even mention him by name, JR, and refer to him as admin. In camera, nothing accounts of that night would be the mini mart, and no, not lying. And I guess argue with this. Guys, who's the most renowned forensic specialist in the world, y'all kept tagging him at one time. He understood that autopsy, but I guess you, Roy, and some other fake accounts are smarter than he is. And yeah, it is undetermined and marked with no weapons of interest. Maybe spend some money and buy someone who was beaten, compare those two, or keep pushing the golf club theory. And showing your intelligence. The more y'all do, the more it spreads, with the less likely a real answer will ever come from this group, which, let's face it, is slim to none anyway. And yeah, not sure what research I'm doing on me knowing the family. I'd figure probably about as diligent in this case too, though, so I'm not surprised. Wasn't a compliment. Now this comment she directs towards Caden's mom. She says the mini-mart camera is not house. The police confirmed to us that she was seen on mini-mart camera, and her time accounts correctly with the story she told. And her phone pings aligns as well. And no, I'm sorry, there was no Ring cameras at all. There is a fake doorbell resembling a Ring, but no Ring. There are mounted cameras around the home that were years old and did not work. There are cameras now, though, because of all this. I'm sure Caden can verify there was no visual of cameras on the inside of the home as in the display, which it is what that type of camera system would have been. Do you have video proof of the time you went to pick up your daughter from the party as you two would be going that way, like what time you left your home? And as you mentioned, you stopped at 3:30, a mile from the home, about where Noah was found. And why didn't Caden offer Noah a ride if he wanted to go home with you? When he asked and was too drunk to take him, he could have said, "Hey, you can ride with my mom, though she's going to get Jay." And why did the kids load her in the car and them leave if you were coming to get her? Why do they say it was much earlier than when you would have been there? I'm not accusing at all. I think there are a lot of coincidences that come into play here, just as you stated. I don't think the girls knew what was going on. I don't think, and she had called me. I got the call closer to 6:30, said he couldn't sleep, and he and a few boys went down there. They were told to leave by Tyler or truck driver when they said my dad, who is absolutely proven, did not arrive on scene till after 7, and the driver and Jack's phones, along with their account of time, align after info dump. So it would be safe to say this account of when the Texas boys left as being an hour earlier would have or could have been an hour later, as even the boys from Texas have said they left after 3. They don't come on here and state that. I don't think that they hit him or the driver that stopped, though. Again, Alicia, I am not attacking you or Caden. I have defended every single one of these kids from the beginning. I believe it was these kids from, I believe it was a truck that passed before the first driver saw him. You said after she left, he went to sleep. Kids loaded her, correct? Caden helped. You both state after he did, he went back in and went to sleep, but you picked her up a mile from the home at 3:15, but he was asleep at 2:30. So 45 to an hour later after he loaded her and went back to sleep, and you showed an hour from the home, or you showed an hour from the home to pick her up on the side of the road. Again, I'm not accusing. Is this how rumors get started? Is something and it just runs with it? So this is a screenshot from Caden's phone when he took the video, and as you can see the timestamp on it, this was Saturday night, which would have been September 3rd, or actually Sunday night, I'm sorry. September 3rd, 2023 at 10:50 p.m. and you can see all the people that are still in the kitchen or whatever this is. Here's another one. This one is where you see Isaac in the back with the gun, and he's talking to Avery, and him and Brylan are messing around here. This is from September 4th, which would be the morning that he was found at 1:05 a.m. Now this is interesting. This is a conversation with Carter. Carter's this side over here in the gray, and then somebody over here in the purple. So whoever the person is says, "Can I just ask you, do you think Noah was showered, or is that untrue?" I understand if you don't want to answer that. I fully support you. It's just a wisdom I get asked. Oh, I think he meant question. I get asked a lot. And if yes, why was he showered? Either way, I believe you. Thanks for staying strong. You inspire me and others who have dealt with similar things. She responds at 2:22 a.m. He was showered after he got in a little side-by-side wreck, and if you knew Noah, he hated being dirty before bed, and he couldn't really stand because he was drunk. So me and Jasmine helped him, but it's not like what people are making it to be. We kinda just stood there and helped him stand so he didn't fall or anything. Also, he wasn't the only one who got in the shower. One of his best buddies got in with him and they were laughing together. So now we got Carter and Jasmine admitting to the shower in writing. So now we got Stevie again. She says, no, I commented on his post the first time Minister woke him up. And there are lots of names we don't share. We know the gentleman who was driving the semi's name. We haven't drug him in it. We know the actual first ones on scene from the fire department. Haven't mentioned them. Know who bought Noah's alcohol. Never mentioned him either. No one needs to be drug into this shit show. We will continue to keep zipped up about certain stuff. Then she says, yeah, no. I think that also came from the Saint Caden. LOL. He wasn't even in town and doesn't live there anymore. Hasn't for years now. And since my sister was there and woke kids up, she gave a statement to police, so she asked our attorney if she could say anything. I think he suggested against it, LOL, but no legal boundary against. She really thinks the boy is just confused and was trying to help clear it up. She's the good one out of us. Now me, I may say a few things to cut ya. Her, nope, and Jason definitely nowhere around. Then Caden says, Stevie, hey ma'am, I seen you said that I was on video flipping the side-by-side back over. I sent you a private message asking you to see the video, but you haven't responded yet. So I thought I would come on here and ask you too. So if you could post or private message me the video of me doing this, it would be grateful. I would be grateful. Stevie says, no. I know there was a profile pic used for a fake message. The picture didn't match the actual name shown, like meaning it was John Doe in the profile pic but had Jane Doe's name. The recipient of the message's phone number was displayed and it cross-referenced to a local officer here, a sheriff actually. A friend of mine reached out to the individual that supposedly was doing the texting in the pic and the others whose name was used, meaning John and Jane's actual account, and both said it wasn't them at all. So I assume it was a made up message anyway, so I didn't pay much attention after hearing that. There's been a lot of those floating around. People have way too much time on their hands. And I think it was an attempt to make the officer look bad. Could be wrong though. Each firefighter doesn't have a number. It's a truck. It's dispatching the truck that is headed to the scene. We never state our names. They have records of those that first arrived at the department. I know this because I was on that department for years. And yes, please play that for us because me and everyone else on that department and in that town know who were there first. Stevie Howard, that's the whole point on why I wouldn't be flipping a vehicle back over. I just had knee surgery and I was wearing a knee brace. I couldn't lift that even if I tried after having surgery. Stevie says, Caden, I don't know. Ask the other ones there. I just know there was a kid with a knee brace. I said before it may not have been you. That's just what they told me. I wasn't there and I don't know you, so I had to go by those that were and do and what is actually on record. There were several of y'all flipping it back over, so it's on its side. Noah helped too. So he seemed to be fine as well. I haven't come on here once and lied about anything. None of us have, Caden. You think I'm against you, and I'm really not. I said I believed you were mistaken instead of being like most reasonable or normal people who I am sorry are not trying to hide or deflect. Not saying you are. I'm saying statistically would acknowledge there would have been some things that yes, being adamant about who and what you saw is fine, but calling others for having a different experience than you liars isn't acceptable to me. It's narcissistic to say the least, and not acknowledging the fact that alcohol may have played a role seems to be a trait of negligence and dismissal of one's own possible fault, meaning you don't strike me as the kind who stands up to take responsibility. At 20, I don't really expect anything else, so I'm not surprised. This will come with age. It is no judgment, just my opinion. This is Stevie again. She said, I'm not getting in a pissing contest with a kid, not when I know that he's full of shit or even just mistaken. I also know he must have had more to drink than he let on because he stated he doesn't remember a UTV wreck, but there are snaps of him helping flip the son of a bitch back right side up. LOL.
So once again, this broad is telling fucking Caden what he knows he did or did not do.
Yep.
And I'm not trying to accuse. I'm not trying to be rude. Or I'm not. Bitch, shut the fuck up. Get the fuck out of here. Yeah, it's funny that she just happened to see a video of somebody else with a pink brace, right? But she can't show it. How convenient. Hello? Right? Go, Caden, go. Smack that bitch up. Hello. Do you guys know where she left off? Let me see. Did she read this? Not Jason M. He hasn't been on the department for over a year at that time. He moved over a year prior to this and was on vacation with his family at that. I also know those names are wrong. The first ones to respond weren't even any of those. I do know who they are, though. Kinda wish they'd come on here and be like, no, I was first, but no one wants to because of the fucking drama. So don't blame them. I am kinda thinking Caden Pressy thought the brush truck on the fire department was a service truck. Only thing that would even be close. And I'm still trying to give him the benefit of the doubt, but those don't leave the yard till well after 6. Either think it was 6:20 something on camera. Honestly, what is a brush truck? Huh. Oh, I see. Like a brush truck for like just small fires or brush fires. I get it. Work. But they don't leave till after 6. I think it was 6:20. Uh, over a year before this happened. Interesting. Not true. That admin was mistaken. So was the aunt when she said it, and every single person in this town knows it. Would be like if somebody posted and Marcy Hansen was first on scene. People can type and say anything. Many will read it and assume truth, but the is absolutely false. He didn't arrive till after 7 a.m. Was number one on the last to arrive. Stevie Howard, but it's been said multiple times. She usually goes back and corrects something if it's not right. Something, something, something. Right. Jam sandwiches. Would a white one look just like that? I'm pretty sure he can distinguish white between red. Let me see. Yep. My dad and me both. I was in the department and first responder for years. Moved in May, so was off at this time. My dad's still on it, and many of my friends and gentlemen I grew up with. They are good people. Most on there are the best old boys you could ask for. Funny how he says that. I should reach out to those and ask them if Jason was there and what time Bub showed. Seriously, ask him. Stevie Howard was or is Jason? What? Stevie Howard was or is Jason? Did she make a fake account? Can I just ask you, do you think Noah was Carter? It's right now? This is happening right now? This is live. Can I just ask you, do you think Noah was showered or is that untrue? I understand if you didn't want to answer that. I fully support you. It is just a wisdom I get asked a lot. And this is fucking Stevie right here. This is 100% Stevie. For one, it's illiterate as shit. And once she ends a period, she not always, but mostly starts a fucking sentence with end. Who the fuck, did she go to school ever? And if yes, why was he showered? Either way, I believe you. Thanks for staying strong. You inspire me and others who have dealt with similar things. This sounds like some gaslighting bullshit right here. He was showered after he got back in a little side-by-side wreck. And if you knew Noah, he hated being dirty before bed, and he couldn't really stand because he was drunk. So me and Jazz helped him, but it's not like what people are making it to be. Kinda just stood there and helped him stand so he didn't fall or anything. Also, he wasn't the only one who got in the shower. One of his best buddies got in with him and they were laughing together. What the fuck? Allegedly. Thank you. Ugh. That just doesn't sound cool.
Gay.
I didn't want to say it, so no.
But
I
we got
commented
her
on
in
his.
writing now, admitting to her and Jasmine, so no questions about that. Being the one who showered him.
Right, but why would okay, like honestly, honestly, I'm just gonna say I think that fucking little pink thing, whatever the fuck I just read, that's Stevie. That's fucking 100% fucking
Well, you might be
Stevie.
right because the
If I'm
account that
wrong,
posted
I'm
it
fucking
is supposedly his name is Tim Howard. The one that I told you is supposed to be like the fake PI that everybody said. And now that I'm thinking about it, that actually makes a lot of sense because it's a fake account, no doubt. But who I suspected it, like I don't. Well, first of all, the last name should have spoke volumes, and it makes sense now because now it's like, okay, well now we're documenting your truth because no one wanted to talk to her irrelevant ass.
Right. Well, not only that, but I mean, it's like love bombing at the same time, and then she's like, "I get this wisdom thing." I'm like, what the fuck does that
Right,
mean?
and you inspire
You know,
me,
but
like to what? To be a liar?
yeah, right. Oh, I believe you. No matter what you say, I believe you anyways. Yeah, bitch. No matter what she says, you're gonna have to take it with a grain of salt, believe it or not. So,
At
but
2:22 in the
just the
morning.
way that just the way that when I'm reading her fucking shit, her gibberish bullshit, it'll
Those were
fuck okay,
bizarre
like right
emojis to
here.
use by someone named Tim that's supposed to be like a middle-aged man that's a private investigator that doesn't have a
Right.
license that exists or a real identity. Hmm.
Correct. So let me just read
And
this,
the
and
name's
this might
Tim
help
Howard.
people. No, I commented on his post the first time minister woke him up, period.
The minister?
And, well, there's that, but I mean, I'm just saying, like, period.
Yeah, but I'm saying,
And
well, the
she
minister, like,
fucking,
did we go to church and what happened? What the fuck?
that's what I'm saying. Who the
I
fuck
thought it
is the
was her
minister?
sister.
We haven't. She's a minister. She might have fucking.
No, she works at the fucking mini
I don't
mart.
know. Maybe she was trying to say mini store.
Sinister? I mean, I don't fucking know. You tell me. Your job is to decipher her gibberish, not me.
This broad drives me fucking bonkers. But that's what I'm saying. So she it's period. And then she starts a fucking sentence with and it's like this continuously. And there are a lot of names we don't share. Period. We know the gentleman who was driving
Bing bong.
the Semi's name, period. We haven't drug him in it, period. We know the actual first ones
So she
on
knows the
scene from the
semi-truck
fire
driver.
department. Right. So this is just odd
Bing
to
bong.
me. Everybody knows the fucking truck driver. Nobody has mentioned this person's name. No one.
I can almost put my life on it. They work for Bub. I bet you.
Well, this person has to be a somebody because nobody, not Caden, not fucking.
Kaden never saw him.
I thought he was
He
the
seen the
first.
truck, but he didn't see the driver. That's why he assumed that he was still in his truck or something, because he never saw him on the scene. He just
Oh.
seen the truck blocking off, like kind of blocking Noah's body from view from the other direction.
Okay, so
That's what's weird.
With Caden's statement, Caden said there was 2 big rigs, right?
There would have to be, because he seen a box truck, but yet at the one that's described that was there when OHP and all got there hours later, it's a crude trailer, and that would have to mean there's 2 different ones, because what Caden seen was a box truck.
Now, could it have been like, instead of like a semi, like the box truck, could it have been like a water truck, you know what I mean? But still carrying, I don't know, the oil or whatever, but just it has the one tank.
That's not the one that Caden seen. That was the one that was there after, that everybody else seen. Caden's, the one that he seen was just a regular box, the standard.
Right.
And I believe it had OPA or something on the side of it, and it was white.
What color was the other one?
White.
What color was the service truck?
White.
So at no point does he ever state that he saw a red truck.
No. Never seen a police cruiser either.
So there was no police cruiser.
Not when he was there.
So
it was Jack, white truck, and white semi. Correct.
2 white semis, a white service truck, and Jack's truck.
No, just one semi.
Oh, just the one semi.
But that one apparently left, and the other one was there when everyone else got on scene. Because it wasn't Tyler Hardy in the white service truck either that was there at the time Caden was there. So that would imply there was 2 different service truck drivers and 2 different semi truck drivers, which is possible because Caden claims to have been there between 5:25-ish, and Tyler didn't get on the scene until 5:53. So that's 30-minute difference that they could have absolutely been 2 completely different sets of people. Ones were the plants, and the other ones were the ones that were actually just innocent bystanders driving by, maybe. Except for the fact that you factor in that they lied about not knowing each other, and then it's like, how innocent are they really?
Right. So the first time Caden goes out there to see Noah,
he was only out one time.
Oh, okay, so he didn't.
Yeah, that when I say the second time, that's what's being reported as to everyone else. That Caleb and all, when they all started getting there between 6 or whatever, depending on who you're asking, between 6:05 and 6:18, and when the trooper arrived officially at 6:18, that's what's described like in the autopsy report about, based on the the assessment of who was there and
right.
And who stayed to fill out incident reports or whatever as what they witnessed.
So, all right. Well, let me just ask this: do you think that Caden would know, even though he wasn't there, would know who this mysterious other truck driver is?
No, because that's the $1 million question, because that's what everybody is suspecting and speculating, that because this person's so mysterious that's who had to have took the video, the video. You know what I'm talking about? Right.
Mm-hmm.
And that would be why they're trying to stay so low key, because that would be something that could make them feel unsafe.
Why they haven't mentioned his name. Because it's
right, because they know that he could fuck this all up.
Right.
Because everyone else they haven't mind throwing under the bus. They ain't dropping initials, nothing. And I wouldn't be surprised if somewhere in these different groups, because there's like 5 now, and I mean literally hundreds of comments go on post every day, I wouldn't be surprised if he hasn't blended in with one of these and has been overlooked because of all the bullshit that's hard to sift through. Because people post on there anonymously all the time.
Right. Well, if
and somebody sent this video anonymously, so
sent it. Like, so how did people see this video? Who saw this video? There's the one guy, right? That I can't remember what his name was.
No, that I can't say who's that, because that would be a. But I can tell you, like, off the air, like how I know it
Right.
exists.
No,
But
no.
it was
But-
sent anonymously to somebody that was, you know, kind of
Well, let's just say that it was sent to whoever, but how did other people find out about it?
because it was they did the right thing and gave it to Ellie, and Ellie did nothing, so they went public in a sense. You know, that they didn't. The video hasn't been circulating, but people talking about the video existing did.
So so this person allegedly, maybe, possibly try to go to law enforcement with this video.
Did.
Oh, they
Correct.
did. They
Yes.
did go to law enforcement first and tried to show them, and they were like, and
Pretty much, or just took it and then, you know, just no talk about it, and then kind of, you know, just in their opinion started being you know, oh, now you're suspect because you have this type deal. How long have you had it? Who sent it to you? And rather than, okay, let's talk about what's on it, let's deflect from that and just and then not talk about it at all, apparently. And that's why it started getting talked about publicly, because they're like, you're not gonna act like it didn't happen, you know, like, and you know, they're not trying to send it around to where it actually compromises the investigation. But at the end of the day, like, they're supposed to follow up with it. They can get the metadata from it, and they can confirm exactly what device it was on. There's no wondering who it came from if they do their job, and the fact they're not is weird. It's almost like they don't want to know.
so like you said, this person that took the video could anonymously made like a fake account, like fucking Stevie just did with that pink bullshit.
Yeah, but I mean, you can't contest what you see on the video.
Right, and but put it out there like, yeah, I've seen this video, blah 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 blah, and then it just circulates. You know what I mean?
Except that's not what's happened, though, because it's actually did the opposite, and it's put Stevie into fucking silence.
Right.
Because since this buzz has started going around, she ain't, I mean, unless she's in these fake accounts, but regardless, she's completely changed her tactic.
Which is super fucking telling.
To me, yeah, because ain't nothing shut her up thus far, and she's not coming to say, oh, well, I know for a fact this isn't who's on the video, because it's really hard to argue when somebody clear as day says what they seen, and the only name that I know for a fact is not being contested at all is her stepdaddy's. And the fact that she's saying he got there 7, 8 o'clock, well, that's funny, because he was sure as hell there way before daylight, doing some sketchy shit. So maybe, did you know when he got on scene, or are you playing your part a little bit too much?
And isn't that then like the stepdad's name, the name, whatever, Bud, whatever the fuck his name is, like that's like the one concurrent name that keeps popping up in between these if somebody's seen this video.
Yeah, because he's the only one that everybody, that no matter who they are, the only one that everybody recognized.
Right. That's what I meant. Like the only one that everybody really knows.
Right. And he was dressed plain clothes. The other ones were in, you know, a volunteer firefighter in uniform, and a deputy, like some kind of deputy, don't know like where, you know, that could have been Brian, Warika, whatever, in uniform, an officer of some kind, and then someone else in plain clothes.
So if there is in fact a uniformed law enforcement person, and this is true, and they're doing this, yeah, I could see fucking law enforcement being like, what do we do, boss? Well, we can't put that out. That's fucking put, you know, regardless if they know the person, if they're cool with the person or not, it's going to make their whole fucking shit look bad. Not only that, but if they do acknowledge it, then guess what? Now it turns into a murder fucking investigation. Now we actually have to go out and do something.
right? But rather than give any kind of indication like, oh, you know, it's just hard to judge by the reaction, or should I say lack of reaction, if they're shocked that it exists because, oh shit, we're screwed, or if they're shocked like that they got a bad apple, you know, because it could be either or at this point, because we don't even know if it was somebody from their department. It could have been somebody from the next county over, because the person that um seen the video, they would know, you know, the local ones, especially the ones involved in Noah's case, by face to recognize them, and it wasn't any of them.
Right. Well, I mean, either way, by not fucking saying, okay, you know what? Yes, we've come across this, and yes, there is a uniformed officer. They don't have to say the name. They don't have to say the county, whatever city, whatever the fuck they're coming from.
I think it was like a sheriff, or you know, like it wasn't just a deputy, you know, or you know, it was somebody in charge, you know, if you know what I mean.
Like somebody who has some rank.
Yes, even if it's not necessarily in the department, but in the community, absolutely. Correct. The same reason why people have been as much as they tiptoe around the shit that with Bub.
Right. I mean, I could see why they wouldn't. Law enforcement wouldn't want to come through with saying that they know this video exists.
Oh, especially with the FBI sniffing around. My Atlanta, can you talk about the auditing and you know, just everything that would be an inconvenience would be an inconvenience, because no matter how far down the bad apple goes, that goes back to look at the superiors in charge, because you have a duty to uphold and make sure that shit like that doesn't happen. And for that to happen and you have no knowledge of it, means something is not operating properly. And that usually that's not a comfortable seat to be sitting in, especially with the eyes that are on it now, because this is just recently took off nationwide, worldwide, really.
Right. I'm sorry. Teresa Quick makes a good point. The person that took the video didn't know there was relation to any of the people on scene with the police.
That's possible, because they could have just been taking a video because the fact that whatever was taking place looked sketchy. But I do think that they learned along the way, and that's why they have been quiet, hush, haven't came on the forefront, and ultimately didn't release this video until recently. And I believe that was because the FBI being involved, because I think they know that if it would have went to local investigators, that it wouldn't have done anything but got them in a bind, because if, you know, if the corruption is as high as that looks from the sound of it, you know, what good would it be to take it to them and give it to them as evidence, you know?
Right. They're asking, did they take it to state police or sheriff department? State investigates, county sheriff. Well, either way.
Oh, it went to the FBI. They didn't go to neither. Because at this point,
for
there could be a bad apple in all of them. That's why this is the way it has for so long.
You mean the second time, right? Not the first time. The first time they went to.
The first time it didn't go to any matter. It was it went to.
Right. Okay.
I'll put it in the back chat.
Yeah. I know. Yeah.
And then that
is so do I. Where's my shovel? Fast Edwin says, where is this video? At Puff, I think your thoughts about the injuries make pretty good sense. Where did Puff say?
Correct. Yeah.
Well, So okay, but who did we ask? I think we asked Kyla, right? If
What's up?
if FBI was involved, and I think she said she didn't know exactly, but that there was that she said people saw.
Yeah, the aunt said that they're like they offered their resources and they're making themselves available, but it's at the OSB discretion. They have to ask for it and request it. So they're just kind of in the background, waiting to be requested because of
Even
jurisdiction and all that other good shit that pisses me off.
after receiving the video.
Well, I haven't heard any updates since then because I don't know that if they were involved, I don't think they would want the OSB to be like, yeah, they're probably trying to, yeah, we're here to offer help or whatever. But in all reality, the investigation has probably turned to an internal, type, and they usually will not say anything if that's the case. That's just what I suspect. That would be the proper way to deal with it. But
No.
I don't know that.
No, the proper thing that they would have done is they would come out and make a statement saying, we received evidence showing that something, something, something. We're going to take over this investigation.
But not if they are trying to get to, if they jump in and show their cards now, how are they going to know that everybody that's involved and how deep this corruption goes if they jump now and get the two at the bottom whenever this could go all the way up to the DA if they play their cards right and act dumb and act complacent and act like they're at a distance when they're really on their ass like white on rice and just have to wait for them to make a phone call to one another or this is all just my opinion and speculative, like just from TV shows I watch. Just kidding. But that would be the way to get them all. And I know that for like that's how Grady does shit. Like he'll start at the bottom and then he work his way up. And this investigation that he just was talking about today, they've been doing that since 2021.
Right.
So when you want to get the big fish, sometimes you gotta ride it out. And I don't think that I don't think the deputy works for the department investigating this.
Right.
And I think that is kind of where we're at, like where, yeah, that person should probably be arrested, but at the end of the day, you can't say that there was corruption with the case because who's to say that guy, they have to prove that the law enforcement that's working the case had knowledge of it. And that is what that's why that went public because they were trying to, to try to, kill. What are you talking about? What video? We never had one. And everybody's like, we know the person went and seen you on this day, and we know what the video consists of. That's why the public got involved. Like, no, bitch, you're not going to play that.
So like, okay, let's think about this. I mean, so the public is tired of the bullshit, right? And the public has heard enough to say we can speculate or whatever the fuck they want to use, what your word they want to use, and say, yeah, this kid just didn't fucking just show up and die here or whatever. You know what I'm saying? The kid was murdered.
Yeah, and apparently they're fed up with the lack of accountability as a whole with these characters, involved. It's not something that just started with Noah's case. It's just what's brought it to a head.
And LE not fucking
doing anything.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So then there's that, you know what I mean? Which I think in these communities, people need to fucking do this, especially when this shit is going on, especially when it happens. I mean, take for instance, and I'm not, not to say that any young person that has been unalived or whatever is any better, but this kid is a 4.0 grade point average, played 4 fucking sports, and was going to go into the military. That's a stand-up fucking kid to me. I don't give a fuck. He can drink and be a man hoe all he wants. I give a shit about that. You know what I mean? But he's still handling his fucking business as a young kid with a 4.
And he wasn't hurting nobody,
Right. You know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, if that's not a stand-up kid, I don't know.
There's a lot worse out there,
Most definitely. You know,
Okay.
it's just
Oh,
strange.
found it. No way. When I fucking give up, go figure.
Hello, kitty.
I gotta save this shit. Is the hoe here?
Yep.
Where that hoe been?
The hoe is back. Back again.
Damn.
Tell your friends. No.
Been looking for you, hoe.
How you doing?
I thought you was done abandon us.
Right?
Okay, where the okay.
Should be given to the family's attorney.
Oh.
Yeah, when it's time to go to trial for whoever they indict, if anybody is indicted yet.
God damn it, I think you're fucking right.
About?
Look. Okay, I'm gonna just let you read this. I'm not even gonna say nothing. Alright, look at the name and read it.
Tim Daniel?
Mm-hmm.
I think it's important to hear it straight from the people who were there. Jack's fiance Carter was one of the people who showered Noah just before he died. I asked her about it, and here is her response. What do you think? Is she telling the truth? I am so skeptical, and then I hear it from her own mouth, and well, I do believe she sounds truthful to me in this exchange. This case is so intriguing, so many differing accounts. She even says that Noah's friend got in the shower with him.
Okay, Stevie.
Huh?
Sorry.
I love it. What the fuck?
What the fuck?
This is one that we haven't seen before, I don't think.
Skirt would be that.
Noah's the white hat, right? On the
I don't know.
small, the low sofa or some shit.
I think that's Brian.
Is it? Did he have his hat back? Noah's hat was white and black, right? Yeah, it was white and then a black bill, I think. Maybe. I don't know, I'm tripping.
But what are we supposed to be looking at? What circle?
The head of the person laying down and this kid with this
Is
hat
that
on.
supposed to be the Texas boy?
And this dude behind
shit.
him.
Yeah, who's that in the orange shirt? I've never seen that. No.
The person sitting down in that chair looks like a Mexican.
Yeah, he looks hairy as fuck, and he looks like a fat, pudgy little.
He looks like he's got some tamales. Probably some
What
bomb.
is it? Why is it such a grainy picture? This is clearly an Android. Like, what the fuck?
Hey.
Sorry. Couldn't help it.
But who's the kid standing next to dude? Like it looks like they're looking at TV.
Oh, hold on. This 7 hours ago. Don't be fucking rude.
Huh?
Look.
Who's that?
That's her Snapchat name, apparently. Look, at the top.
Oh, yeah. Huh?
Okay, I'll take that too. Yee. I love new goodies.
Oh shit.
I will be looking at that Snapchat name later, girl. Don't be fucking rude. I won't. I will just be okay. What is this? Seen that.
See
we got it. You see my wiener? Country pimp. 1-on-1. Mike Tyson. Which one?
Yeah.
Seen that.
Okay, I'm just going to start off by saying that this is...
Seen that. Okay, thank you so much. I'm going to say...
That girl's
What the fuck?
The guy sitting in the chair, like the Mexican.
Mm-hmm.
Buff Muffin. Yeah, he did. He looked like he had a full beard. They're you watching something or playing some kind of video game on some TV.
Oh, fuck my life. What was that?
Where are the effing hats? It's a very good question. Very good question.
Army.
It's almost implying or could imply that there was a scuffle because both of them had hats. Both of them fell off somehow, some way. I'm going to assume just if there's two missing hats, what's to say there's no missing golf clubs?
Alright, good. It's hard to keep up with what's fucking wrong. Can't hide from science. Well, I mean, there's that.
Yes. Just this. Somebody just put that in the chat too.
What?
Somebody put that in. What did I say?
I reckon.
Shit, I thought I saw something like that. Oh, it was jam sandwiches. Science. Fuck yeah.
Love science. I'm just kidding. I hate it.
Right. Has the other Adidas been found? This is a very good question as well. Very good questions.
Fuck my life.
Good questions are why take the guns out of the house if you aren't afraid that the police are going to search the house. Like, if no crime was committed at this property, why would you have to take the guns out of the house?
Especially if they didn't play a role in what happened.
Right? By taking the guns out of the house, your thought process is saying the police, law enforcement, is probably going to show up to this house and search this house. They're not going to say, we don't have to because, they got to get a warrant and everything. No. Warrant bullshit. Shady.
That's bizarre. See, I'm not the only one.
What's that? Have all the main players gone? Am I right? At first,
You think they're attorneys?
But I haven't seen any comments from them in a couple weeks. You think maybe their attorneys finally told them to shut the fuck up?
Better late than never, I guess.
Right? Shit. Puff Mama says, well, one of them was highly illegal for someone else to have besides the actual owner of said gun. Correct.
Okay.
Seems like they all had guns, though.
I knew I was not losing my motherfucking mind. I found it.
Word of mouth.
Read this.
This is okay. Let me do this. My job. Once again, because some drink the Kool-Aid. What? No, I'm just kidding. Number one, what is protocol for Jefferson County Sheriff's Department September 4, 2023? Number two, what is OHP's protocol September 4, 2023? Number three, what is OSBI's protocol September 4, 2023? Number four, when there is a death on a county road, state highway, city street, what is protocol? Number five, when a geofence is done, how many search warrants do you have to have? Number six, how long does it take to get a search warrant on a geofence? Number seven, do you have to have a search warrant for each social media platform? Number eight, how long does it take to sort through all the data received? Number nine, in an ongoing investigation for a suspicious death or unattended death, who's entitled to information about said case? Number 10, is OHP, OSBI, local law enforcement obligated to give you any information on an ongoing investigation? Number 11, how many times did the sheriff at the scene say to family or anyone else for that matter that it was being investigated as a hit and run? That's a fucking good question. Number 12, are county sheriff's department vehicles as well as other law enforcement vehicles equipped with dash cams and body cams that record video and audio? Fucking hell of a good question. Let's hear it, everyone, let's hear it, everyone, especially to the ones that have a problem where I stand with law enforcement, all you experts with all your facts, fictitious on the facts. Let's hear what all you experts have to say. Just saying. Who says this? I will answer that. Yeah, here's another thing that I was wondering too. With the autopsy report, don't usually autopsy report contain photos of said person?
It didn't even have fucking measurements. You think it had photos?
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Actually, should have wrote down those questions. Damn it. I'll play it back.
So there wasn't they didn't all come, running to answer that.
Right. I mean, just if I'm part of this a department, right, and I see some shit like this, I would imagine that I would be like, you know what, I'm gonna fucking. You can make a fake account and go in there and say, you know what, my name's Officer Sanchez for this department, whatever. I can answer this part of the question because I work for this part of the department, and this is the protocol for this, whatever. Suck a dick.
You could.
Right.
And at this point, I think they would buy it.
Right. Jam Sam says, good God, I actually hope there were photos for evidence reasons. No shit. That would mean some form of detective or whatever they call them out there would have to be certified in taking evidence photographs. I wonder if that would be hard to look up. Because not everybody on the police force is certified to take evidence photographs. Teresa Quick, is there a law regarding guns and alcohol together is automatic felony? Someone said that, but I'm not sure. I actually know the question or the answer to that, but I'm gonna look it up anyways. Are you asking for Oklahoma or like just for any state? Because I'm going to say that's probably different for state to state.
That was about to drive me nuts. Huh? I found it. What, you told me? Now read that. This is the mic drop.
Okay. Some of you people get your facts straight. Jeremy. Straight. That's what it says. It says straight. Jeremy and Carrie didn't sell everything because they're broke. That's just
Time out. Jeremy and Carrie are the Jefferson County Sheriff, the one who sold the mini mart, and this Jefferson County Sheriff.
What?
Who was also the first one on scene, according to Aunt Robin. It was the firefighter, which is Bub, and the Jefferson County Sheriff who was on scene, and that's who was on scene when Dalen got there and Victor got there. Mr. Jeremy Wilson. Keep going. This is just a coincidence, you guys.
They're broke. That's just absolute bullshit. They sold everything because wait, okay. So strike Jeremy and Carrie, Cary, and then we come to sold everything because Carrie, Carrie, is an archaeologist, and her research has led her to where they buried Alexander the Great.
They're moving to fucking London.
They're moving to fucking London so she
just coincidence.
Best archaeologist possible. Good griff. GRIF. I don't know what that means. Y'all just running around making shit up because it sounds good.
I wonder what the extradition laws are like in London.
Twatopotamuses?
Twatopotamus. That's a twatopotamus.
What is it? Fucking twatopotamuses?
Like a twat waffle, but a hippopotamus.
How do you spell Carrie wrong or right, whichever, the first time, and then wrong or right the second time?
This is Oklahoma. It's quite certain. It's just, sorry. Twin mama. Fucking A. Okay, now, listen. I wonder what the extradition laws are like in London. That would be interesting to know.
Let's do
So her rock chasing is more important than being the deputy or the county sheriff?
Right.
Who's And you sold everything, including the mini mart, which is the only place that Stevie keeps talking about this surveillance footage. But he still owns the one in Ryan and the one in Duncan because he's got mini marts in every place except he sold the one in Terrell.
So the Extradition Act 2003 covers extradition arrangement between the United Kingdom and other countries. The process for extradition to England and Wales can be used to prosecute someone, sentence someone for a crime they've already been convicted of, carry out a sentence that's already been imposed.
So if you get a warrant for something later down the road, are we going to come get your ass from there? Or are they going to allow it?
So it says the process, okay, the extradition process includes following steps. 1, the requesting state makes an extradition request to the Secretary of State. Number 2, the Secretary of State decides whether to certify the request. Number 3, the Secretary of State sends the case to court. Number 4, judge decides whether to issue an arrest warrant. Number 5, the person is arrested and brought before the court. 6, there is a preliminary hearing and an extradition hearing. 7, the Secretary of State decides whether to order extradition. The UK may refuse extradition for a number of reasons, including the potential risk of torture or inhumane, degrading treatment,
Oh, here we go.
political offenses or motivations, the potential risk of discrimination, and excessive delay in bringing a case. The offense for which someone is extradited must also be an offense in the UK as well as in the foreign state. However, there is a list of 32 serious offenses that are considered to be crimes in all countries, such as murder, drug trafficking, that do not require this. The UK also has the London scheme of scheme of extradition within the Commonwealth, which allows Commonwealth countries to extradite fugitive criminals to each other without an extradition treaty. This is possible if the offense is punishable by imprisonment for 2 years or more in both the requesting and requested state. Damn. It goes on. An extradition offense is defined in the Extradition Act and includes the following scenarios. In accusation cases, the conduct occurred in the UK, or if outside the UK, it constitutes an extraterritorial offense and the conduct can be punished with at least 12 months imprisonment. There you go. So in a sense, I would say for the most part, it would have to be a crime, considered a crime in London or the UK, as well as a foreign country, if that be ours. Puff Muffin, I guess, and he looked it up and said, carrying a firearm while substantially intoxicated by alcohol or another drug is a gross misdemeanor punishable by several weeks to months in jail. Well, I have proof otherwise. Puff Muffin, is that in every state? Is Katie still here? Did she rage quit?
Yeah, I'm reading.
Oh, did you find something else?
You know, I was asking the devil AI.
You should ask them the protocols of the OSBI and BSBI, whatever the fuck those places are called.
About what?
The procedures. What are the procedures? You know, what was it? I mean, there's 12, 13, 14, 15 questions.
But for the, hold on, let me see what it tough, right? To have a gun with alcohol? Is that what they're asking?
No. The questions that you had looked up.
Oh, but a while back?
Yeah.
Yeah, I got those stuff.
See what AI, whatever that thingy that you is the devil.
Well, it is the devil, but sometimes the devil just be knowing what it's talking about. You just can't be listening to it all the time.
Right. See what the procedures were on September 4th, 2023 for containing a crime scene or whatever the fuck.
Mm-hmm.
Word.
Hold on, nurse is off duty. Here we go. It's getting closer. Here we go.
Yes. Do the feds stop passports if you're under investigation? Yes.
I can tell you that. That's the first thing they do. Whenever you get,
She knows.
yeah,
Personally.
you're on a no-fly list.
Well, they tell
Ask
you,
Trump.
like, yeah, not to leave the state.
Yeah, when you forfeit your fucking passport.
Right. And you are put on a list. This is very true. Not to say that I've ever been put on a list or anything, but yes, this is true. Well,
allegedly.
Right. Just like I find it funny that it's a gross misdemeanor in Oklahoma, but in motherfucking California, you don't even have to fucking have anything in your system.
It's gonna happen 100%.
It could just be alleged.
In most cases,
Ooh. What?
prosecutors,
I don't even have to read?
DOS, will wait for an official cause of death before filing charges.
That's awesome. It doesn't
This is
start over.
because
That's
cause of
fancy.
death helps determine if a crime occurred and who, if anyone, is criminally responsible. Here's why an official cause of death matters. Murder versus accident. An official cause of death like homicide strengthens a murder case compared to an undetermined cause. Accidental versus negligent. Cause of death can differentiate between an accident and something caused by negligence, impacting potential charges. However, there are exceptions where charges might be filed before an official cause of death. Strong evidence. If there's overwhelming evidence of a crime, e.g., witnessed assault, charges may proceed while the medical examiner determines cause of death. Time constraints. In some situations, there might be a legal time limit to file charges. So, prosecutors might file placeholder charges and adjust them later based on the cause of death. Here's what you can do. This is a complex legal situation. If you're directly involved, consult with an attorney for specific advice. Generally, it's uncommon for charges to be filed without a cause of death. If you're concerned about a case, you can try reaching out to the relevant law enforcement agency or district attorney's office for clarification. DOS, charges, and the cause of death.
DOS. All of this fucking thing. Think he meant DA. But what do I know? I'm not a fucking devil's bot.
Sounds like Stevie, damn it.
The dolls and the I digress.
a deeper look. Typically, prosecutors, DOS, wait for the official cause of death before filing charges. This determination is crucial because it helps establish, was a crime committed? Knowing the cause of death helps differentiate between a crime, like homicide, and an accident or natural cause. For instance, an official cause of death like homicide by strangulation strengthens a murder case compared to an undetermined cause. Who's responsible? The cause of death can help identify potential suspects. For example, if the cause of death is a drug overdose, it might point towards a drug dealer rather than a violent crime. Here's a breakdown of why the cause of death matters for specific scenarios. Murder versus accident. Imagine a situation where someone is found dead with a head injury. An official cause of death like blunt force trauma inflicted by another person strengthens a murder case against a suspect. An undetermined cause, however, makes it difficult to prove criminal intent. Accidental versus negligent. Let's say someone dies in a car crash. The cause of death might be internal injuries due to car accident. This doesn't necessarily point towards criminal negligence. However, if the cause of death is internal injuries due to car accident while driving under the influence, it suggests a crime, DUI, may have been committed. Exceptions. Filing charges before cause of death. There are some situations where charges might be filed before an official cause of death is determined. Strong evidence. If there's overwhelming evidence of a crime, like a witnessed assault or video footage, charges may proceed while the medical examiner works to determine the cause of death. This evidence can help establish probable cause for an arrest. Time constraints. Sometimes, there might be legal deadlines to file charges. To avoid missing these deadlines, prosecutors might file placeholder charges, like assault, and adjust them later based on the cause of death. What you can do. This is a complex legal situation. If you're directly involved in a case like this, consult with an attorney for specific advice tailored to your situation. They can navigate the legal nuances and advise you on the best course of action. Generally, it's uncommon for charges to be filed without a cause of death. If you're concerned about a specific case and want clarification, you can try reaching out to the relevant law enforcement agency or district attorney's office. My apologies, the previous information on statutes of limitations was for Florida. Here's what applies to Oklahoma. Statute of limitations for filing charges in Oklahoma. Oklahoma, like most states, has varying time limits for filing charges depending on the crime's severity. Here's a general breakdown. No statute of limitations. There's no time limit for filing charges for certain serious crimes like murder, manslaughter, or some sex crimes. This means charges can be filed anytime, regardless of how much time has passed. Felonies. Generally, the statute of limitations for felonies in Oklahoma is 3 years. However, there are exceptions for some specific felonies. Felonies involving deadly weapons. The time limit for these felonies is 7 years. E.g., armed robbery. False or bogus checks. Prosecutors have 5 years to file charges. Workers' compensation fraud. The time limit is 3 years from when the fraud is discovered, but no more than 7 years from when it was committed. Misdemeanors. The statute of limitations for most misdemeanors in Oklahoma is also 3 years. However, some misdemeanors, like domestic abuse or assault and battery, might have a longer time limit. Undetermined cause of death. As in other states, an undetermined cause of death from an autopsy can affect the timeline for filing charges in Oklahoma. Here's how. Waiting for more information. Prosecutors typically prefer to wait for a clearer picture, e.g., toxicology results, witness statements, before filing charges to build a stronger case. Placeholder charges. Similar to Florida, to avoid missing deadlines, prosecutors might file temporary charges, like assault, that can be adjusted based on the final cause of death determination. Recommendations. Talk to an attorney. An Oklahoma attorney can provide specific guidance considering the details of your situation and the relevant Oklahoma statutes. They can advise you on the The procedure and policy for a death investigation can vary depending on the specific circumstances and local jurisdiction. However, there are some general steps that are typically followed. 1. Initial response. Discovery of the death. a death can be reported to law enforcement or emergency medical services by a friend, family member, or someone who discovers the body. Securing the scene. The first responders will secure the scene to prevent contamination or disturbance of evidence. 2. Investigator arrival and assessment. Trained investigator. A trained investigator, often a police detective or medical examiner investigator, will arrive at the scene to assess the situation. Preliminary questions. The investigator will gather basic information about the deceased and the circumstances surrounding the death. Suspicious circumstances. If the death appears suspicious, e.g., signs of violence, unattended death of a young person, a more thorough investigation will be initiated. 3. Scene investigation. Scene documentation. The investigator will thoroughly document the scene with photographs, sketches, and detailed notes. Evidence collection. Physical evidence like fingerprints, DNA samples, and potential weapons will be collected and preserved for further analysis. Witness interviews. Anyone who might have knowledge about the deceased or the events leading up to the death will be interviewed. 4. Body examination. Medical examiner. The body will be transported to the medical examiner's office for a thorough external examination. Autopsy, optional. An autopsy might be performed to determine the cause and manner of death, e.g., homicide, suicide, accident, natural causes. Toxicology reports. In some cases, toxicology reports may be requested to check for the presence of drugs, alcohol, or poisons. 5. Information sharing and next steps. Information sharing. The investigator will share their findings with the medical examiner and possibly the prosecutor's office. Cause of death determination. The medical examiner will determine the cause and manner of death based on the autopsy, toxicology reports, and scene investigation. Next steps. The next steps will depend on the cause of death. If the death was ruled a homicide, a criminal investigation will continue. If natural causes, the body will be released to the family for funeral arrangements. Policies and procedures. Standardized procedures. Most law enforcement agencies and medical examiner offices have standardized procedures for death investigations to ensure a thorough and consistent approach. Respect for the deceased. Investigators are trained to treat the scene and the deceased with respect, even in difficult circumstances. Confidentiality. Information gathered during the investigation is typically confidential, except when required by law or for investigative purposes. Additional considerations. Mental health professionals. In some cases, mental health professionals may be involved in the investigation, especially if suicide is a possibility. Family liaison. Law enforcement agencies may have a victim or family liaison officer who provides support and updates to the next of kin throughout the investigation. It's important to remember that this is a general overview, and the specifics of a death investigation can vary depending on the situation and the local jurisdiction. Here's a deeper dive into specific details of a death investigation procedure and policy, focusing on the investigator's perspective. 1. Initial response and scene arrival. Upon receiving a report of death, the investigator will consider the circumstances reported. A natural death in a hospital setting with a doctor present would require a different approach than an unattended death at a residence. Scene arrival. The investigator will secure the scene's perimeter to prevent unauthorized access and potential contamination. Scene integrity is crucial for preserving evidence. 2. Investigator's assessment. Preliminary assessment. The investigator will assess the scene for signs of violence, forced entry, or any other indication of foul play. The presence of medications, suicide notes, or signs of struggle will also be noted. Documentation. Detailed notes and photographs will be taken, capturing the scene's overall layout, the body's position, and any potential evidence. Sketches may be drawn for further clarity. 3. Evidence collection. Identifying and collecting physical evidence. This could include fingerprints, DNA samples, from the body, clothing, or the scene, bullet casings, weapon traces, biological materials, or any suspicious objects. Following established protocols for evidence collection ensures its admissibility in court. Witness interviews. Anyone who might have information about the deceased or the events leading up to the death will be interviewed. These interviews will be conducted in a private setting and documented thoroughly. 4. Investigator coroner, medical examiner interaction. Consulting with the medical examiner, coroner. The investigator will consult with the medical examiner, ME, or coroner to determine the next steps. The ME conducts the autopsy, but the investigator might request specific tests or analyses based on their scene assessment. 5. Information sharing and next steps. Information sharing. The investigator will share their findings with the medical examiner and the prosecutor's office. This collaborative approach helps build a strong case if foul play is suspected. Cause of death determination. The medical examiner will determine the cause and manner of death, homicide, suicide, accident, natural causes, based on the autopsy findings, toxicology reports, if requested, and information from the investigator. Next steps. The direction of the investigation will depend heavily on the cause of death. Homicide. If the death is ruled a homicide, the investigation will shift towards identifying and apprehending the suspects. Suicide. If suicide is determined, the investigator might work with mental health professionals to understand potential contributing factors. Accident, natural causes. In such cases, the investigation is usually concluded, and the body is released to the family. Policy considerations. Standardized protocols. Law enforcement agencies have specific protocols for death investigations. These protocols ensure a consistent and thorough approach across different situations. Respect for the deceased. Investigators are trained to treat the scene and the deceased with respect, regardless of the circumstances. Confidentiality. Information gathered during the investigation is typically confidential, except when required by law or for investigative purposes. Additional points. Technology. Fingerprint scanners, advanced DNA analysis techniques, and ballistics testing can play a crucial role in death investigations. Family liaison. Law enforcement agencies often have victim or family liaison officers who provide support and updates to the next of kin throughout the process. This helps maintain communication and sensitivity during a difficult time. Remember, this is a complex process, and the specifics can vary depending on the jurisdiction and the unique circumstances of each death investigation. When a death occurs on a highway, the investigation procedure and policy will have some similarities to a general death investigation, but also some key differences specific to the highway setting. Here's a breakdown. Initial response. Securing the scene. Similar to any death scene, securing the accident site is crucial. This minimizes further accidents and protects evidence. Traffic control measures are implemented to divert traffic and ensure safety for emergency responders. Investigator arrival and assessment. Trained investigator. A specially trained officer from the Highway Patrol or a traffic fatality investigation unit will arrive at the scene. They have expertise in reconstructing accidents and analyzing factors specific to highway deaths. Scene assessment. The investigator will assess the scene for skid marks, debris patterns, damage to vehicles involved, and any potential contributing factors like weather conditions or road hazards. Scene investigation. Detailed documentation. Extensive photographs and detailed diagrams are created to capture the accident scene layout, positioning of vehicles, and any visible injuries. Drone technology might be used for a comprehensive aerial view of the crash site. Vehicle examination. Investigators will meticulously examine the vehicles involved for evidence like deployment of airbags, seatbelt usage, and potential mechanical failures. Data recorder information from modern vehicles can be downloaded to extract details about speed, braking, and other factors before the crash. Witness interviews. Similar to a regular death investigation, anyone who witnessed the accident will be interviewed to gather accounts of what they saw. Body examination. Medical examiner. The body will be transported to the medical examiner's office for a thorough examination. The autopsy report will be crucial in determining the cause of death, e.g., blunt force trauma, internal injuries, and if any pre-existing medical conditions might have contributed to the accident. Toxicology reports. As in other cases, toxicology reports might be requested to check for the presence of drugs or alcohol in the deceased system, which could be a contributing factor. Information sharing and next steps. Collaboration. The Highway Patrol investigator will collaborate with the medical examiner and potentially the prosecutor's office to determine the cause and manner of death, accident, hit and run, DUI related. Accident reconstruction. Investigators will use witness statements, scene examination details, and vehicle data to reconstruct the sequence of events that led to the accident. Accident reconstruction software might also be used to create a virtual simulation of the crash. Next steps. The course of action will depend on the cause of death. Accident. If determined an accident, a report will be filed, and the families of those involved will be notified. Hit and run. A manhunt for the suspect will be initiated using available information. DUI related. If evidence suggests DUI, a criminal investigation against the driver will commence. Specific highway death investigation considerations. Road closures. Highway death investigations often require lane or even complete road closures to ensure a thorough scene examination. This can cause traffic delays, and investigators need to work efficiently to minimize disruption. Specialized training. Investigators involved in highway death investigations undergo specialized training in accident reconstruction techniques and analyzing factors unique to highway environments like speed limits, road design, and vehicle types involved. Overall, highway death investigations require a meticulous approach, collaboration between different agencies, and specialized expertise to reconstruct the events and determine the cause of death. When a body is found dumped on the shoulder of a highway, the investigation procedure takes on a more complex and criminal investigation focus. Here's how it might differ from a highway accident. Initial response. Crime scene. The scene will be treated as a potential crime scene from the beginning. This means a higher level of precaution will be taken to preserve evidence like tire tracks, footprints, or any objects the perpetrator might have left behind. Investigator arrival and assessment. Specialized unit. Detectives from a homicide or major crimes unit might be called in to lead the investigation due to the suspicious circumstances. Scene assessment. The investigator will meticulously examine the scene for any clues about how the body arrived there. This might involve searching for drag marks, traces of clothing fibers, or other signs of struggle. The surrounding area will also be checked for potential surveillance cameras or witnesses. Scene investigation. Detailed documentation. Similar to other investigations, thorough photographs, sketches, and detailed notes will be taken to capture the scene exactly as it was found. The location of the body, any visible injuries, and surrounding objects will be documented. Evidence collection. A meticulous search for fingerprints, DNA evidence, under the body, on nearby vegetation, etc., and any other potential clues will be conducted. The body will be carefully transported to the medical examiner's office for a thorough examination. Body examination. Autopsy. A comprehensive autopsy will be performed to determine the cause and manner of death. Homicide. Suicide is less likely in this scenario. The autopsy report will also note any injuries, time of death estimation, and potential toxins or drugs present. Time of death estimation. Determining the time of death can be crucial in establishing a timeline of events and potentially alibis for suspects. Information sharing and next steps. Investigative focus. The investigation will shift towards identifying the deceased and potentially a suspect. Missing person reports will be reviewed, and dental records or fingerprints will be used for identification. Witness interviews. A wider net will be cast for witness interviews, encompassing not only people who might have seen the body but also those who might have noticed suspicious activity in the area around the time the body is estimated to have been dumped. Homicide investigation. If the cause of death is determined to be homicide, a full-fledged investigation will be launched to identify and apprehend the suspect. This might involve reviewing cell phone data, traffic camera footage, and following leads based on witness statements or any forensic evidence collected. Additional considerations. Cause of death. The cause of death will be a critical piece of the investigation. Signs of violence, strangulation, or blunt force trauma would strongly suggest homicide. Missing persons. If the deceased is identified as a missing person, it strengthens the case for a criminal investigation. Homicide task force. Complex cases might involve a task force comprised of detectives from various units working collaboratively. Overall, the investigation of a body dumped on the highway is a serious undertaking that requires a meticulous approach, a focus on preserving evidence, and a strategic investigation plan to identify the perpetrator and bring them to justice. The Oklahoma Highway Patrol, OHP, would be the primary agency involved in investigating a body found dumped on the shoulder of a highway in Oklahoma. Here's a breakdown of their role. Initial response. Securing the scene. OHP troopers would be the first responders, responsible for securing the scene to prevent contamination and ensure safety for themselves and potential witnesses. They would set up a perimeter to restrict unauthorized access. Calling for backup. Depending on the situation, OHP might call for reinforcement from detectives within their own major crimes unit or request assistance from local law enforcement agencies. Scene assessment. Investigative expertise. OHP troopers have training and experience in handling highway incidents, but for a suspicious case like this, investigators from the OHP's major crimes unit or detectives from local agencies might take over the scene assessment. Evidence collection. OHP troopers would be responsible for initial evidence collection, which could include documenting the scene with photos and sketches, searching for tire tracks, footprints, or any objects left behind by the perpetrator. Collaboration and next steps. Working with medical examiner, the OHP would coordinate with the medical examiner's office to transport the body for a thorough examination. The autopsy report would be crucial in determining the cause and manner of death. Investigation focus. Once the cause of death is established, likely homicide in this scenario, the OHP would likely collaborate with local law enforcement agencies to form an investigative task force. Investigative resources. The OHP has access to resources like accident reconstruction teams who can analyze the scene for clues about the vehicle used to dump the body. They can also review traffic camera footage and collaborate with other agencies to investigate cell phone data or missing person reports. Apprehension and prosecution. The primary goal of the investigation would be to identify the deceased and apprehend the suspects responsible. The investigation findings would be presented to the district attorney's office for potential prosecution. OHP capabilities. Highway patrol expertise. The OHP's experience in patrolling highways makes them well suited for securing the scene and conducting an initial assessment. Their knowledge of the highway network and traffic patterns can be beneficial in the investigation. Investigative resources. The OHP has access to resources like forensic teams, accident reconstruction specialists, and technology to analyze evidence. Collaboration. The OHP can collaborate effectively with local law enforcement agencies, medical examiners, and the district attorney's office to ensure a comprehensive investigation. In conclusion, the Oklahoma Highway Patrol would play a crucial role in investigating a body found dumped on the highway. Their initial response, scene security, and investigative resources would be vital in setting the stage for a thorough investigation and bringing those responsible to justice. An unsecured crime scene with people coming and going freely throws a wrench into the investigation process. Here's how it might affect the Oklahoma Highway Patrol, OHP, investigation of a body found dumped on the shoulder of a highway. Challenges due to unsecured scene. Contaminated evidence. The biggest concern is compromised evidence. People wandering around the scene could have disturbed or destroyed crucial physical evidence like fingerprints, footprints, DNA traces, or weapon markings. This can make it significantly harder to identify the perpetrators. Unreliable witness accounts. If bystanders were freely entering the scene, their observations might be unreliable. They could have unknowingly trampled over crucial details or even contaminated the scene themselves. Additionally, rumors and speculation could spread among these bystanders, making it difficult to distinguish between accurate and inaccurate information later. Limited scene reconstruction. A compromised scene makes it challenging to reconstruct the events accurately. Investigators rely heavily on the initial state of the scene for understanding how the body was placed, potential movement patterns, and other crucial details. Disturbed evidence makes this reconstruction much less precise. OHP's course of action. Securing the scene. The OHP's first priority would be to secure the scene immediately. This would involve setting up a perimeter, controlling access, and potentially removing any unauthorized individuals from the area. Scene assessment. Despite the challenges, OHP investigators would thoroughly assess the scene to the best of their ability. They would document the scene as they find it, photographing any remaining evidence and collecting anything salvageable like tire tracks or objects not trampled upon. Witness interviews. OHP troopers would conduct interviews with the bystanders who were at the scene before it was secured. However, the information gathered needs to be treated with caution due to the compromised scene. Investigators would try to distinguish between first-hand observations and rumors or speculation. Focus of investigation. The investigation would likely shift towards identifying the deceased through dental records, fingerprints, or DNA analysis. Security camera footage from the surrounding area might be reviewed to identify any vehicles seen around the time the body was likely dumped. Missing person reports would also be reviewed. Mitigating the damage. While a compromised scene creates significant obstacles, experienced investigators can still employ techniques to mitigate the damage. Consulting with forensic specialists to extract maximum usable evidence from the contaminated scene becomes crucial. Importance of public cooperation. Respecting the perimeter. The public plays a vital role in preserving evidence at a crime scene. If they encounter such a situation, they should avoid entering the area and immediately report it to the authorities. Overall, an unsecured crime scene significantly complicates the investigation. Despite the challenges, the OHP would do their best to gather evidence, secure the scene, and identify those responsible. That information definitely throws a significant hurdle into the Oklahoma Highway Patrol's, OHP, investigation of the body found dumped on the highway. Here's a deeper look at the challenges and potential next steps. Major setbacks due to unsecured scene. Severely compromised evidence. Allowing friends, family, and bystanders near the body for hours significantly increases the risk of contaminated evidence. Fingerprint dust, footprints, DNA traces, weapon markings, and other crucial forensic details could be destroyed or obscured. This makes identifying the perpetrators much harder. Unreliable witness statements. Similar to the previous scenario with random people, witness accounts from friends and family at the scene might be unreliable. Their grief and emotional state could cloud their memories, and their presence could have unknowingly disturbed evidence. Furthermore, their statements might be biased, focusing on the deceased rather than objective observations of the scene. Hindered scene reconstruction. Reconstructing the events leading to the death becomes extremely difficult. The investigators rely heavily on the undisturbed state of the scene to understand how the body was placed, potential movements of the perpetrators, and other crucial details. A compromised scene makes this reconstruction much less precise and potentially misleading. OHP's likely course of action. Securing the scene, even now, despite the delay, securing the scene is still important. The OHP would establish a perimeter around the area and prevent further unauthorized access. This helps minimize additional contamination. Meticulous scene assessment. Investigators would meticulously assess the scene in its current state. They would document everything thoroughly with photographs and detailed notes. While compromised, some evidence might still be salvageable. Trace evidence specialists or forensic teams might be called in to try and recover any usable DNA or fingerprint evidence. Witness interviews, with caution, interviews with friends, family, and those who were at the scene would be conducted. However, investigators would treat the information with extreme caution due to the compromised scene and emotional state of those interviewed. The focus would be on gathering background information about the deceased and anything they might have noticed prior to the discovery of the body. Identification of the deceased. Identifying the deceased becomes a priority. Dental records, fingerprint analysis, or DNA testing would be expedited to establish the identity. Missing person reports would also be reviewed intensively. Focus of investigation. The investigation would likely shift towards alternative methods of gathering evidence. Security camera footage from the surrounding area would be reviewed extensively to identify any vehicles seen around the time the body was likely dumped. Cell phone data of the deceased and potentially their associates might be investigated with warrants. Mitigating the damage. Consulting with experienced forensic specialists becomes crucial to extract maximum usable evidence from the contaminated scene. Advanced techniques might be employed to try and salvage DNA or fingerprint evidence. Public cooperation. It's important to emphasize that the public should never interfere with a crime scene. If they encounter such a situation, they should immediately report it to the authorities and avoid entering the area. Challenges in prosecution. The compromised scene and potentially unreliable witness statements make prosecution more challenging. The OHP and prosecutors would need to build a strong case based on the remaining evidence, witness accounts gathered with caution, and any leads from security footage or cell phone data investigations. Overall, the unsecured scene creates a very difficult situation for the investigation. However, the OHP will do their best to gather whatever evidence remains, identify the deceased, and hold those responsible accountable. The delay in interviewing witnesses adds another hurdle for the Oklahoma Highway Patrol, OHP, in investigating the body found dumped on the highway with an undetermined cause of death. Here's a breakdown of the additional challenges and potential courses of action. Memory fade and contamination. Fading memories. With time, memories fade. The delay in interviewing witnesses increases the risk of them forgetting crucial details about the deceased's activities, appearance, or any suspicious behavior they might have observed leading up to the incident. Contamination of information. If the witnesses discussed the event among themselves before being interviewed, their accounts might be contaminated by each other's recollections or speculation. This makes it harder to distinguish between first-hand observations and hearsay. Investigative strategies. Locating and interviewing witnesses. The OHP would prioritize locating and interviewing all available witnesses, including friends, family, and anyone present at the scene before it was secured. These interviews need to be conducted meticulously to gather whatever reliable information remains. Cognitive interview techniques. Investigators might use cognitive interview techniques to help witnesses recall forgotten details. These techniques can involve recalling events in chronological order or from different perspectives to jog their memory. Corroborating accounts. The OHP would try to corroborate witness accounts with each other and any other available evidence, like security camera footage or cell phone data, if warrants are obtained. This helps identify consistent details and potentially inaccurate information. Challenges remain. Limited information. Despite these efforts, the delayed interviews mean valuable information might be lost forever. Unreliable narratives. Contamination of information through discussions among witnesses can make their narratives less reliable. Importance of public information. Hypothetical scenario. Hypothetical scenario. Imagine someone remembers seeing a distinctive car leaving the area around the time the body was likely dumped. Even if they weren't interviewed immediately, reporting this detail to the authorities later could be a valuable lead for the investigation. Overall, the delay in interviewing witnesses creates additional challenges for the OHP. However, skilled investigators can still employ techniques to gather reliable information and corroborate witness accounts with other evidence sources. Additional notes. The OHP might consider investigating whether anyone recorded videos or photos at the scene before it was secured. While not ideal due to the contamination, such recordings might capture valuable details missed by witnesses. The investigation becomes even more complex if the witnesses were under the influence of drugs or alcohol at the time of the incident. Their recollections might be significantly less reliable. The introduction of alcohol consumption into the scenario adds another layer of complexity to the Oklahoma Highway Patrol's, OHP, investigation of the body found dumped on the highway with an undetermined cause of death. Here's how it might affect the investigation. Possible scenarios. Alcohol consumption by the deceased. If the autopsy reveals alcohol presence in the deceased's system, it could point towards accidental death by intoxication or contribute to difficulty determining the cause of death, e.g., drowning while intoxicated. Alcohol consumption by witnesses. If witnesses were under the influence of alcohol when they arrived at the scene, their recollections of events become even more unreliable. The OHP would need to factor in this when assessing the credibility of their statements. Investigative strategies. Investigating alcohol consumption. The OHP would investigate the extent of alcohol consumption involved. This might involve reviewing the deceased's medical history for alcohol abuse indicators and interviewing friends and family about the deceased's drinking habits. Additionally, witness statements, carefully considering their potential unreliability due to alcohol consumption, might shed light on the deceased's intoxication level prior to the incident. Toxicology report. The toxicology report from the autopsy will be crucial in determining the blood alcohol concentration, BAC, of the deceased. A high BAC level could support the accidental death theory or complicate determining the cause of death if other injuries are present. Challenges remain. Unreliable witness statements. If witnesses were intoxicated, their statements become even less reliable, making it difficult to distinguish between accurate observations and alcohol-induced impairment of their judgment. Difficult cause of death determination. Alcohol consumption can cloud the autopsy's ability to determine the cause of death definitively. If injuries are present, it might be difficult to distinguish between accidental injury while intoxicated and homicide. Importance of public information. Hypothetical scenario. Hypothetical scenario. Imagine someone remembers seeing the deceased arguing with another individual at a bar before the incident. Even if their recollection might be fuzzier due to alcohol consumption, reporting this detail could be a valuable lead for the investigation into a potential homicide. Overall, the introduction of alcohol consumption makes the investigation more complex. The OHP will need to carefully consider the extent of alcohol consumption by both the deceased and the witnesses when evaluating evidence and determining the cause of death. The undetermined manner of death with multiple blunt force injuries as the cause of death presents a challenging scenario for the Oklahoma Highway Patrol (OHP) investigation. Here's a breakdown of the complexities and potential investigative approaches. Challenges: uncertain circumstances. The undetermined manner of death, homicide, accident, suicide, creates significant difficulty. Multiple blunt force injuries can occur in various ways, making it hard to establish intent or the exact sequence of events. Compromised crime scene. If the scene wasn't secured and friends, family were present for hours, crucial forensic evidence like fingerprints, DNA traces, or weapon markings might be compromised. This makes identifying a perpetrator or reconstructing the events even harder. Unreliable witness statements. The delayed witness interviews and potential alcohol consumption further complicate the situation. Witness accounts might be inaccurate or unreliable, hindering the investigation. Investigative strategies. Focus on remaining evidence. The OHP would focus on analyzing any remaining evidence, even if compromised. Trace evidence specialists could be brought in to see if DNA or other particles can be recovered. Security camera footage from surrounding areas becomes even more crucial to identify any vehicles seen around the time the body was likely dumped. Cell phone data analysis. With warrants, investigating cell phone data of the deceased and potentially their associates could reveal communication patterns or locations that might shed light on their activities leading up to the incident. In-depth background check. A thorough investigation into the deceased's background and social circle is essential. This might involve interviewing friends, family, and acquaintances to identify any potential conflicts, threats, or risky activities the deceased might have been involved in. Reconstruction efforts. Acknowledging limitations. Despite the compromised scene, investigators would still attempt to reconstruct the events leading up to the death. This reconstruction would acknowledge the limitations due to the lack of pristine evidence and unreliable witness statements. Considering all possibilities, the OHP would need to keep an open mind and investigate all possible scenarios, including homicide, accidental fall from a height, if the location supports that theory, or a hit-and-run accident followed by the perpetrator dumping the body, although the latter might leave vehicle damage evidence that needs to be investigated. Collaboration and additional resources. Medical examiner. Close collaboration with the medical examiner becomes crucial. The autopsy report might reveal clues about the nature of the injuries, the weapon used, if any, and the estimated time of death. District attorney. The OHP would likely consult with the district attorney throughout the investigation to discuss the challenges and determine the feasibility of filing charges based on the available evidence. Federal assistance, potential. In complex cases, the OHP might seek assistance from federal investigative agencies like the FBI for additional resources and expertise in forensics or profiling potential perpetrators. Uncertain outcome. Difficult to solve. Unfortunately, investigations with undetermined manner of death and compromised evidence can be difficult to solve. The OHP will exhaust all possible leads and investigative avenues, but a definitive answer regarding who is responsible might remain elusive. Closure for the family. Even without identifying a perpetrator, the investigation can still provide the deceased's family with some closure by determining the cause of death and potentially painting.
Yo, yo. Yes, hello, Kitty. Katie. So I was saying in chat that most everything is alleged because the inconsistency of each person's story, but the one person's story that seems to be the same is the Caden Pressey kid.
Hmm.
And Hello Kitty was asking if that was the kid that was helping get rid of stuff, the golf clubs or whatever, something like that. And
Not knowingly.
Right, not knowingly, yeah. And came across the golf clubs thrown away, the junk pile, whatever the fuck that pile was.
Right, but it didn't click and register for him until Noah's brother came to his house recently and talked about the golf clubs being missing.
Correct.
Hmm.
Right.
So yeah, there's that.
Hello Kitty saying, so did he saying thing to why anything escalated? I'm gonna assume so. Did he say anything as to why anything escalated? I don't know.
Supposedly, allegedly, Jack and Noah had been fighting about girls, and specifically about an incident allegedly that involved a previous girlfriend of Noah's, and Jack possibly may or may not have did the nasty with her. And that was something that was kind of, I guess, allegedly brewing in the background, and whatever happened, someone said they heard Noah yelling at Jack, "Why do you always do this? Why do you always flirt with girls that I like?" Or something along those lines.
Right.
And that was when the third of the three arguments that were over the weekend, which was Saturday or Sunday, was the last one, or I guess it would have been early Monday, depending on the time. I'm assuming it was after midnight, but that it got more serious, and allegedly someone that was still awake, that wasn't Caden, took a Snapchat video of it, but I haven't seen the video and I haven't corroborated that, but the source is someone that's heard this from the inner friend group that,
Right.
Then there's the whole Mikey starting to crack thing. And that seems the most plausible.
Yeah. Did we ever figure out where Mikey was?
What do you mean?
The one kid said Mikey was somewhere before.
Oh no, I don't know if it was jail or
Right.
the Baker Act or it was no idea.
Right.
I have no way to look into that because he's or would have been at that time a minor.
Yeah, minor. Yeah. Hello Kitty is asking, okay, so Noah slept with Jack's now fiance.
I have no idea. The way that it was described to me was Noah was pissed at Jack for flirting with girls he liked. So that would indicate to me that it's hard to narrow down and say, well, who would be the girl that he liked? Because, I mean, at one point in time, you could say that he liked all of them for 5 minutes. And I'm not hating, player. Hey, I'm just saying that alone could have been what came to a head, because clearly Noah was getting a lot more attention from all of the females than all of the other boys combined.
Right. So I think I posed the question of like, why is it that we see Noah in pictures with a lot of these chicks, but none of the other guys are in these pictures with a lot of these broads?
Because they seem like the type that's like, oh, just kind of staying in the corner and waiting to be approached or whatever. And Noah seems like the type that's like, he's bouncing around everywhere. Like, oh, you got your phone out and let me get a selfie. Let me stick my tongue out. Like he wasn't waiting for it. Like he was going to bring it to you. And, oh, you want to sign my ass? You want to smack me in the face? Like, let's go. Like he just seemed like the life of the party. And that could be something that could cause, one of the, what are they called? The little green monster, especially with alcohol involved. Like, especially if, you feel like you're getting
well, yeah, I mean, it's like, hey, dude,
less attention.
I was flirting with that broad, and then all of a sudden, I don't know, maybe dude goes get a beer and Noah swoops in like, what's up, girl? Let me beat them guys.
Well, see, yeah, that's where I find the hard time like making sense out of it, because if for that to have taken place the way that it's been said about Noah saying, hey, why are you always flirting with the girls I like? Why would Jack be flirting with anybody if he had a girlfriend?
Correct.
So that makes me wonder, like, were they not an official item then? And was that the way they became official because Noah was no longer part of the equation? Like, I've always wondered that. Like, was she single that night? And was that what all this was about? Was her fighting over her?
I mean, that's a good question. I think like,
because the second argument was allegedly because Noah and Carter were talking and they had their backs to each other.
Now so that argument right there, that stating that
was Saturday,
is, to me, is like, okay, you know what? That cannot be it. I think that maybe Noah and Carter were actually doing something rather than just had their backs to, like, they could be fucking conversating for anybody knows. But to say that's right, the argument.
Get this, okay? Say that you're Jack, okay, and you a couple months ago or a year ago, sometime in the past, slept with Noah's girlfriend, whether they were together when it happened or since they broke up, regardless. But it was one that Noah, like, he had his feelings involved, like they were, so say that you and Noah didn't necessarily talk it out or really kind of get over it. You kind of just avoided each other, and then when you are around each other, it's alcohol related and it's in a big group setting, or this could be the first time that you're around each other since it happened, and you're kind of trying to just stay away from each other so you don't have to talk about it. But you, as knowing what you did to your best friend in the back of your mind, you're going to be watching your girl like a hawk around him, because not only do you deserve it, like you're expecting it at this point, because that's what in your brain you feel you deserve. So you could just be overanalyzing every little thing they're doing, and they really could just be standing there having a conversation, and you're freaking out because you're anticipating something you deserve in your brain because you did it to him. And you ultimately don't trust your girl, and you know that she would be willing to do it because clearly she's attracted to Noah, and that makes you all kind of crazy, insecure, and ultimately like just a paranoid jerk off. And the more alcohol, probably the worse that got. I'm sure anytime they were out of his fight, he was right there. That's probably why I was in the bathroom with him, for fuck's sake.
So I could get that, right? But then I would more be inclined to be like, okay, that could have taken place way before this situation. So
Right,
anytime
because that was supposedly Saturday night. Yeah, but I'm saying it kind of builds a like how something could build up to the snapping, and with an escalating thing, a build up. Okay, they didn't fist fight this time, but they exchanged words and then they separated, and then there's more alcohol involved, and then more, and then this time it gets a little bit more escalated. Clearly, something happened on the ATV. I think that brought it to a head, and then his girl is in there bathing him, regardless whether he was alive. Like if he was asleep and woke up to that, gee, can you imagine the psycho that he turned into? You could just tell he's got little man complex as it is.
I'm thinking like this, you know what I mean? Like, if that's true, then there would have been kids would have been like, well, Jack didn't like it when Noah would talk to Carter because whatever.
That has been said.
Just that one time at the party.
Right, and it was just said that they
argued before about this same scenario.
Right, but it was the other way around. It was Jack always messing with Noah's girl. So what if Noah was just doing it just to be spiteful because, hey, I can. Clearly these hoes want me, and you did it to me. I'm just going to show you and keep playing with you because I'm not going to do it. But the fact that you don't know if I am or not is going to make you crazy.
Like my thought process goes to Noah and Carter actually did bang out.
He could have, and in his brain it could be justified because, hey, you did it to my girl, you had it coming, and obviously she wasn't loyal anyway, or she wouldn't have did it. Maybe that's what happened. Maybe that's the whole shower, and that's being lied about. Maybe Jack was really asleep and woke up and flipped the fuck out.
Right.
But
and that's. I mean, I could see that.
And that could be why Carter and Avery were screaming at each other, because Avery and Noah were supposed to be an item, and you slept, and like now the sisters are arguing, and then ultimately whatever happens, maybe Noah did try to leave, and then maybe he did go behind him, and maybe the girls really don't know the extent of what happened, but obviously they read between the lines when he came back and Noah didn't, and everything afterwards, was just
Avery wanted to be something with Noah.
Exactly, and he called her a nasty fat bitch, and then maybe allegedly slept with her sister, not necessarily because he liked her, just because he wanted to show Jack how it felt.
That could be true too, you know what I mean? But I'm thinking he just banged her out just because she's a hoe.
And I've heard from several people that were at the party and that were friends that said it was obvious to everybody in the vicinity that when alcohol was involved, Carter was obviously more attracted to Noah than Jack. Right. So, and if Noah knew that, which, come on, boys are not dumb and they pick up on it, and Jack knew it, he's absolutely going to use that to one up him. That's what happens. You're not going to, he can't let him best him.
So if Jack has these built up, whatever, right? He would never ask fucking Noah back to the party or, almost begged him back to the party, given this scenario may take place.
Or what if he was trying to, like, come on, we got to make this right. Just trying to, not really wanting to deal with it, but let's just come on. He just wanting things to go back to normal and say, come on, bro, just come on, bro. And obviously there's tension between him. And Noah's like, fine, I'll come, but I want to leave. Like I really, he's not saying I don't really want to be around you because, guys are not going to say it, but deep down, they're especially them being as close as they were, if they're fucking with each other's bitches, there's feelings involved and they're not dealing with it, and it seems like they just drink when they're together. I can imagine there wasn't much talking being done and much, working things out. Guys, it's not a very manly thing to do.
I seriously question how close Noah was with Jack. Or, okay, so like sometimes you have these friendships where yeah, Kaylee's my best friend, and you would think, okay, like Kaylee is Ruben's best friend, but then no, this person, Hello Kitty, is Kaylee's best friend.
No, from my research, like, and I went back as far as like I could find social media with Noah and Jack both, like as early as 2014. There's not there's not a time where they're not together. All of their pictures, everyone in Noah's Instagram, TikTok, his profile picture is him and Jack. at different stages of life from the time that, I mean, for at least from 14 on. And I don't know that they didn't still know each other, but I mean, they've been inseparable, like not just hanging out at, but like same football team, same wrestling team, like for at least, you know, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, you know, the last 5 or 6 years, which in boys, you know, years, that's a long time. That's all of middle school, all of high school. And they had just graduated like a few months before that. And who also knows how recently this incident was that happened with the other girl?
Noah's
It
girl?
could have been super fresh. Yeah, the ex-girl.
Like I'm gonna assume that this happened a while back. Obviously, it didn't happen at this party because she wasn't there.
Right, right. No, but I'm saying it could have happened since, you know, school got out with summer. Like, you know, it could have been fresh to where they haven't really been, you know, they haven't been around each other to deal with it because Noah obviously had a job. I don't know what Jack had been doing, but sounds to me like, you know, they would get together at the football games and stuff. But other than that, like this was the first get together or party or something, you know, to do since they graduated because they had just graduated in May.
It's true, I guess.
And Noah wasn't even supposed to go. Remember, he wanted to go to Rocklahoma with
with his
Isaac.
family.
He wanted to take Isaac, but because she didn't know Isaac's parents, that's why him and Isaac went to the party instead. Because Isaac was he was only 15 or 16 at the time or whatever.
Right now. So, well, then that fucking sucks.
Because that's what he was supposed to do. So I don't think he wanted to go with Jack at all. I think he just went so that he could hang out and drink ultimately with Isaac because Isaac wanted to hang out and drink and he couldn't do it there with Noah's aunt because she was like, no, I'm not doing it. I don't know his parents. I don't want to be responsible. And Noah was like, okay, well, we can do it here. And that's why he's like, oh, I don't really want to go. And he drove himself back because I don't think he was really digging, you know, having to have Avery all over him and being around Jack.
Right. Well, yeah, I could see that. Yeah, you know, he probably banged her out already and was like, yeah, I'm good.
Right, because apparently the night before that he did stay the night, he slept on the living room floor with the girl's friend, with Avery's friend, the Logan girl, that they look like they could be cousins or whatever. I don't know how if she's just a friend or a cousin. And Avery told Logan, oh, it's a good thing y'all didn't do anything or I'd have killed y'all.
Right.
So that would make more sense why her and Carter would be screaming at each other on the top, you know, on the front porch after, you know, instead of him walking off. That doesn't make sense.
Absolutely. Yeah. So I could see this.
And then think about this. Carter is the common denominator. She's the one that went and looked for him on the ATV, supposedly while Jack was sleeping, remember?
Right.
She's the one that gave him the shower all low key. And you know, Jasmine has been said she watched him from behind the scenes, but Carter has always been like whispered and slowly had to be, you know, it had to slowly be drawn out that she was it. So she's had this involvement, but it's been like in the shadows, which doesn't make sense because if you're with his best friend, why are you all up in what's going on with Noah?
Right.
And why did you tell the police you didn't even know him?
And supposedly, why is one of the rumors that she went and picked him up rather than Jack?
Right.
Like I could see Jack picking him up with a couple friends, but why did Avery go pick him up supposedly either by herself or with a couple friends?
And see, I wonder if
that's not
because Caden would know because Caden was closer with Jack than he was with Noah. He met Noah through Jack.
Right.
And I wonder like if him and Avery were really an item like that at that time or if that kind of developed after this happened and it was kind of just, you know, she was up for grabs or whatever because it
like it was in the moments of becoming something more than friendship, I guess.
Right. Because if they were established already, you would think that all of those things would be bizarre to be happening that way. You know, like why would he be
Right. So like I could see this happening, like maybe Noah doesn't really know, like, oh, they're an item and maybe they're keeping like their.
Or maybe Jack stole his girl.
Yeah, I mean,
I don't think if he was still here that would be the case, but maybe he did it, the way that he.
Well, we know that. Okay, so that. Well, we don't know that he banged out fucking his ex, but.
It sounds like he did that. It sounds like Noah was doing all of the mom too.
No shit.
But then you got to factor in Jasmine, okay? Because clearly there's something there.
Yeah.
So all of these emotions and hormones and jealousy, that just seemed, and alcohol, it just doesn't seem like anything good can come of that.
Well, I mean, could it be
Because her and Carter are best friends. What if she was heartbroken? Because, oh my God, she's clearly got feelings for Noah. And maybe Noah was like, oh yeah, I'm really, like, I'll entertain you then when there was nothing else there. But now that he's already, like, he's got, he probably didn't want to give her the time of day. And that could have been like, oh wow, she got friend zoned, like, so to say. And then her best friend is supposedly Carter.
Right. So Hello Kitty says it's supposed to be bros, people hoes, but Jack's a little bitch, right? So yeah, it would seem like, okay, yeah, Jack's a little bitch and he fucked, maybe he fucked.
Yeah, that boundary's already crossed if he's already done that, which from my understanding, that's what happened.
So what if Noah at this point in time in this situation really doesn't know that they're an item, him and Carter or whatever, so he bangs out fucking Carter,
or he does, and he's get back because
Jack finds out, Noah goes home and maybe he knows that Jack found out and doesn't really want to go back to the party because, doesn't want to fucking have any problem or whatever because he doesn't really know that,
right, or have to deal with Avery, right, or Jasmine.
Right. You know what I'm saying? So he talks him in to coming back to the party with, oh no, it's, you didn't know, whatever. I don't know, some bullshit like that. And then there's that.
Right.
And that's why you don't see a lot of these guys in the pictures with the girls only Noah. I'm thinking like maybe he talked to a couple of dudes and was like, hey, I'm gonna fuck him up. Even though I get my ass kicked every time I try to fight him. So when I try to, somebody's gonna have to back me up.
Well, that was kind of, from my understanding, just he wouldn't have even had to say that. Like, those certain sets of kids specifically, like they are like his little, do boys, so to say. You jump, I say how high, and they would just out of the, if nothing else, just the pack mentality. For Jack,
but not for Noah.
No.
What was it about Jack that they liked better than Noah?
Because Jack is like I don't know how that happens. Like when there's a group of boys, there's just the one that's deemed to be the
not the alpha. I mean, he's
not the alpha, but the if they go places, it's we're going on his dad's boat when we're going to
you
know what I mean, that type shit. Like, so the status, more to say.
Right, the status quo of the
right, because if we we piss off Jack, then we're all going to be bored hanging out and twiddling our thumbs in bumfuck Oklahoma doing nothing. Jack is the one that
Kay didn't
we could go get drunk.
Yeah, Kay didn't have gas money, so Jack was
exactly. Jack was like, "Yeah, I'll give you gas money," and also he's got you could come get drunk at Caleb's house. He'll let you get drunk and drive ATVs and do dumb shit.
And then also the other guy supposedly drives Jack around places.
Brylan, yeah, because he's always drunk.
Okay, yeah. So okay, yeah.
And Brylan is also the one that is, I believe, is involved too, because of the whole him and Mikey switching spots when Caden got up the second time.
Right.
Which would make sense because Isaac was the one who was supposed to go with him to Rocklahoma, so that they were pretty much there together, Noah and Isaac. And he was in the same spot sleeping, and Caden was in the same spot sleeping, and they, I don't believe they were involved because, the way that they reacted to it after the fact.
Right.
But Isaac was also the one in that video that was going off about something, with Avery, but you can't hear what's being said because of Brylan and Noah, but he's pissed about something, and it sounds like she's talking him out of something.
And it almost looks like he's looking at Noah, but could it be like it's something about the Texas boys?
Or what if Jack was telling him that he found out that Noah had did something with Carter, and they were kind of all like talking about it, and Noah was too drunk and oblivious to know that they knew.
Right.
Or maybe the fact that the ones that were sleeping when it happened could be the fact that they know that those would be the ones that wouldn't have jumped in for Jack. They would have had Noah's back, and that's why strategically Caden was made sure to be asleep, and Isaac was made sure to be asleep. Because they would have not necessarily jumped in, but they wouldn't have let Noah get jumped like that, outnumbered. And apparently Caden is like 3 times bigger than all of them. They're all like little bitty boys compared to him. He's like a big old corn-fed boy.
Oh, no shit.
Yeah, so and was known to be the peacemaker out of all the friends, like, you know, and there wasn't no you just gonna, you know, not necessarily that there wasn't gonna be no jumping him or anything like that with him there, and it just seems weird that almost minutes within the hour of him falling asleep, something fucking happens with Noah, you know, and right before he closed his eyes. At 3 something, Noah and Jack were in the fucking kitchen together with all the girls. So what the fuck happened so quick that just seems to be all these unanswered questions. Something happened in a very short window of time, and there was more people awake than there was asleep. There was only 2 people asleep. Everybody else was awake, in my opinion.
Is there a way to ask Caden if he felt like there was more than tension between Jack and Noah, but also with Avery?
I might have already.
Carter, because that would be the one that he was banging or banged, whatever. Supposedly, allegedly.
Right. Let me pull them up my messages.
No, Bia. She changed the name.
What?
She spells it now Bahahh. Bia.
Bia. Now it's probably stuck like that for 14 days.
She's saying that, you know, do we think that the people that would protect Noah were slipped something so that they could fall asleep? No, I don't think so.
No, I think they were just that drunk.
I honestly think it was probably like a thing of like, well, let's talk
exhaustion.
About it. I'm saying da 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 da, and then fuck that, I don't want to talk about it. You know, like, oh fuck you, you did this, well you did that, and then it just escalated from there. And I think a fight ensued, and Jack was probably screaming like a little
getting his ass booked.
Help, help! And then somebody comes and bink.
Right, because usually they have done that previously, and then Noah would, rough him up enough to get it to show him back off. But for whatever reason, with the tensions and the underlying situations, that he didn't stop and was just fucking him up, and consequently, people felt the need to jump in.
Right.
And then one thing leads to another, and then they feel like they
right. So it's like, okay, the one person hits Noah, okay, and that kind of maybe that does get Noah off Jack. Maybe it doesn't. So then somebody else comes in to try to either pull or hit Noah, you know what I'm saying? And all of a sudden that becomes the
beginning of the end.
Yeah, the beginning of the end.
Right.
Like, say, or it could have been like, Noah's got
golf
fucking
clubs.
Jack in some fucking, I don't know, guillotine fucking move or some bullshit.
When you think about it, they wrestled. I'm sure they were grappling on the ground more than they were punching each other in the face, because
Right. So then a couple of the the kids try to come over
probably had him in a fucking arm bar or something.
kind of pull Noah off, and maybe Noah fucking, goes back and punches one of them or some shit like that. And then
Yeah, like, yeah, what the hell, fuck boy? Like, you gonna jump in now?
right. So then, he hits him, and then it's like, what the fuck, and then he probably kicks the other one, and then the other one kicks him back, and then that just,
Right. If it was one-on-one with any of them, I don't doubt that it would be in the situation to be in, because Noah could have handled his own. I think it was the outnumbering and the alcohol on top of that is what happened, because they got it. They either caught him off guard, or they ganged up on him, and ultimately, you can only do so much when there's 3 in one, especially if the one of them comes up and has a weapon. You're kind of outnumbered. But if
so
it was just hand throwing, I think he could have whooped all 3 of their ass.
I'm thinking like it had to have been something where Noah was on the ground. That's why the rest
Right.
makes sense.
Grappling. Yeah, because remember they were fighting behind the truck in the gravel.
Right. And so
And Brylan has a Snapchat of that, allegedly.
Okay, well then.
But I've never seen it. That's just rumor.
Right. So then it's like, oh well, let's pull him off, or they're like telling Noah, okay, Noah, you already whooped his ass, whatever. But he's like fucking like
He won't quit. Right.
I'm tired of this motherfucker. Whatever. I don't know. This is the third.
Yeah, because I tried everything to leave it, but he wants to fucking fight. Like, let's fucking go. Let's go.
This is the third altercation. I'm not gonna have a fucking other one. It ends now.
Right.
So
yeah, like.
Fortunately, and for the wrong person.
And you'll regret not leaving me alone when you had the opportunity, type deal. Like, come on, man.
Right.
Like, you're not gonna punk me and think that I'm just gonna walk away because I can. Like, now I'm gonna beat your ass because I can.
Right.
And that's probably why there's they all have their own guilt in the role they played in, and for Jack, if that was the case, to be the one instigating it and the one that whistled for the fucking crew, and then the other ones are like, okay, well, you didn't have a gun to your head, like you didn't have to jump in and swing, and none of y'all had to keep quiet this long.
I don't think necessarily Jack had to whistle, but like you said, maybe they just did it out of instinct, or like I said, they're trying to pull Noah off, and Noah fucking hits one of them,
and then alcohol, like, oh fuck that shit, yeah,
pissed and kicks the other one, and it's like, fuck this motherfucker. And then they.
Or what if Carter's the one that tries to break it up, and then she starts screaming, and men have this natural pheromone that's like when they hear women and children screaming, they have this natural, they have to act. And what if Carter jumped in and Noah, like at that point when guys are fighting, I know I've tried to break up 2 dudes fighting, like, and it's that they have no like comprehend when they're in that zone like that. They don't give a fuck who's behind them. Like, I've gotten elbowed in the nose. I'm not gonna say I've ever done it twice, but I've tried to break up a fight between my brother and my other brother, and like they don't, they wouldn't hit a female, but just getting involved, like they just start swinging crazy like freaking crackheads, and then I mean they felt bad afterwards, but I can only imagine with alcohol being involved, if she jumped on or was trying to get involved, she probably got hurt. And it might not even be by Noah, but I'm sure she started screaming as a result of it, because that's just what bitches do.
If she screamed, I would imagine that people woke up in the house. I could see her.
Not necessarily. There's a lot of property out there.
Trying to pull Noah off or some shit like that. And maybe fucking Noah, either smacks her or pushes her away, and they take it as he attacked her. So then it's like, fuck, man, blah, blah, blah. I don't know. There's a couple scenarios happening.
Right. And she could have played into that because.
Yeah.
Females will do that. Or Avery, even more, because she got rejected. What if that was the case? Maybe she tried to break it up and he's like, get off of me, fat nasty bitch. And she's over dramatic and makes it, because her feelings were hurt. She had to make it out like it was, oh my God, I can't believe he did that.
I would think like she would try to get in between Jack and Noah and was trying to get both of them to fuck her. No, I'm just kidding.
Well, I mean, I don't know that Jack wouldn't have been down for that, because I still have my suspicions that. I digress. I'm sorry. I can't help it.
I don't think you're too far off, though. I mean, I don't know anybody that has shades that until Fumble told me that shit. I'm like, what the fuck?
Oh yeah, he's definitely a douchebag, but I think he's.
If you got shades that automatically, your glasses, whatever, that automatically fucking shade themselves somehow, I mean, I don't know. I gotta take off one glasses and put on my other ones for the sun. Some shit. What the fuck?
Yeah, and that's a little. In that mustache, it's just like, dude, you are a. I don't know. It just makes there's like a punchable face.
Well, rewatching him do that stupid little fucking TV interview thing, it's like, oh yeah, dude, you're a bitch.
You're a douche, like fucking Captain douche.
You know what I'm saying?
And then you got to factor in he's got an older brother that's worse than that. That don't like none of them little fuckers.
Right. No shit.
Maybe that's where we're missing. What if that's what we're missing? Because he was there that weekend. Supposedly he wasn't there that night, but you don't know. I mean, if Jack called him, I'm sure he'd come in a heartbeat if it was on some, oh, let's beat up one of my little friends. And apparently, he's a dickhead to him anyway, even when Jack's not fighting with him.
Right. So that would make me understand why maybe he doesn't like how one of them stated, like he just does not like Noah because Noah always whoops his ass, Jack's ass. You know what I mean?
And the brother, I guess, is jealous because Noah and Jack were always together. So I guess the brother's like, oh, you don't want to hang out with me because you're always with Noah, and Noah didn't want to hang out with him because he's a douchebag to him.
Right, and that's weird because he's the older brother. It's like the younger brother should want to hang out with the older brother. Like I wouldn't fucking, if my younger brother wanted to hang out, like go hang out with your fucking friends. I don't give a fuck.
What the fuck? Jack's probably got he's got a. Why do they all levitate to him?
I think it's because of the situations. Okay, well, like take for instance his dad's stuff. You know what I'm saying? Being able.
Yeah, but Colton has the same benefit. He's got the same dad. He's got the same benefits. Like, why would he want to hang out with his younger brother? Like you just said, like that just kind of brought me full circle.
Why would Colton want to hang out with his younger brother? Because Colton
and his younger brother's friends. Like, why does everybody seem to be gravitationally pulled towards Jack? Like, and because when I look at him, I see a little like he ain't shit. No offense,
right?
But he's not attractive. He's not the best athlete. He's not very tall. He's just goofy looking. So what is it?
But look at Colton, and Colton looks like a fucking dweeb.
So what the fuck is it?
So he's and suppose if his attitude the way is it's spoken about, it's like this motherfucker ain't got no friends.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. But why does he? Like, what the hell? Is it because they're bored and it's something to do and Jack's got the the boat and the side by side and the 4-wheelers and the property and the hunting and the guns and the alcohol?
Jack's friends because he doesn't have any real friends that he can fucking hang out with because he's a punk. You know what I'm saying? So he's gonna hang out with the younger crowd because he's the
he can bigger. Yeah, he can I'm bigger and tougher than you, and you know it, and I know it, and that makes me feel better about myself. I get you.
Right. And Jack probably wants him around because it's like, well, if Noah kicks my ass again, you would think like, hey, dude, if you didn't win the first 3 times, you're probably just not going to win.
Yeah, why would you keep going back for more? So I guess it's like the little engine that could. I don't fucking know.
Oh, I'll get him this time. Like maybe he thought Noah was drunker than he really was.
I just wonder how together him and Avery really were before this happened. That would be what I want to like try to get to the bottom of.
See,
were they established or was it kind of up in the air? Like
I'm
It
thinking
could be
like
your girl, could be my girl type
have
deal.
this, but like on the DL, like they hadn't made it like public, so to speak, whatever, right?
Right.
And if they haven't made it public in a sense, well, she has every right to fucking bang out no because nobody knows about the fucking relationship, you know? So
Right.
if Jack somewhere disappears or goes somewhere, I don't know, hunting or shooting, whatever, knows at the pad drinking, I don't know, playing some dumbass game, taking pictures with the girls, whatever, and all of a sudden one thing leads to another, does something, and it's like, okay, cool, whatever. And then he takes off. Jack finds out, he's pissed off, whatever. Calls Noah. I don't know. Maybe they have an argument on the phone. He don't want to come back. You know what I mean? Like fuck that. You know, whatever. And he's
Right,
like,
because
oh, I'm not tripping on
he,
that. Blah 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 blah. Whatever. Just, you know, just come back, have a good time.
yeah,
Or
because he said that whole, he supposedly gets left at Warika at the Sonic, and then the girls came and picked him up, or, that whole thing is bizarre.
yeah, that whole situation is just weird. You know,
Yes. Like,
but
and why would you want to go be driven if you could be in control of the party and leave when you want to? Like, I don't know a kid that age that would not want to drive themselves just to do, if nothing else, so that they can be in control of, okay, I'm not trapped, stranded in nowhere. I don't have to depend on nobody. And plus, it's way cooler to be a dude that's got a ride and not to be like, hey, can I get a ride with you? Like,
well, they said Noah didn't want to take his truck because his truck was leaking oil.
yeah, but he was there with it Saturday. He drove it home Sunday morning and then had rode back with somebody else.
Right. After the fact, he had already stated that he didn't want to go back. Why didn't he want to
Right.
go back?
Right.
What was the real reason that he did not want to go back? Because it sounds
And
like
more importantly, why did Jack want him back so badly?
yeah. Yep.
Because you'd feel like he'd have had more luck with the bitches without him there, just being, just stating facts for what they are. You would have better, his odds would be better.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And he wouldn't have to worry about Noah possibly crushing fucking homegirl again. Or
Right, exactly. Or, that's just seems a little bizarre that he would, why would you not want to? Or maybe maybe they're like, hey, you are only invited if you bring him. Because it was Avery's birthday. Keep in mind, it wasn't for Carter, remember?
That's true. That's true.
So she's like, yeah, I won't tell mom you can bring your little boyfriend over. I doubt mom cared. I'm just saying for entertainment purposes. You could come and drink and do whatever you want, but you gotta bring that boy, and he's gotta let me. And he's like, oh fuck, and then Jack probably don't tell him that there's stipulations, and whenever she tries to bust a move, he's like, bitch, where's your mama? Yeah, that's what it, and then she's like, how dare you? You fucking, that's the whole reason you were here. And then that would make sense why she's like, oh, watch this. I'm going to get me some Tinder dick. And then boom, here we go. Trying to make somebody jealous. And he's like, and he probably just started drinking beers with him, like, and buddied up with him. And that would piss her off more.
Right.
I could just see Noah being that type though. He's just like, well, hey, what's up? Like, oh, you're here to hit that? Thank God, man. Cause I damn sure wasn't. And I could just see fucking steam coming out of her nose. Big man, you can't sleep in my bed. You get on the floor now.
You bang my mom, you bang my sister, but you won't bang me.
And you just gonna let the Texas boys that I bring here bang me? And like, hey, you want privacy? I will. Peace. Where's your friend at? Hey, Shady.
Shady run interference.
Yeah.
Who knows? Avery was probably telling Isaac, yeah, maybe you should go fucking, do something to Noah. You got the gun sitting right there in your hand. He's probably like, nah, why would I do that? Like just because he don't want to bang you out? I mean, look at you.
Yeah, go strong arm him and tell him if you don't do it, you're going to pop a cap in his alley.
I'll show you some loving. Oh,
Fucking A. I just want to spit in your mouth. Soccer dad. Yeah, I would just wonder why he was turned off by it. I mean, shit.
right? Fuck, he's like, bitch, you got a fucking in social whatever the fuck it's called, soccer dad. Like, what the fuck?
Yeah, like clearly, you need, since you got a daddy fetish, let me just go ahead. Where's your mom at again?
Right. Like, I ain't banging on no broad that's all of a sudden like, oh, Bobby Chulo, fuck.
Yeah, like yeah, I'm good. Like, I don't want to have to worry about you fucking my dad too.
Yeah. You know what I mean?
Hey, and who knows? What if that was like a thing? And
what if Carter's like, oh yeah, come on in, you know what I mean? We'll get hot and heavy, right? So then Noah goes in, he's about to bang homegirl, but then he doesn't realize Jack's in the closet, and then he comes out, and
like thinking he's gonna have to fight him, and he's like, "Wait a second, why are you
naked?
Are you excited?" Awkward.
We were just in the shower together, bro. What's up?
Fucking A. That would be. I could see him being like watching through the slates of the fucking closet. Oh my god, I can smell your hair from here.
No one's like, oh fuck this.
What the fuck? Is that somebody sniffing from the closet? Get fucking your butt here. Like, bro, we can't even be cool anymore. Like, I will never look at you the same. Like, it's already hard to not beat you up, but like now it's like, dude, I gotta let everybody else beat you up. Like, I don't want to. I just want to smell it. Leave me a wet spot.
Carter like puts a blindfold over fucking Noah, and I don't know, not to be too graphic, but he takes it off, and it's like, oh, what the fuck?
I would probably be pissed enough to leave with someone else's shoe on.
He's like, I'm the fuck out of this motherfucker.
Like, oh look, I told you I would get him. Told you, Avery, I would make it happen. Fuck this shit. Phone, fuck that shoe. I gotta go walk this shit off of me, man. This shit got Ajax ain't gonna take it off.
Oh fuck. And that's why he's naked. Fuck, man. Holy shit.
I'm your sister. Oh.
Right, Hello Kitty. He's got fucking Jack's wrestling shorts on or some shit like that. Like, here, bro. Where are these? Oh, you don't want to wear yours.
Maybe if they smell like you, I'll have better luck. Make sure you wear them with no underwear, bro. Thanks. Good looking out.
Fuck me.
That's why I went back to the scene, going back for him.
Right, exactly. That's his fucking last momentum of whatever. Shit.
Like he had to keep it for his fucking, what's it called? Like his like you rub it for good luck type deal.
That's rabbit's foot shit.
Yeah, or a kangaroo balls. I still want some of those. Org is supposed to be sending me some, fucker. They make them in keychains over there, like, and it's kangaroo balls. I want some kangaroo balls, damn it. I need them.
Oh shit! You know what's funny is you know that shit plays out in fucking real life sometimes, just like you know it does. A spank stash.
Who said that? Ho? Spank bank? Why are the pages stuck together, bro? They're collectors.
Why are there multiple pictures of them two in a bathroom shirtless, and we don't know if they're shirtless?
Yeah, with jeans and no shirt on. Like, that's not weird. You know you're uncomfortable as fuck.
Yeah, man, I ain't fucking in no bathroom with none of my fucking friends. Like, dude, why is your fucking shirt off, bro?
Yeah, and why are you holding a beer in the bathroom like it's fucking selfie time? Like, can you let me take a piss though? Like,
I was just saying, if you need help, man.
Yeah, like, I was just making sure you weren't in here with Carter. Is she? Let me see. Let me check under the sink.
That's just a weird fucking place to like, oh, let's
take a selfie. Yeah, if you're not females and you're not all like posting up in the mirror, it's just a weird thing to do for dudes. I agree, unless you're gay. I'm just saying. I don't know if I've ever seen my brother in a selfie in the bathroom with his homies. Like, I'm just saying, like, and their selfies usually are like away from each other. You know, they're in the same picture, but they're like, they got their shoulders touching each other, and definitely not like arm around each other. Like, they would be like, "Dang, you homo!" if they even tried to do that shit. Because, you know, everything is like, is no, as long as you say no homo, you know, then you're good.
And it's like, yeah, this is, you know, yeah, we're cool, bro, and this ain't no homo way. You know what I'm saying? What the fuck? And they don't look nearly fucking drunk enough either to be like, yeah, bro, it's all good. And they start crying. Fucking love you, bro. Yeah, fucking love you too. But I ain't doing it in no fucking bathroom. Fuck that. Get the fuck out. Hello? Do straight guys shirt clothes? Yes. Not underwear, but pants and shit like that. Yeah. Shoes. Yeah.
So that was almost an oopsie. I about peed my pants. Oh, that was almost like laughed too hard.
Oh, goodness.
Good shit.
Yeah. I started having flashbacks. Fucking love you, man. Fucking love you too, man. Fuck, man.
Yeah, there's a.
Like I said, but never no.
I'm gonna put. Yeah, I'm gonna put my nutsack on your drum set. My drum set's a dude, so that makes you gay, you fucker. got a belly full of white dog shit and you lay this shit on me? His house is a prison in the galaxy of bullshit. In the planet of bullshit in the galaxy of this sucks camel dick. Why are you sweating? Oh, nothing. I was just watching Cops. Said, I know you're lying. Cops doesn't come on till 5. Did you touch my drum set? He said, man, I was playing Moby Dick for real.
Okay, maybe they were talking.
Boats and hoes. Boats and hoes.
That's where the fucking fishing story came up.
Prestige world. Why? Why?
Oh, fuck.
Fuck my life, man.
Avery's like,
to
I
it.
don't know if I want to marry you anymore because, you're like that.
You know what? I just figured it out. The Carter had to give that hot to it. Ah, that's the beginning and the end of all problems. Just gotta give him that hawk to it, or you didn't give him that hawk to it. Either way, it boils down to the hawk to it.
That fucking Octui shit is off the
It's gotten out of control.
I didn't even realize that was fucking everywhere. I seen that on one of these things. It was like a short. And it was like a military thing, you know what I mean? So dude had said that shit and I didn't even think nothing about it until you had brought it up. I'm like, no fucking way.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4. Don't cry.
Fuck you. Want it up?
So wait, he steals his own socks? Dang, that's a hustle. Listen, I can't knock the hustle.
Oh, you gotta give him that.
No tongue, don't look at me in the eyes, lights off missionary, and keep it under 5 minutes. Oh, she said.
Oh, you gotta give him that hawk to and spit on that thing. You get me? Your mom. Spit on it.
Oh, fuck my life.
Hot shot, Girl Scout. Fuck you. Go fuck yourself. Want it up? Oh, you gotta give him that hawk to spit on that thing. Oh, you gotta give him that hawk to spit on that thing. Hawk to spit on that thing. 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 Spit on that thing.
Oh, you guys, I love you so much. Fuck my life. I love my favorite thing that Balin does. That was that fucking elbow thing. I walk around and I shit to my husband all the time. Like, you want some of this?
That's a 12-6 elbow.
Goddamn.
What, is that right?
Listen, the only thing I'm waiting for is for her to pick up that hot toy shit. My life will be complete.
Oh my!
Or barking like Ray Whitaker, and I swear to God, I'll probably need to be resuscitated.
If she makes it, wow, it would be fucking awesome. You gotta give it that hot twist.
Do
Okay?
and then bark like Ray Whitaker. That would be my life would be complete.
Sing it now. Get up off of that thing and dance to you feel better. Get up off of that thing and dance to you. Sing it now. Get up off of that thing and dance to you feel better. Get up off of that thing. Try to release that pressure. Get up off of that thing and shake to you feel better.
Now you're doing my dad in the butt. Is that right?
You gotta give him that hawk too and spit on that thing. You get me? Hawk too and spit on it. Spit on it.
Now you're doing my dad in the butt. Is that right?
You gotta give him that hawk too and spit on that thing. You get me?
Now you're doing my dad in the butt. Is that right?
Oh, make you want to kick a fat kid at Kmart. You know what I'm saying?
You know, I used to work at a dry cleaners, and you don't know how many times there was like people that would come in with just doo doo in their pants. Like, I don't think that these guys wore like underwear or something. I'm not even kidding. I just had to tell y'all since we were on the subject. I did. I went out, and there was a 1% who always had it in there. It was like, and I would never do their clothes, you know, because you had to like put tags on them and stuff. I'd be like, nope, not doing them.
You are done. Fired. Do not show your face at the laundry again.
Hey, back? Nah, sorry, I just did. I hope no one heard that.
We
That was
totally
just
heard
to
it.
see- that was just to see Betty's face. She's like, I'm not on camera, so you can even see my reaction. What the fuck? Stupid.
Oh, you guys, I love you so much. And
Kaylee, wow, 22 Cats asking, what's your opinion on what actually happened?
Mm, um, did you miss all of that? Because I believe a little bit of all of those. D.
Right. I think, I think it has something to do with
Jack and
knowing
Carter.
Jack, knowing Jack get into it. Noah's got the upper hand, and maybe they try and come and break it up, and they or Carter tries to break it up, and she either gets pushed or hit.
Oh, that's a good theory, I think.
They react on that, you know what I'm saying? On Noah, and maybe he doesn't do it on purpose. You know what I'm saying? But and then it just things escalate from there. I mean, I could see that happening. You know what I mean? Like it being over Carter for one in the first place, and then Carter trying to fucking break it up. And I don't know, maybe they're still flailing. How you say it?
Look,
flailing around. Right? Damn. And which one's which now?
Carter, Jasmine. But look at that.
Oh yeah, she does have a black eye. No shit. Huh. So maybe, you know what I mean? She tries to break it up and it's flaring around, think. And she's like, motherfucker, blah, 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 blah. I don't know, some shit like that. And
Look,
then,
she's got one right here, too. And look, the date on this is September 21st, 2023. So that'd have been like 2 weeks after.
oh no.
Mm-hmm. At
She's
10:10 a.m.
She's not in a good relationship at all, is she?
Or unless it happened trying to break them up, him and Noah.
That's
She
true.
got elbowed or something.
Right.
Because it would still be healing like that a couple weeks later.
Yeah, I guess so, huh? Yeah, maybe you got him real good, you know?
Yeah, if they were fighting like that, I mean, that would.
And then
Ew, he's
this
such a dweeb.
one jumps in, and then his buddy jumps in
Right.
because
What
it's
the
like
fuck happened?
you just fucking hit.
Because she's probably started screaming.
You know what I mean?
Oh.
And she's probably playing it off like super. Well, I mean, maybe she did get hit real good. Who know if it was Jack? Who know if it was fucking Noah?
Exactly.
Maybe she said fucking Noah or some shit. Fucking Noah hit me.
She don't have it here. And that's the night of the party.
Right.
And he's doing some. Birthday girl's not even in the picture. They cut her ass out. That's her head.
There's one dude there in between.
That's Jack. Yeah, that's Jack back there.
Oh, it is, huh?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know why.
Harder. He's weird. They both got hats on still.
Yep.
That's Avery. You can tell by the fucking bull rings. Goddamn.
Right.
Heifer.
Like she just.
That's a different shirt.
And it's wet.
I wonder what night this was.
Like, damn, girl, why is your shirt always wet?
Probably because she's sweating like a whore in church. Oh, hold on a second.
Pause it.
Oh, hold on.
There's that Mexican dude. That's a Texas kid.
This one?
There. No, that's holding the
this
thing.
One?
Yeah, that's that dude sitting in the seat.
Oh, he's got a belt buckle. What makes you think he's from Texas? The belt buckle?
Huh. He's got to be one of the kids from Texas.
What's this dude?
He's the dude that's standing next to the one that they're either playing a video game or looking at the television.
Oh, that picture that we hadn't seen until earlier.
Yeah.
Okay, who the fuck is this guy?
I don't know. Fucking looks weird though.
Is he wearing a cowboy hat?
No, I don't think so. I think he's wearing just like a regular hat, like a ball cap hat.
Okay. We got Shady. So this is Saturday night. It's Shady too.
Right, there's Shady.
The shop door's open. Just saying, kind of halfway.
Shit. Good eye. Yep.
Alright, they're playing.
Is that thing where you throw like the bean bags in that fucking hole or some bullshit?
Yeah, cornhole.
Is that what it's called? Cornhole?
Not cornhole. Cornhole. But I don't know if they're playing that because it looks like they're playing run into some drywall or whatever that is.
Right, it turns into that shit.
But who's that then?
That's okay. So this dude right here looks like he's over fucking 19. He's got to be 20.
Yeah, he's got to be the one that's 21. That's probably the one that.
You know what I mean?
The Tinder baby.
Right, and then the dude that was standing next
like,
to the skinny fucker.
He looks like a jit. Yeah.
The one that was standing next to him also looks like he's 20.
Yeah, he looks like a jit. That one?
No, the one in the picture that has the peach shirt, I believe.
Oh, I don't see him in this one, yeah.
But that's the kid, I believe, that's standing next to him.
Oh,
like
yeah,
they're looking at like a
clear view right here.
But who's the little broad right there?
I don't know. She looks like a jitterbug.
And she just looks like she has a shirt, like nothing else on.
She got Daisy Dukes on.
Yeah.
He's got no facial hair.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So remember, Puff had said he looked like he had a full beard, and he does.
Oh yeah, no doubt.
He does. Yep. We'll go back a little bit.
Oh, she gets right up on him too.
Right, there's somebody sitting in that chair next to that dude. Right.
Okay.
There. Is that a dude?
I don't know. Kind of looks like they had.
It is. It looks like he has a red ball cap on. Backwards.
Huh. Okay, let's watch it. Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's a dude.
Who the hell is that?
Is that the older? No. Is that the
He
older brother?
looks.
Colton? The one in black shorts and black t-shirt?
Me? This one?
The one standing up.
This one?
Yeah.
No. That he's clearly like brown skin.
Yeah. Well, he has like a little, almost looks like a little fro.
Yeah, but he's got a freaking like a ginger fro.
Right. That's true.
Colton does. Hmm.
Huh. Maybe this dude is, maybe this dude right here is the one that actually knows her.
Goddamn, maybe that's how she got the black eye.
Yeah, bam, right? Goes right into
She
his
just runs right into it, and he don't break at all, like, or even try to bend it. It just
Right?
fucking stiff arms her ass.
No shit,
You said hold it straight. I held it straight. Wonder why there's no sound. Oh, hold on. Okay, oh, I just caught a glimpse of vehicles. Okay. Look over there, like, towards the shop. You'll see, okay, there's a white car.
Right, yeah.
There's a truck.
Yep.
Okay. Supposedly there was a white car on scene.
Right, yes, yeah. Somebody has said that.
I wonder if that's what she drives.
Didn't she get rid of her vehicle?
No, Avery did. She didn't get rid of it. She's got a new one, and the truck's just parked.
Okay.
But Jack got rid of his and the side by side. I wonder whose truck that is. It's probably his while he bullshit, and he just looks like that's my truck.
Right.
No.
Jack clearly hated Noah. Like, did she completely miss that fucking thing?
Absolutely. Okay, he puts his beer down or whatever. He's got one in his hand.
Oh no, she hits it. She like.
He's drinking something over there where he's sitting. He put something down. He's got one in his hand. I don't see nothing in her hand unless she's got it over there behind her, which is possible. No, she ain't got nothing in her hand. He's drinking one. And this one is supposed to be the designated driver.
Right.
And what the fuck are her pants glowing for?
Huh.
And shoes. What the fuck? They both got white shoes on, so they ain't fucking doing nothing off that car part.
And that's the front, huh?
Oh, wait a second.
Well,
look at the dog fucking photobombing.
So they have red trucks in that motherfucking barn.
Yeah, so that might be unless when is this, because that looks like the same truck, don't it? Yeah. So maybe it ain't the Texas boys, maybe that's somebody, or maybe the Texas boys are more familiar, or maybe they were, I wonder when this is. If this is before. Let's see if there's a date. all of the, I don't know if this one they were taken, but it was posted on the 21st, which is apparently her birthday. So her and her sister's birthday are like
Like, why does Avery look so different?
That's not Avery. That's.
Oh. Who's this girl?
I'm assuming the other sister.
Oh, that's right. They do have other sister, huh?
God.
Yeah.
Whose hand is that?
Jack's.
Whose hand is that? How? He's got one here, one there. Who the fuck's hand is that?
Nah, it's gotta be
hers.
No, I don't know. Fuck.
That's his hand right there, clearly, and the other hand right here. What the hell? Whose hand is that?
She's got a big fucking hand, man.
And she kind of looks like she's in Scrubs right there, don't she?
Yeah. Yeah, she definitely looks like she's in Scrubs. She's got work.
And he looks like he's fucking tore up from the floor up.
Yeah.
And she's just there. Black guy?
Yup. What?
They look stoned, for she does for sure. And on the in uniform, girl, you better hope that's from crying or something.
There goes the black guy. Bam.
And that's a little fucking much.
Like, she looks like she's super fucking young.
Her?
Yeah.
He looks super fucking desperate. Wait.
Yeah.
Oh God.
He looks pretty light-footed. Oh hell no!
Dude, did you see the Matrix?
So don't.
Look at him getting his ass beat.
Dude, did you see the Matrix?
Right?
And he runs.
Dude, did you see the Matrix?
So don't. Jack.
Dude, did you see the Matrix?
He's a little pipsqueak.
What about the Matrix, dude?
Damn, she's sleeved out?
Damn!
Now she looks like a fucking 12-year-old right there. I don't know if it's the face
I'm
or the eyes, but
telling you,
hot damn.
Super fucking young.
Oh God. Look at my Daisy Dukes. Yeah, fucking who wears short shorts? But look, on Daddy's boat, I'm sure that's probably why he's a cool kid. Is that even Jack or is that Colton?
No, Colton's got that fucking weird ass hair going on.
Damn, then you done let yourself go, boy, because at the party you was a little pudgy. Oh God.
What the fuck? Is that a life preserver?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I've been known to toss one of those out.
God damn forehead.
Right? She's got a big old forehead. Yeah, well, 22 cat. I think that
They
makes
don't
a lot.
even look like the same person.
I'm saying, like, that's why I can't tell if it's Jack or if it's somebody else sometimes. I'm like, who the fuck is this dude?
And her too. Like, goddamn, pictures are deceiving. I guess you could be anybody you want from the right camera angle. I mean, fucking A.
Doesn't seem like she takes a lot of. Well, I guess this is somebody else's thing, right?
Jasmine.
Okay.
Big respect to friends that don't
Like,
leave you when you're going through a hard time.
That's her right there, right? Now she looks age appropriate.
Yeah, and that was in 2022. So make that make sense. Oh, wait a second. That probably is her white car.
Yup.
Somebody got a Land Rover, Range Rover. Goddamn. Selling my prom and homecoming dress. I bet you are. Yeah, here we go. Clarifying that fucking post. Why does it say Carter there? Who the fuck? Did she comment on it? Uh-huh. What? Whoa.
White dress, white car, white life. Sounds like a book.
And then Avery is black everything. Fuck.
She's the tortured soul.
The ugly duckling.
Right.
Until she got skinny.
Like super fucking big.
She got a hold of that daddy's mess.
Yup. And then she became use a hoe.
Soccer dad.
Like every party she shows up at, somebody plays that. There's some hoes in this house. There's some hoes.
I mean, shit, if you look at her fucking TikTok, she embraces that shit.
Fucking A.
Oh, that's that girl. I want to look at that too. Because she oh, I would like to know. I mean, I don't want to flat out ask her, like, hey, did you fuck Jeff? But I kind of do.
Right? Like, look, bro, did you bang him out or did you not? I mean, what the fuck?
But at night time, when there was nothing to do, and the house was all empty, I'd always think of Jenny.
Oh my god.
But at night time, when there was nothing to do,
I'd always think of Jenny.
all empty.
Yeah, it's from Forrest Gump.
Oh.
But it says she wrote, I always think of Noah.
But at night time,
oh.
The constant battle in my head of what if I was there that night, what if I could have saved him, what if I could have stopped what happened, the guilt I live with, even though I know there's nothing I could do either way. Oh.
What could you have done?
What happened? What stopped what from happening? Were they fighting over you?
Right.
Because that's what I was told. That she wasn't there, but that's what they were fighting.
What in the fuck? I can't get...
Don't worry about it. Everything's gonna be fine.
Having sleepovers at your grave because the world did in fact end when you passed. No matter.
Sleep in the grave.
Yeah, it looks like she's in the car with her blanket crying and you can see his headstone over there. Yeah, that's his headstone over there. Those flags are. No matter what I do to distract myself, I always end up back at square one. Hug and love the ones you love and care for. Like it's the last time you'll ever see them. I would never wish this pain on anyone. I miss you. Noah. Justice for Noah. We need answers. Gone too soon.
Has the family said anything about like their relationship or anything like that? Did they know that if he was in a relationship at one time with her or at all?
Oh yeah, they were just like, oh, he had several, friends that were girls, they're pretty much saying without saying, like, oh, he was
Yeah, he was banging them out on a daily.
Yeah, because then there's this other one too. Oh shit! What? Okay. And I think that was the young one that everybody's talking about because she don't look to be but young.
So like on
Not
these
the other one.
on these TikTok things, they don't like to say like the age or whatever these people are.
You don't have to, no.
Well,
That's the whole point of TikTok, and it's kind of designed for kids. China's the fucking devil.
nasty. And that's why I'm not on TikTok.
Here, see, look. You look like a baby. And that was, so she's posted recently too, so apparently, she looked like a baby. And she ain't got nothing on her page but no either, so, see?
Wow. No shit.
September 4th, 2023. Thinking of you. And she looked like a baby right there too. She, 2007.
She was a cheerleader?
Yeah, I'm sure for his football team. Freshman, maybe?
Possible, yeah.
2007, 2017, 2018, 19, 20, 20. Yeah, she's a baby. Well, who's bitching now? Oh, god damn it.
Oh, you gotta give him that huck to it. Huck to it. Huck to it. Spit on that thing. You get me? Oh,
Fucking ruined my life.
What was that other one that was the dudes next to him?
This?
Yeah.
That looks like that boy, don't it?
Right? He don't have a belt buckle though, huh? He looks a little light skinned too.
Yeah, you're probably right. He's too white. Man, what? Yeah, I'm glad I wasn't tripping though. I was like, wait a second. Is that your boy?
Right.
Is that him? Oh, yeah, let me see.
Oh, did he post something new?
What you did?
Well, good morning, Facebook world. There's been a crazy thing going around on the internet this week, a viral sensation of a young lady. And you know, I watched the video, and I thought, you know what, my project this morning outside might be the perfect time to sample her theory. So unfortunately, my water hose, got my big hose in my hand right here, well, the end broke on it. So I went and got a replacement end. But it seems to be really, really conflicting with what we're doing. What the hell? Let's try it. Wow. She truly was right. Hawk Tua completely changes the game. Hope you guys have a great weekend. Dinger out.
That's fucking funny.
I said, oh my god, this shit is infiltrated every part of my life.
Oh shit.
Ow. He said, you just gotta give her that.
Has he made any statements or anything recently? This is his last post. That sucks.
Yeah, he said that, my last post about what I know about the missing of Riley, what I know after reading MPD final report yesterday is that Riley was failed by them. The report was as generic as one could be and was definitely rubber stamped to get off the books, but I'll cover more of that tonight on the Pascal show, which will be my last interview also about Riley. For now, though, I want to have my last Riley post be full of incredible stories and love that Riley is still giving to the Dingman family even today. Yesterday, my phone went off like a slot machine from about 10 a.m. on. I knew the report was coming out, but was not aware how much the world still loved and supported Riley, which is awesome. So, out of respect for all of those that had fought for answers, truth, and justice, I just wanted to share with you because I think Riley did this for me to share with you all. You see, yesterday after I got home, I hopped out of the Bandit and started to walk into the house and heard a chirp behind me. I was about halfway in the garage and turned around to find a yellow finch setting on the hood of the Bandit. I thought that was kind of odd because they usually stay away from people. I said hello, and before I got out, the finch flew into the garage while I was opening my house door and landed on my box I was carrying in as if he was ready to go inside. I was like, oh shit, and shut the door back real quick. The bird just sat on the box for about 10 inches from my face and just looked at me like, what's up? What's the holdup, bro? Let's go. So I set the box down, and the bird hopped off and flew back up on my door handle to the house and looked at me like, let's go. It's hot out here, bro. And wouldn't quit staring at me. So I picked up sticks from out in the yard, and the finch jumped on it. So I walked him out of the garage. As soon as I put the stick down in the yard, he flew right back into it and sat on the door handle, going into the house again. I finally got him out, so I thought, but apparently before the garage door shut, while I was leaving, he flew back in the garage. I ran a few errands and came back about an hour later. When I got back, my neighbor across the street said, hey, you have a bird in your garage, and as I was getting out of the car. I go, what? And looked out the window, and I'll be damned if that finch wasn't sitting on the window ledge looking out of my garage window from the inside. So I opened both garage doors to let him out and went to my backyard to sit on my picnic table to watch him come outside. Within a few seconds of sitting down, that finch flew out and landed on my leg and just chilled for a bit. No shit. So for those who know how much Riley loved nature, I'm pretty damn sure for about 45 minutes yesterday, Riley was chilling or playing with me like we used to clown around. And playing with me like we used to clown around, and that made me super happy. So if any of my neighbors drove by my house yesterday afternoon and caught me talking to a finch, I'm okay. I was just catching up with one of my kids. The wild part is Mama Bear this morning noticed that our bird of the month calendar in our kitchen was a golden finch on it for the bird of the month. I may be getting old and slow, Riley, but I got it the first time, bud. For the record, we never ever had that Finch at my house before yesterday, nor did he come back today, and that's okay. I still got the message. Big boy, thank you. The last part of this post means the world to us. You see, a few weeks before Riley left for Nashville, he reached out to us and asked if he could do some phone interviews with us so he could practice for his new internship. We said yes, of course, and not only did we both do interviews, so we both did interviews. So excited about his new career. We were excited for him. Well, apparently Riley wrote a handwritten card for us to helping him out just before leaving for Nashville. We just recently received this card, and I'm sharing this card with you all to show how incredible this young man we were all fighting for and will miss greatly was. Most kids his age wouldn't even know where to find a card, let alone take the time to handwrite one. Yet Riley did. We miss you daily, and please come visit us anytime you want. I've still got my green bow out in the front tree for you, and we'll keep it until it just doesn't hang anymore. Love the 3 Deans. Please feel free to share this memory with any of the groups that tried to help us with Riley. You are the true heroes in the incredible adventure, and I will always be grateful for all the incredible support and love you all have showed. You fueled me to find answers and not give up. Thank you from the bottom of my heart. Thank you for setting time out of your days to speak with me. It is always a blast catching up with you guys. I just wanted to thank you for that and everything else y'all have done for me. Riley Strang. Wonder what's up with that.
Absolutely. Wow. 20. Absolutely.
Mm-hmm.
It's another one of these fucking bullshit cases where 5-0 don't want to do nothing. Bullshit.
Get answers, but I feel like it was up to us to prove that it wasn't an accident, not the police department to prove it was something else. You know, I think they walked away from this too easy. You can't fall that far. I don't care if you're 22 and 180 pounds, whatever. Hey, you just can't fall 12 feet and not have some major contusions on your body.
Yeah,
And
at least a scrape or something, right?
Some major stuff. Yes.
It just doesn't make any sense. And then also on top of that, real quick, on top of that, when you say, when you speak about how the autopsy was held for a while, for weeks before they actually dropped it around CrimeCon, before this festival that was coming up a week or two afterwards, like that. That's insane to me, to think that they would withhold that information, then kind of leak it out, because the media was leaking that information out, saying that the autopsy and the toxicology results have come out, and they were already dropping bombs a few days before the whole CrimeCon and everything as well. So it is interesting how timing, time-wise, the timing is everything in this situation. Go ahead.
We've talked about it. We're 3+ weeks. We're 3 weeks plus whatever from when we know they officially got the report and they were going to review it and finish it. Then we go through CrimeCon. Nothing happened. You were at CrimeCon. Ironically, there was something that happened that Monday after CrimeCon. Do you remember that?
No, you're going to have to tell me.
There was another person in the river.
Another person was found in the river. Yes, which is also wild. Yeah.
Yep. So then we kind of let that quiet down. Still no report. Then we start the week long of the CMA festival or whatever it was. I don't know it, but I just know there was a week long party of the country music scene there. But as soon as it got wrapped up, we hit Father's Day, which was nice. They let Chris and Ryan, not have to deal with all the chaos. And then all of a sudden it's out. But I'm like, if it's not about the money, guys, or the bad press, why in the hell wasn't this released 3 weeks ago, right before CrimeCon? Because you can't, I mean, dude, I can't fathom the money that they made a week long for a country festival in Nashville. It's insane. The sad part is I think, and I'm not 100% sure, there was 2 bodies that went in after Riley, the one after that, and then I was sent a deal, today is Wednesday, I think Monday or Sunday I was sent another deal of another young man missing in Nashville right now. Not been found or river or anything, but I'm just, it frustrates me. I'm on deaf ears. I'm just a poor guy that lives in Springfield, Missouri. I know this is huge corporate money that we're dealing with. But I also reached out today to the people that we have on the ground, and I said, please tell me that they've at least put up some type of a plastic fence, some type of, not full-time barricade or something in that quote-unquote area where supposedly Riley had fallen off, and nothing. Nothing's been done in that spot, which the day Riley was found, I had actually was downtown. You and me had talked. And I was actually downtown, and we met 3 of Nashville's planning and zoning people walking right there underneath the bridge. And I asked them, I said, hey, are you guys with the city? And they wouldn't go on camera or, take a picture or nothing. But they were, but this was 2 months ago, almost 3 months ago, whatever. And the day that Riley was found, I just thought it was wild. They were just setting up their press conference, and they already had 3 people from the city of Nashville walking down there on that road, looking at, taking pictures, trying to figure out how they can make that a more safer place. And nothing. Nothing's happened. Nothing's changed. Makes me sad. I mean, I don't want something like this that could be prevented because of something simple that the city should have already had in place to begin with, to happen to somebody else.
Yeah, I'm. This is
Night, ho.
shocking, surprising stuff that you're giving it to us right now, on this show and everything. And I appreciate you just dropping all this information and your own feelings about everything. But how's the family feeling about everything right now? Can you speak on that a little bit?
I talked with Ryan quite a bit. We were actually, and I want to say thank you. It's incredible the support the family's still getting. I got 2 packages today for them at my shop, which we get mail and boxes and gifts weekly still to this point, which is phenomenal. And I get to talk to Ryan a little bit. Michelle and Chris are having, really, really hard times. They've been able to do a couple of family functions, which has gotten them out of the house and be with family, not in a surreal environment, but a birthday, one of her nieces, is about to have a baby, and there's a baby shower. And there's been a couple of things that Michelle and Chris has got to go out and be normal for maybe a half hour, 45 minutes. But this is the toxicology report. We're hoping for answers. We got answers, but like everything you've been with us, brother, it has 1,000 more questions. If the toxicology would have come back and he would have been roofied, or heaven help, having an extreme alcohol level, or the body, they could have told us that he'd been in the water for 14 days, or there was blunt force trauma to somewhere, or it's just so generic. It answers nothing of what could have happened that night. I'm sorry. He stepped over the dill, went to take a pee, and fell in the water and died.
What about it?
Right?
Well, what about this theory?
Shit.
With all due respect, what about this theory? He went down there, he dropped his pants, maybe he needed to do the business and he was by the riverbank and lost his balance and fell right into the river. Pants down though. Pants down though.
Pants down. The deal with the pants down theory is, remember, we have somebody within 10 yards, multiple people on a bench that saw him. Nobody saw him step underneath that railing or walk towards the water. You've been there.
Yeah.
You know where that park bench is. Nobody saw him do it. And the numerous video footage and everything we've seen with all the people, let's touch that. Okay, so let's say he steps over the rail. He manages to walk over there. He doesn't hit the water. If he falls from that point, and you remember, you've seen it, the trees, the brush, everything else is there. There's some type of body trauma. Let's say his pants were down and he did fall off there. Where's the body trauma? And on top of that, he's still not in the water.
Right.
We had people down there doing the fake body push off at the height that it was that night, recorded by the Corps of Engineers, not Metro Nashville, not Nashville, the Corps of Engineers that regulate that river. We knew exactly what the water level was that night within a 4 to 6 hour window and how it fluctuated. And it just so happens that the day that they picked, within that 72 hours, that water level was there. I've even had the thoughts of what if that did happen? What if Riley did go over? He fell, and what if maybe a couple of the homeless people were absolutely freaked out that there was somebody there in their camp and they didn't want to eat, and they put him in the water.
That's a possibility too.
The crazy part is that area for the homeless camp literally exploded within 48 hours. And there was numerous people of interest that we all wanted to talk to that literally we were told, got on Greyhound buses and literally left. I mean, went to another city, another homeless area, etc. And I'm not pointing fingers at the homeless. The homeless down there had been very forthcoming and talking to the families and everything. It just, I'm trying to have an open mind. I can buy that. Okay, if he stepped over and went to the restroom, once again, just tell me. I'm from Missouri. Show me how he would go from that area, because you can't jump that far. He was a little athletic, but it is humanly impossible unless he would have took off running.
Yeah.
Hurdled the fence, which you're going to see. Somebody's going to be like, holy crap, what's this guy doing? You're still not going to jump and hit the water. So, once again, bro,
it's weird.
I sound like a broken record, but
it almost feels like he just turns in, like, if anything, it's like he turned into mush before he hits the ground. Like his whole body turns into jello and just nothing bothered him. Like so that's the part that doesn't make sense to me at all. Like the alcohol, the THC, the caffeine, all the other things that are in his system. Okay, fine, cool, whatever. But then there's this part of me that's like, okay, no trauma whatsoever. So then explain to me how he got all the way down there in the first place. There's no way he would have been able to get down there. So I agree with you 110% about the math ain't math and the science is not sciencing for me either. It just doesn't make any sense. So let's talk about this. Okay. What is the story about the family's autopsy and toxicology results? When are we going to see those? Is that going to be soon? What do you know about those right now?
I hope that it's real soon. I know that they offered up a way more extensive deal for the family. And like I said, I don't know if it has been back yet or not, but I know they already told them up front that it was going to take longer. Hopefully they'll get some reports and some answers back on it. But I'll be honest with you right now, the fact that Metro Nashville has already rubber stamped this one as an accident, moved on. If the family does get some different information, it is literally going to be on them to pursue it and to figure out what happened. And, that's crazy. It blows my mind in a city the size that it is, which I understand what I just said. It blows my mind. that it would be such a ticky-tack, investigation, the way things were handled, things were, chewed on. But also, and I'm never going to forget, you got to bring in the money factor in this. They're protecting their investment. They're wanting to be reelected. They're wanting to keep their jobs. It's the big town mentality. Unfortunately, we had a young man there that was a visitor, and you and me have talked about this.
Mm-hmm.
It is constantly, every weekend, there is a constant influx of brand new people, brand new money, brand new situations. And that town has amnesia on Monday, Tuesday. Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, it rebuilds. Sunday, some people wake up in the right hotel room. Some of them don't. Some have to go to the doctor on Monday. They don't have a good sensation. They've done something they shouldn't. But you know what I'm saying? It's amazing how it recycles. It's like Groundhog's Day, but a week long. It's not the old Bill Murray 24 hours. It's a 7-day Groundhog Day down there in that city. And, it was amazing me, the amount of time that we were down there in Nashville looking for Riley, and just how quickly short after it just disappeared.
Wow.
People had amnesia. Once again, I'm not trying to deter people to go to Nashville. It's an incredible city. There's some excellent people in there, which we have been blessed with trying to help us find what happened to Riley. I've been down there. I went to the bar scene. It's its own entity, but for the love of God, just be smart about it. I've got a good friend of mine from the gym who him and his daughters, he's got 2 daughters, and they're actually heading there. Tomorrow's Thursday. They're heading there Thursday. And he's already told me, he goes, I'm going to sit at the table. I'm going to take care of the drinks. I go, okay. I said, dude, you can go and have fun. We've talked about, bro, we've talked about the squad mentality and how women, God, I love you. I love you, love you. Women have the best squad mentality of anybody in the world because men were stupid.
Yeah.
We get to drinking. We're bulletproof. I can take care of this. And heaven help you get in a squad of women, dude. You understand what I'm talking about.
Yes.
They protect the house. They protect the house. We're the idiots. National broadcast. We are idiots when it comes to this. But, man, I just, guys, we've got to be better about this. This could have been handled so many different directions and never had this outcome. And, Riley would have been graduated. He'd been working at his job right now. He'd be coming home. My son's going to get to come home, knock on wood, in about 3 weeks. That's going to be tough. I've already talked to Brooks, and he told me, he says, Dad, when I land, fortunately where Riley's at, he's not too far away from our airport. And he goes, Dad, when I land, I want to go see Riley. And I said, I got you.
Yeah.
I said, I actually planned on that. But yeah, Brooks will be home, and,
And that's a really beautiful thing. So when it comes to the footage from inside the bar and
Katie
from
Cricket
these
Day's
other
asking,
bars, I know
Chris
last time we talked
professional hockey player?
with the dads, we all got together and we had a conversation. So I wanted to ask, have you guys seen any of the footage? Have they finally given you a chance to look?
I'm not sure. I can look.
No.
Including Luke's 32?
No. Now, where that isn't a good
Okay.
thing, when the family got representation, now, as much as I'm giving Metro Nashville a hard time on the job they did, they could have literally hung the family out to dry. Unfortunately, we've had a lot of families that's reached out to us, and we got a real education on this. As long as there is an open investigation, even with representation that the family has received, they could not request or subpoena anything that was prevalent to that investigation. And I can't tell you, brother, the amount of families that had reached out to us praying that Metro Nashville would eventually close the case. Because if they left the case open, i.e. the footage across from Marathon, which we're pretty sure never got viewed, the bar footage, the credit card access to that evening, all that stuff, since Metro Nashville has closed the case, has now come open and available for their representation to subpoena, request, whatever they do. Lord knows I'm a redneck from the Ozarks. I don't know any of that crap. But yeah, and I am thankful for that. The family now can move forward with their own investigation, get more answers on what happened that night. Yeah. So and a lot of people don't realize that. They're like, well, how come you didn't do this and this and this and this? Well, unfortunately, and that goes with any type of investigation. It doesn't matter if it's state, county, federal, whatever it is. If there is an ongoing investigation, we had one couple that reached out to us. Their family member had been missing for 9 years. 9 years. And the police, they left it an open investigation, not a cold case. And they had an idea that there was some stuff that had been covered up. And unfortunately, as long as that case is open, they had no access. I've heard of special situations to where, like, you could possibly get the FBI involved or something like that, but it's, you know, an act of God to have something like that happen, especially if it's not extremely high profile.
But the thing is, though, is that this is very high profile. And from my understanding, it seems like they're trying to say that this case is closed. So why not just release the information and let the family, at least the family, not the public, but the family consume the information that needs to be consumed as far as what they did for the investigation, what they did in regards to finding him after he was found, etc. That's the thing that doesn't make any sense to me. Can you tap on that a little bit?
No, I agree 100%. Now, I you know, over this time they've been talking about, I think, the Sunshine Law or whatever it's called, where, you know, you can request documentation and stuff like that. I'm assuming that that is probably already in the works. I don't know if it's like everything else. You've got to go through certain channels. You know, you have to subpoena the right thing or send the right form in, and it has to be dotted and T's crossed and all that. Yeah, I think the family is pursuing that probably to get a little bit more accurate information. I wished it would have been, you know, when they give the report out, a little more in detail. But now that the fact that the case is officially closed, which we knew Nashville closed it 3 weeks ago, it just wasn't official, or however long it was. But now that it's been officially closed, it does give the family a way more dynamics to do what they need to do. And like I said, they have been preparing for this for multiple weeks for that opportunity. They just, you know, couldn't do anything until this has happened. So I from the get-go, I just wanted more information. And even Chris was on here, you know, with us. Ryan was on here.
Right.
We'll drink the Kool-Aid. Just show us.
Show us the facts.
Us, prove it. Eyewitness, video footage, just something.
Yeah.
Something. I mean, at this point, I'll take some great science. Lord knows I didn't do good in science, but I can figure it out. I can tell you, and you can tell me what it meant.
No doubt.
But, you know, I'm reading this report, and I'm like, I can understand it. We're getting screwed. If I can understand what they're telling me in this report, and wow, what, you know? So there's going to be people out there that, you know, oh, you were too attached to the family. You don't understand stuff. Guys, this has nothing to do with my relationship providing. This has everything to do with what I think should have been done and should have been proven to the family because they lost a loved one. It could be your family, brother. It could be your fans watching right now. I want the same response. I told you that, man. And me being a coach, I want the best out of everybody that they can do 24/7. I may push you a different way. I may come at you a different angle. But at the end of the day, when I see somebody succeed and somebody, you know, we get the right answers and we get the information, man, it's an awesome feeling. It makes my work done. And bro, we're sitting here having a conversation on, you know, an absolute BS piece of paper that was sent out in a press conference. And
I'm just going to share it again.
Nothing. Yeah, you know.
I mean, this is, you know, the part of the toxicology results, for example. And yeah, it to me, you know, when we break it down, when we look at this information, it just doesn't. I mean, the beginning makes sense to me. Obviously, a lot of other things in here make sense. I mean, it sounds like he was working out. He was taking some creatine, maybe trying to get bulked up for the summer, so on and so forth. You know, but the liquor is one main thing. Of course, the Delta 9 THC did kind of take me aback a little bit. And of course, there was the isopropanol. that took me aback as well, that I took a little bit of like, I did a little sidestep because I'm like, okay, from my understanding, that is chemical. That's a chemical that's found in other things that no one should be ingesting if they were alive, if that makes any sense. So I'm like, what is that all about? So there's a few things that are a bit strange, because I'm like, okay, he may have drank a little bit and it took an edible and took him over the edge. But but as far as everything else here, you're saying you feel like this is an incomplete form.
It just, there's no answers. I mean, they still have yet to provide. Yeah, it's 100% complete as far as they're concerned. They did the basics. They did the basics on what they had to do. Check this box, check this box, check this box. He fell into the water and drowned. Brother, I mean, my gosh, give me something. It's not like we're on a sandy beach. We just knocked down a 12-pack of Coronas. We popped a couple edibles that we bought from the guy at the bar, not realizing that him and Willie and Snoop's been doing this since 1958, and you and me take a magic carpet ride and think we can float in water. It's not how this worked. I mean, God, he was in extreme terrain right there. You have physically seen it. You just can't hit the magic carpet, float out over the water, and then go in.
Absolutely. Let me show you guys a little bit of what they're saying here in this piece. It says Riley Strain's demise has been ruled an accidental drowning by the medical examiner in Davidson County, Tennessee. Alcohol and drugs were detected in his toxicology. However, there was hypnol or something like that, and other CNS depressants used for knockout or intentionally foul play drugging were detected. This is some interesting information that has been put out here and shared quite a bit. They said even so, that Delta 9 THC too high off of an edible, trying to figure out how you got there, and more importantly, wondering how to get back. I mean, obviously, when you are consuming an edible, okay, and then also you are, I don't know, when you are consuming alcohol and then you take an edible, let's just say you're mixing weed with alcohol. Usually it's a bad combination. Let's be real.
No living being should ever eat processed food for every single meal of their life. Good, real food is simple. It looks like food, it smells like food. It's what dogs are supposed to be eating. We really don't want people to think of feeding.
Usually that is a bad combination, right? Now, this is a separate information, okay? But still, it's very, very interesting nonetheless. It does feel like there should be a lot more here than
Yes. The crazy part is I had a couple of I'm old, man. I'm calling them young ladies that have reached out to me that was actually in the bar that night. And they were the ones that poked the holes in the theory that the boys had an open tab. I had 7 people that was at the bar that night, that was in the bar that time. And they all, within 3 days of us going viral with this, was like, we were in the bar, there was 0 open tabs. It was pay as you go, first, second floor, all night. And one of them had actually brought up, didn't know anything about this at the time. She goes, wow, there was actually a guy outside right around the corner that was actually selling edibles. And I'm like, really? So then when this report came out, I'm like, crap, did one of the guys maybe buy one and was not going to jack with him? And, there's so many variables in this dude. And the reason I'm putting that out there is me as a guy, and if we were out running around with our buddies and we were being ornery, I would not have thought twice about jacking with my friend. The only difference is I didn't drink, so I made sure I herded the cats, and we all got home. They don't remember half of it, but they got home. So that was one of the things that after reading that report and that come up, it just, bro, look at all the information we've had in the last 6 to 8 weeks. And that right there, I went back and started looking at my messages, and I'm like, why is it? And I was like, oh shit, yeah, there was somebody that was actually there on the corner that was doing it, selling edibles. So bro, he could have taken a hit off of a vape pipe. He could have had an edible. Unfortunately, that part of that night, we will probably never know because those gentlemen are still not speaking, and that's a whole other story. But yeah.
What do you wait? This gentleman is not speaking. What do you mean by that exactly?
No. The gentleman that was in the bar that night with Riley.
Yes. So they still haven't. Let's talk about that. Of course. What is going on with that? Is there any new updates in regards to the frat, his brothers that were there hanging out with him,
Those
kicking it,
assholes
drinking,
still ain't saying
having the
that.
time of their lives before he walked out and disappeared?
I have not had any correspondence with the family that they have reached out at all since the funeral. And in that aspect, kind of frustrates me as I know a lot of those boys graduated. They're now enjoying their summer, having fun, about to start their new jobs. They're starting their new jobs. I just hope in my heart, I'm a hardened old guy that had been through a lot in life. And I just hope in my heart that they've made changes in their life. Guys, we've all been in situations, you and me have talked about it. We've all been in situations as guys, done really stupid stuff and managed to not have a bad outcome. But we've also been in those situations where we woke up or got to the next place and been like, oh, wow, and it's changed our life. I just hope for these gentlemen, this is something that they've learned off of. They will make life changes, look out for each other in a more human way than the way they treated him that night. And that's all I can do. It's not my spot to judge them. I'm not happy about it. I'm an old eye for an eye kind of guy, but at the end of the day, I also know there's a Lord because I'm still alive and got an incredible wife and family and an awesome son. So not to get into that, dude, you understand where I'm coming from. There is a time that I, was not having good thoughts about those kids. They're human. They made an incredible bad decision that night. One of their brothers paid for it. A son to me paid for it. Our families have paid for it. I just hope something good comes out of the ones that were there that night instead of just going through life. Because the sad part, if none of those boys learned anything from that night, there will be more tragedy, and it's going to be pointless because it shouldn't be.
But it just doesn't make sense to me that they're still not willing to step forward, at least to break it down, to let them know what actually happened to Riley, rather than not saying anything at all. I think that's just reckless, and I think that's wrong because let's be real, we have a grieving family, and family and loved ones that are deeply affected by this situation, and for the fact that they don't know what's going on or they haven't gotten any information about this is very. They're the last people to see him alive. It just doesn't make sense to me. At least they could say, hey, let's not forget the part where he is having a conversation with his mom, and he says, this beer, this drink tastes like barbecue, right? And nothing after that. I feel like that's a little bit. I feel like they would. You know what I'm saying? Like he only told his. You're telling me he only told his mama. He didn't go and tell his boys like, yo, this tastes weird, y'all. Something like at least go, yeah, we were at Kid Rock's bar and we had this drink at Kid Rock's bar and therefore blah, blah, blah. And then everything got weird as soon as he went into Luke's 32. At least that information. We don't need need to know all the dirty and grimy details, but at least the last few moments before he was escorted out of Luke's 32 would be so helpful. So I just don't get. This is not something that you take to the grave with you. It's not.
No.
This is not something that is an oath for a fraternity oath with all your brothers out here. You see what I'm saying? So it just doesn't make sense.
Yeah. Well, I'll be honest with you, bro. I mean, I've had a lot of time to think and reflect on this, and I've had a lot of people come to me with a lot of different angles. Accountability. I get why they didn't do it because they were probably told by adults and lawyers not to, but I was always firm in accountability. I screwed up a lot as a kid. I was blessed. I paid the consequences of everything I did, but I always was held accountable, and I always got in front of stuff. I never hid and from everything else. The sad part is if those boys were as tore up as Riley was, bro, there's a very good chance they don't remember the last hour and a half they were with him. And that, I guarantee you, even if they don't have the best conscience ever, I guarantee that's tore up some of those boys a couple times trying to remember, but also knowing that they were in a spot that could have very easily been one of them instead of Riley. So if they had been partying all night and doing what fraternity boys, and I'm not picking on fraternity boys, you and me and the guys go out, we're going to have fun. But, you know, we've also been in those situations where you get home the next day and you're not foggy. You don't even know where the hell, you know, how you got home or where the cab was. And by the grace of God, we all managed to get through it.
Yeah.
All right,
But
Katie.
I wish there would have been some accountability. I'm not going to fall
Everybody
away
who's
from
left
that.
in
I'm
chat,
not
y'all
making
have a good night.
excuses for the boys at all, but I am just saying some accountability, and you've kind of touched on that. If somebody would have come forward and done the right thing and put a lot of those pieces of the puzzle together right out of the box, it would have been grateful. And it is what it is, you know.
It's just very strange. But I'm just going to throw this up one more time for you guys to see, okay? But they're saying, okay, I just want to make sure I make this abundantly clear because I may have misread something here, and I want to make sure I'm clear here, okay? They're saying it's accidental drowning, okay, by the medical examiner's office, okay, by the medical examiner in Davison County, okay? Alcohol and drugs were detected. However, there was any type of roofie or any type of lacing that would make him knock out or intentional foul play.